Hello, hello.
Hello there.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I have had a long day, so I am currently going to lay down while doing this. If you
Hey,
don't mind.
no, I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. You're the special guest. You can do whatever you want.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, that's right, guys. So, very special tonight. As topic will be Blacks for Trump. We have Mother of Dragons once again back here on the platform. Thank you so much for joining once
Oh, thank
again.
you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know last time, even before you joined, we already had people trying to, ask questions and give their opinions because the topic is a hot topic, as you can imagine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that being said, guys, let's get started. All right. So, Mother of Dragons. I think last time when we were talking, you said that you were pretty much always a Republican, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And my follow up question to that was, how come? Because usually, us minorities, we are already in the mindset of following the Democratic Party. So, how did that start for you automatically to be a Republican right away?
So I think for me, kind of started when I was younger, as far as like how I kind of made my decision. So the way that I grew up, my father was in the military. My mother was in the financial sector, and then she ended up going to school, back to school, and she got her PhD. So I came from I had a pretty good upbringing. I had parents, even though they were divorced, I still was fortunate enough to be loved and cared for by both parents. They um, they provided a good life for us, and we weren't rich, but we got to do things that maybe other kids didn't do or weren't able to do. Um, However, we didn't grow up with any sort of like you know issues like lights getting cut off or food disparities. Like we always had what we needed. And my mom and my dad worked very, very hard to do so. So the mindset growing up is that I was always told that I could push past any barrier that was in front of me. I wasn't taught to be like my mom says, I didn't raise any punks. So and that was true. Like it was just
So you were never raised with this victim
victimhood.
mentality, if you will,
No, I wasn't
of
raised like that.
your
No.
skin color is like this, so
No.
you're going to be limited. You didn't feel that way at all as a child.
No, I didn't feel that way at all. Like I didn't white privilege was not a thing. So my my grandmother is half white. My mother's also partially white. Um so I don't but we were never told like white people are racist or because you're black you're going to face adversity, right? It wasn't so let me clarify. So we were told you're taught about racism. You're taught that racism exists, but you're also told that it cannot hold you back and it should not hold you back. And I was taught emotional intelligence, you know, and learning to deal with people and understanding that the world is cruel, but you either got to take the bull by the horns or or you get messed up pretty bad.
Right. So
And so
work
we all
hard, pretty
yeah,
much.
right. We all grew up that way. Yeah, like my siblings and I, um we all have done pretty well for ourselves. So, um, going on to to college. Oh, I will say this: my former stepfather's family, they were that kind of people that grew up in the South. And so a lot of the things would say, like I would get told when I was a kid, like oh, you want to be like white people, or you're one of those rich people, or you act like you want to be rich. Because even when I was a kid, like I kept my room like super super clean. I dressed nicely all the time. Like I always had to wear a dress. Like if I went to like a school dance, I had to wear like a freaking tutu. Like I like like that was just my personality, right? But that like that's what I was told, and it was I would hear things like, growing up, that if you Democrat, if you ever get to vote, you better vote Democrat because that'll make sure you have food stamps. Like, because if you lose your job, because white people are going to make you lose your job, and you may need to go on depend on the government. So I heard both sides, and this is who my mom was married to. And fortunately, she ended up divorcing him, which was great because my mom's not a liberal at all. She's not a liberal. So yeah, like it just we just had a different life. And then I also knew people that were also black that didn't do that. I'm also part Native American. So I was fortunate enough to know my family's history. And I'm not saying like my life was perfect, because by far it wasn't. It was not perfect. But I was instilled a lot of strong American values as a kid, learning how to protect myself, um, growing up conservative. I'm not a Christian, but I am conservative. And so,
What about
yeah.
friendships?
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Like, okay.
was it
So,
mixed for you, or was it mainly minority, or
so
mainly
when,
white, or?
yeah. So when I was younger, like in elementary school, I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood, but it was a bit more affluent. Um, and I went to a private school. And after that, in middle school, I moved to a different area where there were people from all different types of backgrounds. They were all like, I had Indian friends, Asian, black, white, Hispanic. It was a very, very culturally diverse area, and I had friends from all different backgrounds. I grew up. I'm a millennial, so I grew up different. Like, as long as they were cool with you, they were cool with me. Like, I'm fine.
So as you were growing older, because usually, as I said, at least with the media shows, and the numbers do show up that most minorities go for Democrat or lean
Right.
Democrat. Did you see that around you within your friends or within your community?
No, because the only like I said, the only time that I heard things like that were from the older black family members that were from the South. Um, Other than that, like on my side or any of my friends, no, we didn't. That wasn't a topic of conversation, and we didn't really even talk about politics that much.
Because it
Like
wasn't
in the
even that
day.
relevant,
Yeah, it
probably,
wasn't
right? It,
relevant
it
at
never
all.
really was that much. Yeah.
No, like if you were racist, like if you said that you didn't like white people or you didn't like black people, you're just a plain racist, bro. Like that was
Right.
there wasn't any right
On both ends, correct?
on both ends. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then 2016 or 2015 comes along,
Hmm.
and President Trump, at the time, candidate Trump announces he's going to run. What happens at that point? How do you go? How do you take that? The media is
So,
saying that he's a racist and he hates minorities. And how do you and your family handle that? What's your take on all of that?
all right. So I'll say this. Two of my siblings are actually a little bit more left leaning than I am, me and my brother. So we kind of, as we grew older, people's values and things like that changed. Because when you start having kids, like my brother doesn't have any kids. My sister is LGBTQ+. So they have a different their value systems are a little different, right? Well, they're still very, very intelligent people. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not like raging, liberals. Like I get in debates with my brother all the time. We go grab a beer and then we're good. Um, because we're family. We grew up with the same values and things like that. We just kind of chose our own way. So I'll go back to when I was in college. Um, After I graduated, um, my 4-year degree, I get graduated and everything, or like right before, I actually was invited to events that were Democrat in nature, so I went, and I just didn't. I don't feel like I really fit in there, and much of the things that they were talking about and some of the stances on the Democratic side, I just wasn't in agreement with. And like I said, I was a young college kid. I wasn't thinking about politics. I mean, when you first go to college, though, you're kind of thrust into it, and you hear a lot of liberal ideology. So is that's a time where you're a social justice warrior because you're trying to figure out what life is about and what you're supposed to be fighting for, right?
And
And
you're
then,
easy to manipulate as well.
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, there's so even though I took my test the other day just to see how far right I was. I'm pretty far right, but I'm not an extremist or anything else like that. I just know what works for me, and I know what my ideals and values are, and they just don't align with the Democratic Party. Had no problem saying that, and it was more like it's more clicky. Like going to that event, it seemed like people were segregating themselves. They all had their different ideologies, but they were segregated. And I'm like, how do you work as like a cohesive front if you have these different ideologies, but then you segregate yourselves and you don't really even face each other's issues? You kind of just they kind of tolerate each other, and I feel like that's what the left does. So being on when I couple was like maybe a 8 months later, I actually attended a Republican convention, and I fit right in. And so from there, I started voting
What?
and stuff
So
like that.
was this prior Trump or
Oh,
after
this is
Trump?
before Trump.
Before Trump.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it was before Trump. I was a Republican before Trump.
What was it, if you can recall, maybe something specific that you said, oh, I like this about that convention or within the Republican Party itself?
So what I liked most about the Republican Party is that it was still culturally diverse, because that was still important to me. Um, and we more focused on issues that are concerning for everyone. And we also have to include people that we have to basically include everyone, but we also have to think about the side of people that are more social justice geared. Like for instance, I don't have an issue with social programs. I've never really had an issue with those, because I do believe in helping our veterans and our children and our elderly. We should have these things in place, but we don't want to put ourselves as a country where we are allowing the government to continuously overreach. And so, but what I mean by that is that so when it comes to social programs is like some of the buffer programs. Like we have the top three would be Section 8, Medicaid, and food stamps, right? Even though we have a small percentage of fraud going on, some of these buffer programs are also, we don't really see any real numbers as far as the rampant fraud that goes on with those as well. We don't take into those account, because those buffer programs are designed to like sort of help when those like, so let's say you're on Section 8, you lose your job and your portion of rent you can't pay. Well, you use like a community action agency to gain those funds. And the problem on that level is that there's not enough oversight in that direction. But so we should be incentivizing people to help them get out of their situation, because the more that continuous times you always need help, well, you've got to be able to get a leg up somehow. And I feel like a
Instead of
lot of the
keeping them
Republicans,
there,
yeah,
you're
instead of
saying
keeping them
that,
there,
yeah.
yeah, like we want people to have financial freedom, and part of that, the more financially free you are, the less government control you have, because you can't allow the government, if you can't you're able to separate yourself from the government more and more. That's really freedom, but dependency on the government is never freedom. it, so
So that
so
attracted you,
yeah,
I would say, probably the most at that time.
to the Republican Party, yeah. From
Got
then
it.
on, yeah. So I didn't vote federally at that
Hmm.
time. I
Hmm.
voted more on the local level.
Local level. Okay.
Yeah.
So
And I
then,
started getting involved in Republican committees and things like that. So
got it.
yeah.
So then 2015 comes, and Trump is all over the news, and they're playing all these clips that, he's against minorities, which we know that they heavily manipulated. And what's your reaction
Oh
originally?
man. So Trump. So I'll tell you this. When Obama was president, I wasn't impressed. I wasn't impressed at all. I thought some things were a little goofy with the media and things like that. But look, we had a stalled economy. The whole thing with, oh, there's no more jobs to be had. Everybody's got a job, and I'm old enough to remember. I'm almost 40 years old, so I remember all of these things. This is the right around the time where I started buying and selling homes. So I had a separate business from uh, because I have a lot of kids, and I also was married at the time and things like that. So I was trying to make sure that we were good. So I was just like hitting the ground running. And so I remember that I had to pay a very close attention to the economy. And I also knew that kind of there was really nothing engaging about either the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And I had actually made a point where I was just like, you know what? I don't even know if I'm going to vote this election cycle because I'm not seeing anyone who's going to kickstart this economy. And I may have to start thinking about consolidating my business, um, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do
And
because,
just to verify, this was under Obama, correct?
this was under Obama. So right at the end of Obama's term. And then here comes Donald Trump into the spotlight. And it was kind of like he had woke up a sleeping giant, right? It's like, where did this guy come from? I was like, oh, Donald Trump, oh, the guy from The Apprentice. I'm like, really? He's running for president? And so, the whole birther thing was out. And I said, even with the whole birther thing, I remember that right after Hillary Clinton, when she ran against Barack Obama, I remember her making some pretty, I would say, implicit sort of bias on whether or not he was actually born in the United States. And I kind of was just like, yeah, Hillary, I see that slick shit.
She was doing it in a very, very slick
Yeah,
way.
she was
But
doing
the
it in a
media didn't blow
very
it up,
slick
did
way.
they?
Yeah, and then her supporters were the ones that actually brought it forth. So when people say it's Hillary Clinton, it wasn't her. She did it. It was almost just like a by proxy effort because remember his slogan was moving forward, and she had something similar. We're thinking forward, and shortly after that, she began this whole think tank of how do we improve? Because I was supposed to break the glass ceiling and all these other great things because she has the same song and dance every time she runs for president. And I remember when Donald Trump was there and he said something about the whole birther thing, right? And I felt like at that moment he was actually on Hillary Clinton's side. I was like, oh, he's he's on Hillary Clinton's side. And then all of a sudden it's just like, oh no, you can't talk about that's racist. Like what?
Yeah, because
When
there's a lot of websites that are saying, yeah, a lot of websites are saying that Hillary did not start that.
right. I don't believe that so that's the thing. I want to be real about something.
Yeah,
Do I think that she had a hand in it? And that maybe some of the things that she was saying could have alluded to the fact that she believed that he was not born in the United States? Absolutely. There was
really.
something, especially when she would, question his fitness and his ability to lead the country. So it's almost just kind of like you could read between the lines type of situation with her. And then having this think tank, I think it was called Thinking Forward, and it was like really close to Barack Obama's Progress Forward or something like that, whatever his slogan was. And they were
I think
putting
his was
out,
Hope at the time.
yeah,
Hope,
yeah, and
right?
they
Yeah.
were putting out like emails and stuff like that. I think that also came out that there were some email exchanges where they were talking about whether or not they should and I think that's on the internet as well. You can actually look at the emails, and they were talking about whether or not they should question whether he is legitimately able to run for president because of his affiliation or whatever, and that they knew that he had spent some time in Indonesia and things like that. And so Hillary Clinton actually did mention, I think, something or other. She didn't exactly say it. So
Not directly, but you feel like she was sort of putting it there
yeah.
just between the lines.
Right. She was putting it out there without really saying it because let's be real. Hillary Clinton was a senator. She also was a senator with Barack Obama. She was running against him for president of the United States. So it's customary that the opponent is going to talk some trash about the other opponent. Like, let's just get real here. So she would have been privy to some information because when he was a junior senator, she was a senator as well because they had both together had fought against the 2005 they questioned the 2005 election when they lost that. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that she made these claims while running against him. You know what I mean?
So when during the Obama era or
Mhm.
his movement, at the beginning, were you for him? Do you say, "Oh,
So
this is good," or
So the jury was out. I also did not like Mitt Romney. Uh so
I don't
to be
blame you
honest,
there.
I didn't vote. I did not vote for any of them. I didn't vote for either one. And I just didn't feel like either one of them kind of tickled my fancy. But the one thing about Barack Obama, I thought it was kind of silly to question his birth. Then I kind of saw the birth certificate. I won't even go into that. But what I saw online was like, okay, what is this? But so the thing about it is that I didn't vote for him at all. And I also was not going to vote because he was black. I mean, that just was not important to me. Like, I didn't want to get to a point where you just vote for someone based off of their skin color,
So you
because I
truly
currently
don't
don't do
follow
that.
identity politics at
Oh,
all.
absolutely not. No, I
Wow.
mean, that's silly. If anyone can identify themselves however they please, right? And that is your prerogative, then whatever Trump identifies himself to be should not be an issue, right? Whatever he does. If that is what you choose to do and you choose to engage in that type of energy, that's fine. But for
I'm
me,
very
I'm an adult.
impressed. I'm very
Yeah.
impressed because at the time, I mean, Obama was everywhere. You know,
Hmm.
he was pretty much everywhere. You turn TV on, he was there. You went to school, they were talking about him. There were T-shirts everywhere about him. You
Hmm.
know, because I mean, it was a historic moment, no doubt about it. But I'm very impressed that as a Black American, you were not falling for that.
Yeah, it just wasn't there. So
You were
what I
more about policy or what he was talking
Yeah, like I
about
really wanted
rather
to
than
know
his
what he
skin
was saying.
color.
And to be honest with you, I really didn't understand anything he was saying. I don't even think he actually came up with anything substantial. I think it was more the reason why he got the vote is because he was able to play on the emotions of those old Southern black women that I was talking about that told us that, oh, they'll never make a black man president. It's just like, oh, I have to be able. What a historic moment, because I just have to vote for a black person to be president. Fuck all the policies, excuse my French. I have no clue, and I can't articulate any of the policies that he's had that he ran on. You can only mention everything that he did after, because of course you have to make yourself feel better about your vote. I get that. But I'm sorry, it's like we live in reality. Like, we do not live in Delulu land. You have to still look at policies. You have to understand that the way that the world works. You have to understand how economics works. You have to understand what our global position is in the socioeconomics of other countries, our relationships with other countries, and who is going to fill the role of the executor of the office of the United States in a capacity, in his fiduciary capacity, to represent the United States to the best of their abilities. That is what the president of the United States is supposed to do. And Barack Obama, for me, he fit maybe one or two if you wanted a black swarthy president that just looks good in the media. That's what he felt. That's to me what he looked like.
And it was a perfect storm because at the time, as you said, the economy had collapsed pretty much, right?
Pretty much, we hit it. We had a stagnant economy. We had
Yeah.
so we our job growth. We did have good job growth under Obama, but what we traded off for that is that we had no more jobs to be had, and we had a starving economy at that point. Because if
Yeah.
everyone's working and everybody's making the same thing, there's no innovation going on, because we have overregulation in the private sector with technology and things like
Yeah.
that.
I
So
mean,
there was
even
a
the stock market was like flat.
yeah, the stock market was
Um,
flat. No, I
yeah,
mean,
it was
people.
flat.
Yeah, we so
No,
we
but I mean, like
Mhm.
prior Obama, though, like the economy had collapsed under Bush, right?
It did.
And then we
Yeah,
go
we
into
had the
that
tax.
stupid war with Iraq.
Right.
And then, like you said, also the Republican side had Romney running, so it was a
Right.
disaster.
It
I
was
mean,
a
it was a
disaster.
perfect storm for the Democrats at the time.
Yeah. And I think the moment where I looked at Donald Trump and I saw, and to be honest with you, I didn't take him seriously at all. I was like, this guy's got to be joking. Is he really going to run for president? Then he started, the whole birther thing. I watched him on television. I kind of watched, I observed a lot. And he really got my ear going by the way that he talks. He's very vivacious. He says exactly what he means. He's bold. He will say whatever is on his mind. And I'm like, it made me sit up a little bit, because to be honest with you, I was bored. I'm like, who's going to run for president? I mean, just going to have the same boring cookie cutter president. We needed something to wake everybody up. And I think him stepping in that right then and there woke everyone up. But even I didn't take him seriously, because I had no idea. I had only known him as a celebrity. I hadn't known anything else about him other than everybody loved him. There was rap songs about him. He was a mogul, all of these things, right? Never heard a bad thing about
Celebrities
him.
loved them.
Right. He was
Yeah,
loved. I
yeah.
remember the pictures with Jesse Jackson. I remember all of it. Trump dated a black woman.
With
Donald
Serena
Trump.
Williams playing
Right. And then
tennis.
when I saw the show, I remember, if anybody watches Real Housewives of Atlanta, how Nene was going at Sheree, and she's telling her like, I cash Trump checks. I'm rich,
Hmm.
bitch. Like, it
Hmm.
was like
They
people,
mentioned him all the time, right?
Omarosa, yeah, all of
Yeah.
I don't, he had
They were
series
like, we
on
want to be like
Netflix.
Trump. We want to be
Right.
like Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, everybody wants to be like Trump, and I remember distinctly, even on the show, how calm, cool, and collected he was. Like the whole persona that they're trying to cast on him right now, and I understand that's for television. I get that, but that's definitely what not the world did not see. I never heard anything bad about something that he did. I never heard him get into a fight. I've never heard him get into any sort of legal trouble. He was, for all intents and purposes, he was an American playboy. He was a media sensation, and he was a real estate mogul. That's who I saw Donald Trump to be. I did
And
not see
so,
him as a serious politician.
right, and even at the beginning, as you said, it just
Right.
looked like a circus when he
It
when he
did.
announced. Yeah, and
Right.
he
But
looked
he
kind of
also,
funny, and you were like, oh, here we go. It's like the Arnold of California, right?
yeah,
When he ran for
right.
governor.
And I
But
and, and I
then,
also, like, if
go ahead.
anybody watched did anybody watch what's that one show with Kerry Washington, Scandal? And it was funny because right around the Trump presidency, like all of the stories, because I watched Scandal a lot too back then, and all of the stories with the oil mogul, the business mogul, he was like running for president, and then it ended up going to a Hispanic person. Because like a lot of the candidates during that time frame were like being mirrored on television. And the one thing that I started to notice was the media hype around Donald Trump was more than any other candidate. And I said the media isn't going to end up winning him this election because, I mean, he's getting the spotlight. It's either how ridiculous he is, right? Or is anybody actually listening to what this guy's saying?
It's crazy because they had him everywhere, and they had him to make fun of him
Right.
originally. The problem is that when he started speaking, people started paying attention,
Right.
and that's when he became into something real.
So I think so I'll tell you the kind of the moment for me. So I watched him through the debate, and I heard him call Marco Rubio a choke artist and call Ted Cruz a liar. And I mean, he was funny. Like, I would sit like after work, I'd be like, let me get my wine. Sometimes we'd be in the office, we'd be
Let me
watching
get
it.
my wine.
Yeah, let me get my
That
wine
was
and my
good.
popcorn because it was
Yeah.
pure entertainment. I'm like, this guy is tearing them up. But as I'm
He made
listening,
politics fun again, did he not?
yes, he absolutely did. Like his mean tweets. I mean, it was just like, this guy is great. Like, I liked his personality, but I still wasn't sold yet on any of the policies. And I'm listening to him and listening to him. And, when those first few debates, it's a knockdown, drag out fight. They're slinging mud. But when it comes to those one-on-one debates, is when you really want to start paying attention, because now that we've got that out the way, and it comes down to the serious candidate, and you go up someone like large and in charge like Hillary freaking Clinton. Like, she escaped prosecution for Benghazi. Okay. She is the former wife of the president of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
The
and
man,
I quote, "What difference does it make?"
right. And it's just like, this is Hillary Clinton, bro. You have no chance. Like, everybody loves her. Maybe, I don't know. You know what I mean? She's a senator. She knows more than you. And I think the realest point for me, the realest point was in the debate with Hillary, right? Because at this point, like I said, I wasn't sure. And she said,
So even though he won the Republican nomination, you were still unsure at that time.
I wasn't sure yet. Yeah, no, I
Wow,
wasn't
interesting. Okay.
exactly sold.
So
Yeah.
you were just watching the entertainment
I'm
of it. You were
watching.
still just
Yeah.
listening, and
Yep.
but still not sure who you were going to vote for at the time.
And I knew it was serious when she sat in that debate and she said that Donald Trump took advantage of the tax code and he hasn't paid enough in his taxes. And I was just like, how does she know that? Like, wait a minute, what kind of accusation is that, lady? Like, how do you know? Thinking to myself, okay, were you guys
You're
like
not his wife, so
spying on
how
him?
the hell do you
Yeah.
know? Yeah,
Like, how
right.
do you know this?
Yeah,
Like, are
you're
you
not his
like,
accountant either. So what's going on
yeah,
here?
you could have heard, like, for me, it's kind of like the floor kind of gave out, and I kind of sat back and I was like, okay, wait a minute. Why would you make a comment like that? Because why would you make that sort of accusation against this person? Like, how do you know? And then I started, your gears start turning. You're like, does she know something about him that we don't know? So I'm like, is she right? When he turned around and said, you know what? Yeah, I took advantage of the tax code, but so did you and all your special interest donors. And you sat in the Senate for a number of years and you never changed the tax code. I wonder why. Why don't you tell people why you didn't change the tax code, Hillary? That at that moment, I think I set up. That was my awakening point. Because as a business owner, as a mother, as a person who cares about the economy, and especially when it comes to the tax rate and all of those things, it made me sit up because it was probably the moment where I felt like it was the most transparent thing I had ever heard a presidential candidate say, was where they actually admitted to taking advantage as a rich person of something, but then also pointed out, you're just as rich as I am. So how dare you point the finger at me?
And your donors too.
Right.
Yeah.
And your donors are sitting there right in
Yeah.
front
How
of you.
come you're not complaining to them or
Right.
calling them out?
Exactly. So it
Yeah.
made me look at it like,
You saw her mask come off
yeah,
automatically at that point.
her mask came right off. At that
Yeah.
moment, it came right off because you would have had to, any sane person or any person with any type of brain would have sat there and thought, you know what? Why would I want to have a president who cannot even be transparent about the fact that the tax code that they also took advantage of, the people that also benefited from that wouldn't have been able to donate the campaign funds required to even get her on that stage. So it was just like the window opened up, and I'm like, okay,
And with that
this is,
statement, he basically called out not just her donors, also the
he called out
media
everyone.
owners, right? The
Yeah,
CEOs of all these companies, right?
yeah.
That are
These
putting
are
him,
all his friends.
blaming him, saying
Yeah,
that he's not paying all the taxes, but neither are you,
yeah,
right? Neither you're taking
right,
advantage of the code, which is, by the way,
right.
it's there for a reason. I mean,
It's there for a
it's
reason.
legal. Yeah,
Right. And it also made me think too, like as a business owner and a tax-paying American, I'm like, okay, well, is there something wrong? Are we not allowed to take advantage of the same tax code you wrote? This is, I mean, the tax code changes every single year, and he was right. So when I went back to actually fact check him, and I looked to see, because it changes fiscally, it changes every year. We rewrite the tax code every year, right? Or we add to it, take from it, whatever. And I see that as far as some of the things that would benefit businesses like the one that she has, the tax code hasn't changed. He was right. And so I was like, okay. So she gave an infactual statement about him, you know, not paying his taxes and all these other things, right? But he made a factual statement that's not even able to be proven, that he didn't pay anything in taxes and there was anything wrong with it. He's like, well, you wrote tax code. What? Like, you know what I mean?
and
So,
she's been there for years.
and she's been there for years, right?
Yeah.
And so shortly after that was the election, and it started to look her way. And then all of a sudden, it was like the sun came out and Donald Trump won.
So was it at that moment in that debate where you said, "I'm going to vote for Trump"?
Oh yeah. At that moment, that was my, like, I don't know if you want to call it the spark that made me fully support him. And then it was kind of like some of the other stuff that he was saying. Like I listened to a lot of everything else, but that was like the pivotal moment. Like
Yeah.
I knew it was serious because I said, this is an honest person. Why would he, like, this is not a mystery. He said everything that we already knew was happening, but that we had never heard of one rich person ever admit to anything like that.
Right. Yeah, because he
That's
didn't
what
deny
I
it. He
said.
said, "I took advantage of it, just like
Yeah,
you and your friends."
yeah.
Yeah.
But to also call her out for not changing it, I think that, and when I say it woke up the sleeping giant, it didn't wake up just him. It woke up the whole fucking, excuse my language, but it woke up the whole thing.
Right. And so at that point, did you share this with your family or friends at all? Any of this, your decision?
I did. I actually posted it on Facebook, and
And how did that go?
oh, it went fine.
Really? Oh, wow.
So I posted on there. And I was like, yeah. So I have a bit of a thing I'd like to share that I'm a conservative Republican. And I did not think that that was something that I had ever needed to share, but I remember a lot of the vitriol after that debate and some of the other things that he was saying. Of course, the media had been attacking him left and right from there, and I wanted people to know that I supported Donald Trump.
And you didn't get any like sort of negative feedback from people around you at all?
No, it was more or less you can tell that, like, I had a couple of family members that were kind of like would say some, snide comments or stuff like that, but not anybody that I'm close. Those distant relatives.
Yeah.
You
Right,
know,
right, yeah, yeah. I
um,
think I got pretty much around the same. Well, I think let me see. Yeah, I would say it was around the same distant. Yeah, it was distant relatives. You're right about that. Yeah.
yeah,
But at the time it was like it's not like now. It was pretty bad for minorities to come out as Trump supporters in 2016.
right, right,
I mean, now you're seeing more of them come out. They're like, we can't take this anymore. I mean, I don't blame them,
right,
but at the time it was more like, are you out of your mind?
yeah,
Kind of thing.
right. And then it started off that way, and then as it got kind of closer to the election, and then just kind of moving towards the more of the debates and things like that, and the more of the attacks that he was enduring in the media,
Yeah.
the more the online attacks I started seeing happen, because I had just posted that one thing, but I was more active on Twitter than anything. So I
Right.
was I was tweeting the hell out of stuff,
Right.
and I was starting to see some of the BS that was going on, and I'm just like, the media getting involved in this entire like battle is just it's crazy. And then you can see that the media definitely started to take sides.
You started to see that. Yeah, it was clear at that point.
Mhm.
Guys, I want to let you know that Mother of Dragons, she's a special guest for tonight for those joining. The topic is Blacks for Trump. She's a Black American, and she's sharing her experience of how she became a Trump supporter and why she continues to support President Trump. Mother of Dragons, I have Nabi wants to ask you a question. Do you mind if I put him on?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, let's Nabi, please go ahead, ask your question, and let's make it brief, please. I have more questions for Mother of Dragons. Go ahead.
And this is not just for her, but to the other people. Did anybody outside of myself and others bother to, at the time that it was going on, watch the impeachment trial when Trump's lawyers spoke? And did you see that?
Which lawyer? Can you be specific?
The one that showed the side by side of what Trump was saying than what the media said he said. He spoke for 41 minutes.
So can you elaborate what specific part you're referring
Yeah,
to?
what's specific?
That's a lot of a lot of stuff there. Just be specific with your question, please.
So at the beginning of the impeachment trial, it implicates our media. It really implicates the media, right? But at the beginning of the impeachment trial, he starts off, and what they did was they showed that the people that was trying to impeach Trump altered evidence. They altered video, but they were able to show it side by side, Trump's actual statements, and then what CNN altered it to say with the House, what do you call it? The people that brought on the trial. So it showed you that not only was our media altering evidence and altering his words, it shows you that you had people in the House trying to get a guy, and that should cause some worry. And I was wondering how many of us actually watched that, because if you would have watched that, you would have seen the
Okay, I
setup
got
that
you.
it was.
Yeah, I'm tracking. So,
Yeah.
oh, go
So
ahead.
go ahead, Mother of Dragons. So, guys, Nabi, the crowd is asking, the chat is asking, what are you asking? What are you referring to? So
I
what
was
he's
wondering
saying,
how many in the crowd, and if she seen took the time to watch the second. It was the second one, the
Yeah.
second impeachment trial where Trump actually put on the defense.
go ahead, Mother. You want to answer that?
So I think you're right, and we have to look at it this in one way. Is we had the Smith Munt modernization. I can't talk. I'm getting tired. That we had the act that was modernized, right?
Mhm.
And within the act, there was a few changes that were made, and one of them was the government being able to sort of fact check sources out there because they did not want any sort of disinformation. And what that simply, to me, what that simply means is that uh, what the media believes, or whatever government entity or whatever government agency is in charge of that would do, or if the government, wanted something else put out that was factual, um, by their standards. And so the media had
Okay.
free reign to sort of interpret however things that they wanted to interpret. And I think what we saw is the media's interpretation of what Donald Trump was saying versus what he actually said. It's almost just like, well, if you read between the lines, this is what he really meant. But there was no factual basis or anything else like that to back that up.
Uh-huh.
Who's that?
And it was worse than that because they altered. So Trump would say something, the media would alter the words, put new words in, and
Right.
then
Like,
they would ask it in
this
a
is what he
question.
really meant when he said this, right? Instead of his exact words where we can read full context. It was almost just like, it's like, America, you're not smart enough to actually listen to
There
what
it
he's
is.
saying and taking it at face value.
Yeah. Too heavily edited.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and there was another side by side where they cut and pasted. All right, and this was in the thing, but it was the Democratic. I forget what you call them, the accusers, but they cut and pasted things and then used it as evidence. Like all the other stuff that they did, and I was
taking one part
wondering
of
why there wasn't a lot of outrage with people about that when you cut and paste evidence to try to make somebody. And I was like, wow, what's up with that too?
I think there was outrage, but the media doesn't highlight that outrage. They only highlight the outrage of their side. That's what I think. Mother, you want to respond to that? Thank you,
Yeah,
Nabi, by the way.
I think people had begun to develop this trust in media based off of the way that Barack Obama was treated. So a lot of the things, and you could tell he was no longer running for president. He had served 2 terms. And so for him to have such like specific opinions about the incoming president and being in support of a woman who dragged him all over social media and on the media stage when she was running against him, for him to throw his support behind that. And then also, I think that a lot of the Democrat influence was waning. The Democrats at that time did not have the House. Donald Trump was president. The Republicans were in power. And they still, even though the Republicans were in power, I think on the Republican side, the weak part of it was that the Republicans were not willing to stand behind Trump, and very few were. And so you saw that a lot of them became weak. They became weak sauce because they knew that they weren't going to be able to win an election. Because, and the other thing was, is Donald Trump is a rogue. He went against the Republicans on many fronts as well when they were not right.
Well, you remember, even originally, he was attacked by the Republican Party.
Yeah,
They were echoing the same message that the Democrats and the media was echoing. I mean, he was almost solo at the beginning.
He was.
Yeah.
You can kind of look at him as a lone wolf, even though he ran with the Republicans. He ran with the Republican Party. It was almost just like they weren't willing to support him, and you had very few in Congress that would.
So why do you think that What do you think that at the time when he was running, there was a scandal every other, I'm not sure, month or week or whatever. And it seemed like one was worse than the other, what the media
Yeah.
was showing, right? So
Yeah.
everyone said, even the biggest political pundits, oh, he's done. His career is over. His political career is over. And also as a reality star, he's done everywhere. He's done. And his
Yeah.
numbers went up, or his support remained
Absolutely.
strong. Why do you think that happened?
I think that the American people, the patriots of this country, wanted to see us continue to push forward to kind of drain the swamp. And when he started exposing both sides, again, I felt like we finally had some transparency within our government. We had a president who was willing to put himself on the line to expose things that were not right, and to really start to have this country, get our country back to to be respected as a military superpower, as a economic superpower, get us back on track where we can bring our jobs home. Let's bring our jobs back from outside countries that don't pay, they barely invest in America or anything else like that. They don't pay their rightful dues. They're not contributing to the on the world stage socioeconomically, and we lost a lot of our jobs to other countries. We had trade agreements that were terrible. We had we had no way, we weren't securing our southern border the way that we should have been. We needed to put America back first, put America back in the driver's seat, because essentially we had pretty much piecemealed our country out while Barack Obama was president. I mean, everything that we did was basically, we put,
Apologizing.
yeah, we put everything out there, and we were paying off the wazoo to kind of keep our standing. And I think that we needed a leader. I know we needed a leader that was going to be able to go to China and tell them, look, you're not going to do this anymore. We're going to bring our jobs back home. And we're also going to, you know, raise tariffs. We're going to raise import and export fees on you because you're not paying your fair share. We should not be the world's police, but then at the same time pay for everything. That's not the way we do business.
Right. And nobody was talking like that at the time. No
No, nobody
politician
was
was
talking
saying
about that at all.
anything like that. He was
No.
just on his own like level at that point.
Right.
And so, was this maybe the first time that we've seen the American people totally ignore the media, or maybe one of those rare moments?
I think that,
Because, like you said, I mean, and these personal attacks or scandals that they were covering in regards to Trump at the time, candidate Trump, it was more like on a personal level. Because again, he was never a politician,
right.
so it was all personal level. But the American people was like they didn't even care.
No, they didn't. And I think that America, when we spoke up in that election and we came out and we voted for who we believe was the best fit, to have that kind sort of undermined it by the outgoing administration and the Democrats who had lost effectively. They had lost the House, they had lost the presidency, and it was time for them to sort of get out of the way. So I think, in the spirit of doing some sort of damage control to try to keep them from looking as miserable as they were, it's just like, hey, we're going to deploy the media to do so. But then we also have to ask ourselves, why would the media do something like that instead of staying, neutral and reporting things on both sides and actually giving the American people what they wanted? I think it was because what Donald Trump was saying about special interest donors, some of these same special interest donors we started finding out were in charge of these media corporations that were in the back pocket of the Democrats. And we saw that being exposed through and through. And when we saw that, I think that woke up a lot of people.
And so when that happened, right around that time, you're saying, okay, this is my guy. I'm going to vote for him. And then you are watching the mainstream media telling you that the poll numbers suggest Hillary's going to destroy Trump on election day. you still say, nope, I'm going to vote for him regardless. Walking into election day, do you think you were voting for the losing candidate at that time?
No, I knew that there was no way in the world that the Democrats were going to be able to have a solid footing to be able to win an election. I
Even though
mean,
all of these poll numbers showing on the mainstream media were telling you that Hillary was going to win, you still didn't believe it.
no, because at that point I had already seen what the media was doing, and it was basically trying to save the Democratic Party. Because had that not been the case, if they were not able to do that or to make the Democratic Party look better, then I mean it would spell doom, and a
So
lot of
you
the special interest donors would have been very, very upset.
so you were confident that Trump was going to win.
Oh, absolutely. I knew it
And
was.
then so that night, by the way, me too. I was like one of the few ones within my friends and family. I said he's going to win. They were like, "No, he's
Yeah,
not." I said, "He's going to win. I'm telling you."
yeah,
You can see it like in his rallies. You can see the difference between him and Hillary's movement, and the
yes,
crowd. You can tell that it was totally different. So
right.
the election results come in, and it was way past midnight, as I remember,
hmm
and they announced that Hillary called to concede. What was your reaction?
So I actually stayed up all night watching. So I got to see it firsthand. I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone. We were on speaker. And I remember sitting there and I said, "Girl, Hillary just conceded." And we're like, "Does that mean Donald Trump won?" And we had a little semi party over the phone. And so I was just like, I knew it. And it felt good. It was just like, okay, we did it. We won. We fooled the naysayers. We rose above. Hopefully at this point, I also thought that maybe that with that concession, or that she said that she was not gonna, that she hadn't won in her kind of half-assed way. Um, all right, we're back
By
to
the way,
business.
she didn't even speak that night. By the way,
Yeah, it's just like you kind of saw the meltdown happen. There was like, all the videos and stuff that came out afterwards of people having these complete and utter meltdowns. It was pretty comical. So I think the aftermath, it was kind of initially quiet in the beginning, and then in the morning it was like the calm before the storm, and then in the morning it was all hell had broken loose. The floodgates had opened.
by the way, what was your reaction when you saw all these liberals crying and stuff like that?
I thought it was ridiculous. I'm just like, wow.
Even some minorities were saying, "Oh, we're screwed," like this country's
Yeah.
finished. World War III,
Yeah,
the
which
stock
is
market is going to collapse.
that was
Gays are going
wild.
to suffer. Blacks are going to suffer. Like all this stuff. Latinos are going to suffer. What do you think about that at the time?
I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was just like, you guys are a bunch of snowflakes. Like, seriously, like, are you that afraid that all of your rights are going to be taken away? Or, all of these like overly over the top dramatic reactions, um, where it was I mean, it was like a nail biting thing, but a lot of Americans weren't even awake, because I do believe that there was a great portion of America that believed Hillary was going to win, and they went to sleep and they figure, "Oh, I'll wake up in the morning like I always do, and oh, we have a new president, and we go about our business." That's at least what I thought. But I didn't anticipate the amount of reactions. Like, the floodgates had opened and people were just, I mean, they were going crazy on
I
both
grabbed my
sides.
popcorn, by the
Yeah.
way. I grabbed my popcorn again for that. That
Yeah.
was hilarious.
Yeah, it was just like, wow, are we really like, what's going on here? Why such emotional outburst over someone winning, and then accusing this person of like doing these things? And you never heard any of this during the campaign. That's the thing that
Exactly. You
was
never heard
crazy.
it.
You never
Yeah.
heard him say even like one single ounce of anything against the LGBTQ plus community, or
Yeah.
about taking anyone's rights away. And then, as far as like being conservative, I didn't even see that as well, because I had known that he was pro-choice before, and all that other stuff. So it was just wild. I'm just like, where is this coming from? Like, this, it didn't even seem real. It did
The
not seem.
brainwashing
Yeah,
was and is so powerful.
yeah,
Mother of Dragons, I have Wowzers wants to ask you a question. Do you want me to put him on?
sure.
Okay, Wowzers, go ahead. You can ask one or two questions from Mother of Dragons here, special guest. Go ahead.
just came across the line. Is the black woman a Trump supporter? Are y'all Trump supporters? I'm just confused. What's going on here?
Okay, Mother of Dragons, he's asking if you're a Trump supporter. Go ahead.
Yes, I am.
Okay, can I ask you one question? And I don't want to be diverted and say, well, I want to know what Biden did. I just want a straightforward answer. Okay, now, how in the world could you vote for Trump? And while the George Floyd protest was going on, peaceful protest, he used his own military to throw smoke bombs at your people. Use the military to throw smoke bombs at your brothers and sisters out there peacefully protesting for George Floyd. Why do you think he gives two damns about you? And what does the Republican Party have for you that you're gonna like? No, just answer that first question. He
All
threw
right.
smoke bombs on your brothers and sisters.
So as far as my brothers and sisters, I'm part Native, I'm part African, and I'm also part Irish.
Are
So
you
my
black?
brothers
Do you
and
consider yourself
so
black?
I know people would refer to me as black, but I refer to myself as an American. I'm also a Native American. I'm also a Black American.
Okay,
I'm
even if
also
he was white,
Irish
what do
American. So
you
I'm an American.
even if he was
That's it.
white, what do you think about him throwing
I
smoke
can't think like a
bombs?
white person. I don't know how white people think.
Okay, just
I'm an
answer the
American.
question. What do you
So
think if it was an
so you did
alien?
ask me. So you did ask me one part. Then you asked me another question. So I'd like to finish answering your first question before we get to another question.
If it was an alien
So
out there, I don't
so
give a
Okay,
damn.
hold on, Wowzer. Let her answer because you asked your question. Let her answer. So the first question was, how do you feel about the George Floyd protests? Correct?
And him
Yeah, so
throwing smoke
right.
bombs
So
on
Right. Okay. So let's stick to that question first. Go ahead.
Right. So as far as like my brothers and sisters, I really don't support anyone burning down any businesses or ruining neighborhoods.
No, it was a peaceful protest.
So let me
It
finish,
was a
please.
peaceful
Thank you.
protest.
I
All right,
don't.
Wowzer, let her finish
If
answer.
it
Yeah, but
was
she
a
giving
peaceful,
misinformation.
if it was a peaceful protest, then what happens according to the Constitution and Posse Comitatus 1878, and also the Insurrection Act and the provisions of said Insurrection Act, the President of the United States can call upon he actually threatened to do that. It actually never went to fruition. He threatened to send the military down there and he didn't have to, but that would be by section 252, either 251 through 255 of that act, the Insurrection Act, that actually allows the President of the United States either by overstepping the governor or by governor's request. So it was actually the governor's request that went up to the president, and the president was going to meet that request. He could have overrode the governor of that state, but he did not. He threatened to send the military down there. And it also, section 253 also states that he would actually have to tell people on television that he is going to send the military down if they do not disperse. And that is what he did. Trump followed the law.
Okay, I'm going to give you a chance to respond. Wowzers, go ahead. Wowzers, you have to unmute. Go ahead. You can respond.
Name some policies that the Republicans have put forward since Biden has been in office that you're fighting so hard for.
Since Biden, you said?
No, I said
So
since he's
I've
been in office.
Yeah, so I'm not a Democrat at all.
Okay.
I've never voted Democrat, and so I've had my experience with the Democrat Party, and none of the policies really affect me at all. And they really don't hold any of my interests. So I'm a business owner, former prosecutor. I have children, I have a husband, and we have businesses as well. And so my primary station in life is to make sure that I provide a great life for my kids and also a great life for myself, and that I'm happy. And one of those things, the biggest thing, is the economy. And so Republicans tend to do things that actually favor me as a business owner and that have made my business thrive for as long as it has. So I also do support smaller government interaction. I do believe that the more away from the government that you are, you don't have the government in your business, because I don't like the government. I don't trust the government. I don't want them in my business. So the less that I actually have to interact with the government, meaning that I don't have to have them in my finances. I don't need them in my personal life telling me what to do. I also don't need their help for anything, so I don't have to rely on social programs or anything else like that. The freer American I could be. So that's why I would support the Republican Party. And as far as Democrats, I have no problem with Democrats. I do think that they stand on a platform that does that does, look at people who those are things that are least important to them, and maybe social issues are important, and that's perfectly fine. I have no issue with that. But for me, as a staunch capitalist, I care about the economy. I care about what happens to these interest rates. I care about how much taxes I'm going to pay. I care that I'm able to put money away for my kids for college. I'm able to pay for two of my kids that have gone through college. I have to know that what I'm doing out here is also going to benefit my entire community, and not just people that look like me.
So pretty
Okay.
much you just in it for the money.
Okay, hold on,
Yeah, I'm a
Walters, because
capitalist, bro. Yeah.
okay, I
that
want to
sounds
just
about right.
hold on, Walters. Give me a second, because he mentioned earlier that you were spreading misinformation when it comes to the protests of George Floyd. I just want to read this article here. You can Google it. Outside the third police precinct was turned into mayhem. He said, and I quote, "The target is getting looted. We are not going to be able to handle this on our own," recalled Mayor Jacob Frey, who called Governor Tim Walz and asked for the National Guard. The governor said he would consider the request. Afterward, he expressed surprise that the city leaders did not seem to have a plan for where they wanted the soldiers to go. As the night wore on, dozens of buildings burst into flames without a fire crew in sight. A 6-story apartment building that was still under construction collapsed into a ball of fire. A high-tech factory was set ablaze. Residents called 911 desperate for help, but dispatchers were overwhelmed. I think Walters left as I was reading that article there, that part. I wonder why.
Yeah. So yeah, simply Trump followed the law. I mean, I'm all for peaceful protesting. However, if it starts to turn deadly, or people are starting to get hurt and it's running out of control, like, there is a chain of command. And so, like I said, the request was made by the governor. Trump threatened to send them down. He followed the law exactly how he was supposed to. And I think more nominally that we should look at the fact that I think that the movement itself had been hijacked by people that did not actually support the movement. They just supported the sensationalism behind it.
And that's why I like to pull up articles during the live, because he said you were spreading misinformation. So I wanted you to just correct that, because he wasn't peaceful all the way.
Yeah, I mean that is a fact.
And he left. And he left as I was reading that. Interesting. Mother of Dragons, quick question. Christina in the chat said that you were never a prosecutor, and then she said, "I don't know why people lie." Do you know her? Does she know you?
No. So I'll tell you, when I first came on here, I was actually going live from my law office, and a lot of people that know me, that have been following me for over a year, they would see me at work. I was in my office. I used to work downtown in the city, about 40 minutes away from my house. And that's where I used to go live from. And you could see everything on the wall. I mean, there was. No,
I asked because she's saying that that's not true. So I wonder if you know her.
Yeah. So of course, with people and their very severely poor doxing skills, attempted to dox me because I'm pretty controversial as being a Black Trump supporter, being a melanated person who supports Trump. I think that they believe that it was their duty to try to investigate or try to call out people, because unfortunately they couldn't beat me in a debate. So I left being a prosecutor, Christina, before I started going private. That was a very long time ago. And I stopped to finish my business. So I own a real estate company. And that's
Copy.
what I did. So
Copy.
yeah, I worked in a practice as well, and I did that for a little bit of time because, like I said, I have my kids. And some of the information I put out there was to troll people and to do things like that. But I mean, I've shown my bar license number, I've shown a lot of things, and people still want to run around with this whole rumor. I've I've even gone live, and people have seen me in court. I've shown myself walking into a courtroom before. Like
Yeah.
I mean, like I've done more than what I should have been required to do, and I'm not really worried. Um,
Well, the comment section is
yeah.
suggesting that maybe Christina's a little bit jealous of you. I don't know if that's true, but
It could be because I've also had people on here that are attorneys that I'm friends with, and if one thing that they would not be able to do is stand with someone who isn't one.
got
You know
it.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, and I'm not even trying to flex or anything else like that, but I don't have 20,000 followers for no reason. So
Okay.
yeah,
Copy. Well,
right.
shots fired. I have Smell My Finger wants to join. That's a username, by the way. I don't
Yeah.
know. What do you think? It's kind of shady username. Should we let him ask a question?
Sure, I'm all for it.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
call him
just a
Finger.
it's
How
just
about
a
that? Go ahead,
username.
Finger. You can ask.
It's just a username, guys. It ain't nothing to it.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead.
I'm not a crazy person. Well, maybe a little. But no, I just wanted to say that I don't care if these people think you're a lawyer or they don't or they doubt whatever you say. They can't doubt what's coming out of your mouth, and you're bitch slapping every one of them. So you keep it on, girl. You do your thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you
I
so much,
mean,
Finger.
I ain't never seen so many people get bitch slapped in such a short amount of time in my life. I mean, good God, keep it up.
We will. We
I'm glad.
will.
I'm glad. I'm so. It's refreshing to see people that actually have common sense and logic and reasoning abilities. I swear, the
Yeah.
Democrats, they want to sit there and talk about, oh, there's no problem at the border. Oh, the economy's great. Oh, fucking everything's wonderful. I mean, what is wrong with them? I mean, are they that lost into their bullshit? I just don't get it.
Yeah. It's not reflecting what's happening in the streets. You know
It
what they
really
show
isn't,
on.
man.
It's not reflecting at all. Yeah.
And
Thank you for
most
that.
average Americans are getting killed. You know, most average Americans, we're getting killed by this stuff. And I'm one of them. I mean, I got a raise for the last 2 years in a row because I worked my butt off for it, and it didn't. I couldn't even tell I got a raise because everything's so damn expensive now. I'm spending more money on ever just food and electricity and ridiculous stuff I didn't used to have to even worry about.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that a lot. You know, even people that reply to my videos, they're just definitely echoing that message. And again, it's not reflecting what the White House is saying, what the mainstream media is saying, that everything is so beautiful out there. You know, it's not reflecting that, at least from what I'm seeing.
You know, and you know, I
Yeah.
got a lot of respect. And they always want to talk about the indictments and stuff, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if y'all know Judge Joe Brown, and you know he's a real judge, but he did a TV show, and everybody wants to kind of ridicule him. But he read through all the indictments, and that man, you can just hear it in his voice, and he's a very logical man, and he read that stuff, and you know what? I didn't even have to read it because Judge Joe Brown read it, and he said it's a bunch of horse shit. So for Judge Joe Brown to come out and put his reputation on the line for to tell everybody, you know what, that's a bunch of horseshit. And nobody just to discredit him altogether. Oh, he's just a TV judge. No, he was a judge for a long time. I think he understands how to read legal documents and tell what's going on. You know, I mean, give
Yeah,
me a break.
and not only him, a lot of legal pundits have said similar things. So it's just, you know, again, the double standard and how the media is focusing on all this stuff. Well, like you mentioned, you know, people are struggling to survive right now in the country. It's a shame. It really is.
It really is. But
Yeah.
hey, I just wanted to say that she is great. I'm glad I stopped by this live. I see your videos all the time, man. I love your videos, but for some reason I miss your lives. I don't know why, but I don't ever see you when you go live.
You got to go
But
on my
I love you, big
profile and
bro.
hit the alarm icon bell.
Thank you. I didn't know
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, hit
All
that.
right.
But yeah,
I'll
anyway,
definitely
Monday
do
through
that.
Fridays, I'm here after 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Just FYI. Yeah,
But y'all guys, y'all just keep doing what you're doing because maybe somebody will actually, get rid of their veil of stupidity and actually listen to what you got to say and figure it out. I mean, that's the only thing I can hope for. But I just don't understand the blinders. I mean, why wear blinders? If I seen something that Trump was doing that was terrible, I would tell people. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to
absolutely.
believe a bunch of a witch hunt from people that had no problem with Trump until the very freaking day he announced he was running as a Republican. It started the very next day, and it hasn't let up for 8 freaking years, guys. So
Yeah.
y'all can say what you want, and you sit there and talk about, well, how can y'all follow Trump? How can we not follow Trump? He is saying what we're fucking thinking, you motherfuckers. And I'm sorry
All
to
right.
cuss, but that's the way I fucking feel.
Okay. Thank you, Finger. I gotta let you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're just trying to protect the lab, guys. But Finger, you're always welcome here. Just we got to watch out with the language here. Okay, mother of dragons. So, what do you think about that? You see how people are, they're very upset of what's happening out there, and it's not reflecting what the numbers from the White House, what they're reporting.
Yeah, so to kind of fast forward from the initial phase and then just kind of what we're seeing today as far as like Trump, the indictments, and a lot of these things are stemming from, or one of the things that it actually stems from is, initially him in the impeachment proceedings. And I believe that there's been a push ever since he became president to delegitimize his presidency. So remember, we had Hillary Clinton and Jamie Raskin, um, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, all of the usual suspects. In the beginning, we're talking about that Donald Trump was an illegitimate president. This was the narrative: is that the election was taken and from them, and it was due to Russian disinformation, it was due to Russian interference, all of those things. And then so here comes things like the Steele dossier and the Mueller report. So we have those things come out. We find there was no collusion. We find that the information, the intel was wrong. The election was not taken, despite the fact that the
And it
process.
wasn't a crime to question the election at that time, right?
No, at that time it was no, it was not a question. She was allowed to freely express how she felt, and I think the biggest thing about that is that as a woman, and that's pretty much all she had going for her at that time, that she was kind of getting bullied by Donald Trump because he had some very strong things to say about her that she did lose, but I think that she expected a level of respect that he was not willing to give, and I think that's what we call matching energy. And she put out a lot of inflammatory things and he fired back, and when people would fire at him, he fired back, and he just didn't put up with that. He would
So
walk.
do you? So
Yeah.
just to clarify, so do you think you think that would label him as a bully, or you think he was actually just replying to the attacks originally?
I think if you're better at I think if you're better at um defending yourself, you're better at hitting back at someone who hit at you. And if you take the high road, that's not always the best course of action, because it's, oh, just take the high road, just take it on the chin. Well, he wasn't willing to do that, and I think it speaks to who he is as a person as well, because he's not able to be as successful as he is and to command the respect that he commanded from other world leaders if he did not have you could tell in his body language. When Donald Trump walked into a room and there's like videos of him like kind of pushing guys out of the way, and what did they do? They didn't retaliate because he was Donald John Trump. There was a respect, the way he pulled them in when he spoke to them or when he shook their hand. He did it to Vladimir Putin. He exercised that masculine energy. And I think that's kind of where a lot of the things that we get nowadays with the whole identity politics and the whole white privilege thing is just like, oh, a black man wouldn't have been able to get away with that. Well, I'm sorry, but anybody who is on that level and you can ask Robert Smith. I don't think anybody. He's the richest black man in America. If you ask Robert Smith today, does he have the intimidation factor? I don't. I think his name alone would probably command respect. So, I mean, I think that what was essentially what was happening was the makings of making Donald Trump look like the bully. That everything that he was doing was because he has overly masculine, and now it turns into he doesn't respect women because he wouldn't talk to a woman like that. Well, if you step inside the arena with a bear and you buck up to that bear, you better be ready for what's going to happen to you. And I don't think that they were anticipating that with him.
And he's also from New York too,
Mhm.
by the way. We're very straightforward. By the way, are you from the East Coast area or?
I am from the Midwest in the great state of Ohio.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Perfect. Um, what's the weather over there right now, by the way? Just
It's
curious.
it's kind of chilly, but you know what? It's funny because I went to the store yesterday with my daughter. She just turned 17, and she likes to tell me what to do in the grocery store. And it's funny because we were getting out of the car, and she's like, "Mom," she's like, she's like, "Do you notice like we're the only like people in Ohio are the only people that don't go outside with a coat on in 32-degree weather?" I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what? Yeah, like we're just hoodies and sweatshirts and sweatpants. When it starts snowing, we might put a coat on.
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, I'm telling you, well, here it's, I'm from New York, New Jersey area, but I live in Nevada now. And here the weather is like, in the morning could be like 39 right now anyway. And then
yeah,
in the day could be like 70, it's like later in the afternoon could go to
right.
like 65, 70. So it's like up and down right now. By the way, happy birthday to Mini Mother of Dragons right there.
Oh well, thank
Um,
you.
yeah. Okay. So then, all right. So then Trump wins, and then he gets on, and then you start seeing that the Democrats and Hillary start questioning the election.
For sure.
Right, during a lot of interviews, and the mainstream media keeps pushing this narrative. But it wasn't illegal at that time. It wasn't considered a crime, nothing like it is now after 2020.
No.
So at the time, did you did you get like second thoughts, like, hey, maybe they have a point, or you just knew it was BS completely?
So with anything, I like to try to look at things objectively. And from the time, like I said, when he was running for president, and I started to notice the way that the media was treating him, and at this moment, it just kind of turned to everything that he had done was a joke. It was, this guy can't be serious. He's a terrible president. He's not even the real president. So it was just kind of like then you heard Maxine Waters saying like the road to impeachment begins today. Like he would, the ink wasn't even dry on January 6th of 2017, before he even took office. They had already had started to formulate this plan that they were going to make things very, very difficult for him. And I don't think Donald Trump, he's a smart guy, and part of his business is to be able to forecast how well or how bad he's going to do and whether or not it's worth his investment. Otherwise, he would not be the billionaire that he is today. He didn't get there making poor decisions. So I
Definitely need to do our own research. It's very crucial. I mean, look at like that guy said. He said that you were lying about the protest. I pull up the article. Some were peaceful, but some were not peaceful. But he thinks everything was peaceful in his mind. Everything was peaceful because that's what the media promotes.
right.
And they highlight that. Yeah, Trump, he sent the National Guard to a peaceful protest full of Black Americans. And then, that headline gets you angry right away.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Because of course and then again, like the onslaught of the media at the time and them sort of siding with uh, you know, the naysayers and all of the people who had an issue with Donald Trump. But what I don't think they were also not, they also weren't anticipating the fact that he was actually going to be pretty successful with a lot of the endeavors that he had. So as far as like the media information, what I did thoroughly enjoy is watching him sort of troll the media, but at the same time, you know, he was telling the truth when he would say that the media doesn't like Trump because the things that Trump does, they never highlight any of the good things he does. But when if he makes a mistake or he drinks his water in a funny way or does anything else like that. And so I find that at that point, he thought it was so comical that he started playing and trolling the media, just like he is now. It's just pretty much, I am whatever you say I am. It's fine. If that's what you want to do, and you're not even going to highlight the many good things that he did. They never did that. They never gave him that opportunity. It was always about get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. And then when you also had media news stations like Fox News that were seemingly calling out other news stations for their BS, it was an all-out war. And that's where they feel like, you know, Trump's at fault for the media war. But, you know, some of the media that took sides, so people never could say, oh, the Smith Modernization Act, you're full of it. Well, why do you also all of a sudden start recognizing left and right wing media? That was all by design. It was intended to be that way. That's
And
exactly what was supposed to happen.
and like you said, they never highlighted anything that he did that was good before being president and after. They just focused on his bad things, or they wanted to make it look bad anyway and manipulate everything. And to me, that's when I started to realize there's something deeper here going on than than what we can see or what meets the eye, because it's like I've never seen that before. I didn't see that with Obama. I didn't see that with Romney. You know, I don't think even Bush. And they did, criticize, but it wasn't like this. This is like totally different.
It wasn't. So I'll give an example. One of the clearest cut examples that I could say is when Trump ran on the promise that he was going to build the wall, make Mexico pay for it. What ended up happening, and I think what that was is that what really overshadowed everything was the fact that we had over 6,000 miles of unchecked border wall. We had a dilapidated border wall. We had areas of penetration that were vulnerable. We had sort of a mess and an array of things with our former Department of Homeland Security and with USCIS. And it was kind of a complete and utter mess, because remember when Jay Johnson under Barack Obama, remember when they did all of those raids and they were sending separating women, children from their parents, from their mothers. A lot of them were coming over there single mothers, and they were separating them when they did all of those raids, and they were sent back to Guatemala. They were sent back to Venezuela. They were sent back to these countries to be oppressed. And when
He was called the deporter in chief, by the
called
way.
the reporter in chief, yeah. And so it was in complete shambles. It's almost just like we focus so much on these deportations, but look at the border wall. We need to be able to secure our border so that we don't have to separate women and children from themselves and put in cages. And that's what Donald Trump's message was, and what they turned it into was saying is that he just wanted to keep out Mexicans. So it's just almost just like he never said that, but who in the media wrote that story and thought, oh, he must be talking about Mexicans, and then had the entire audacity to call him racist? Well, why is it in your brain that only Mexicans are the ones coming across the border, and why the border wall's damaged? No, it's been damaged because it has not been funded properly in years. There was no contingency to fix the border wall either, and Congress wasn't paying enough attention to it. The previous presidents weren't paying enough attention or even putting money into fixing the border wall situation. And so what did Donald Trump do? And even though he was resistant on every back and front about fixing the border wall, he secured the funding to be able to do so. They bought the material and all of those things. More importantly, you had the U.S. Mexico Canada agreement, and you can fact check me on this. Donald Trump put out a tweet. He said, listen, when we were having issues at the border, right? He told Mexico, he said, look, I will raise a 5% tariff. This was in the U.S. Mexico Canada agreement, that if they did not secure their southern border, that he would impose those 5% tariffs. Trump was out to play dirty. And that's what the media wanted to put out, that he was out there to play dirty. And in
Yeah,
all
and that's
actuality, it was
go ahead.
I'm sorry, in all actuality, what he was doing is he was instituting that policy that Mexico had to secure their southern border to give us time to fix what we needed. How in the world, if we have an influx of immigrants at the border, are we going to fix a border wall? We have to have time to be able to do so. We need you to secure those people so that we don't have these border penetrations, and we can have people coming over here through the legal means, right? And but that absolutely didn't happen. And so what did we have a Congress do? That stonewalled him the entire time. So when he put out that he would raise a 5% tariff on Mexico, Mexico responded accordingly, and they sent their military down to the southern border, and that's where you started to see the numbers drop.
And I want to just verify that she asked to pull it up, and this is per the TexasTribune.org. Trump says U.S. to impose a 5% tariff on all Mexican imports beginning June 10th in a dramatic escalation of border clash. This was released on May 30th, 2019, if you guys want to Google it. Okay, just a brief read here. President Trump on Thursday said he would impose a 5% tariff on all goods entering from Mexico unless it stopped the flow of illegal immigration to the United States. A dramatic escalation of his border threats that could have sweeping implications for both economies.
Yes. And so with the Democrats at the time, what they were trying to push out is that this was a racist border wall, and that he just wanted to keep out Mexicans, because what would happen is if they imposed a 5% tariff on Mexico, then that would sort of devastate their economy. And so what the reaction would be is either Mexico was not going to comply and it would devastate their economy, which, oh my God, where are our housekeepers and our people that are going to pick our oranges going to come from? Of course, the racist Democrats all did not want that to happen, because they rely on that being able to pay low wages to these people, right? And they wanted to be able to make sure that the tax flow going in and out of, or they're able to, go down to Mexico and get their procedures done
Yeah.
here, and that it wouldn't create a hostile environment for vacationing, people going on vacation. What we also needed to care about is that what was that going to do if we could not secure our southern border? It's going to make our nation look weak. Okay. It's going to allow for the influx of anyone and everyone coming across our southern border now that they know that we have a border that's not secure. And I don't think that they wanted it to come out that we had issues down there. And this is the reason for that. And that previous administrations largely ignored it. It was a way to protect Barack Obama.
And
He
it's so
protected the
funny,
border.
and it's so funny because the Democrats always accuse the Republicans of being racist. Yet they
Right.
say comments like that, the racist comments that you mentioned, that they always say about, oh, who's going to do this, who's going to do that.
Right.
Very racist comments. And
Right.
so, so why do you think that the Biden administration is not doing something like this right now?
So
Like with Mexico, being the crisis that we have right now at the border.
So I think that after Trump's policies, and we saw that, and then we can't even really go into the whole Rona, because that's a whole other situation. But I think in the aftermath of the economy and the direction that we were going in at the time, we also saw, what I actually saw out of the Biden administration is that even though he actually repealed a lot of the policies that Trump had instituted, and they were kind of silly to do. I think it was kind of just more or less, to me it was kind of specific but silly, and I can get into that a little bit later. But what I did see is that with repealing some of those things, he also did keep a lot of those things, just like the $35 for the insulin, Trump's exact plan. He also did the same thing when it came to the border wall about, he's like, hey, I'm going to have to impose a 5% tariff. Now, if the U.S. Mexico Canada agreement, the provisions of that were supposed to be racist, and how Joe Biden actually used the same thing when he said he was going to impose a 5% increase on the tariffs for aluminum imports and exports out of Mexico. So he used the same law, the same agreement, even though they said that this was rooted in racism, which is crazy to me. So as far as what I see with the Biden administration and their handling of it, I think that we're seeing exactly what the Democrats have done in the past, and is reminiscent of what Barack Obama had done, which is absolutely nothing. We don't need to spend that sort of money, but what we can do is we can spread our interests out further into the world. So what did he do? In April of this year, he instituted an act that would allow for smaller, for asylum seekers to get in these small areas, like between Guatemala and Mexico and Venezuela, where they set up these little checkpoints of where they can, hey, let's check your documents, make sure everything you need while you make your way to the United States to claim asylum. So, and the Guatemalan president, and you can look this up too, the Guatemalan president actually came out and stated that he was actually against that. When Anthony Blinken and Mayorkas, he requested, look, why don't you just give us money to secure our border? We don't want these people coming into Guatemala either. Like, we don't want that. We're trying to do a new thing. He's a pretty conservative president. They ignored him. And they said, oh, well, our president said that we're going to set up some checkpoints here, and pretty much you just have to deal with it.
I want to just touch base on a couple of things you said there. But first, you mentioned that Biden also he also opposed a tariff to Mexico.
Yeah, he also threatened to impose a 5% tariff on aluminum. He did that, I want to say, maybe last year.
I'm trying to look it up. Let me see. I'd see here. Let's see. Aluminum. Let's see. It says that this is per the tax foundation. It's loading. Okay, so the Trump administration imposed nearly $80 billion worth of new taxes on American key findings on Americans by leaving tariffs on thousands of products valued approximately at $380 billion in 2018 and 19. The Biden administration has kept most of the Trump administration tariffs in place. That's what you mean, right?
Yes.
Yeah, even though the mainstream media said it was racist.
Correct.
Okay, so they're still sort of keeping a lot of his stuff that he implemented. Interesting.
Yep. Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I also wanted to touch base on what you said about the checkpoints. That supposedly that was to create the checkpoints to check documentation and all that stuff, right? And I believe they asked for money too, as you said, correct?
So as far as
I think didn't the U.S. send money to Panama? Let me look it up right now.
I believe so, and I think we also did send money to Venezuela as well. We also did something, and I can't exactly remember what it was, but I believe that there was some oil agreements or on the land leases. When he locked up all the land leases for the oil here in the United States, no more drilling in the U.S. There were land leases. There was like over 6,000 some odd land leases, or 600 some odd like that, that went to companies outside of the United States. I can't exactly remember what it was, but there was something like that.
So I wanted to touch base on that real quick because it's a little bit difficult to find news on immigration specifically because there's so many articles out there. Could be here for like an hour or two just researching that. But I do know that is correct. There are certain checkpoints, whether they're run by Americans or not, I'm not sure. I don't think so, because that we haven't seen that yet where it's been announced.
Right.
Excuse me, a little bit under the weather there. Okay, so the reason why I bring that up is because yesterday I actually had a migrant as a special guest. Ooh. And I was interviewing her. Yeah, I was interviewing her, and maybe some of the audience here, they watched last night's episode, and she said very shocking things last night. Very shocking things. One of the things that she said was that she went, Venezuelan migrant, by the way. She went to Colombia. From Colombia, she went through the jungle, the Darien Gap, and then from there to Panama, a section where it's controlled by the United Nations. And then from there, she made her way up through Central America. I can't remember specifically country by country, but it was something like Costa Rica, then Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico. Again, the order in between might not be exact, but it was something like that. But as I was going through the interview process with her, and she was saying, yeah, there was checkpoints here, checkpoints there, where they will charge you a fee, and then they'll ask for your documentation. And then I asked her, what happens when you lost your documentation, let's say in the jungle or whatever, or someone stole it from you? What happens at that point? You know what she said? She said, as long as you pay your fee, they let you pass anyway.
Wow.
How scary is that? So you can pass through all of those countries because the corruption is so big that as long as you pay your fee, they still let you pass. This is coming from her, from the source herself.
Wow.
And this is the thing we don't see being reported in the mainstream media. Because when you watch documentaries about this stuff, right, all they show is the mother with children and the struggle of getting through all of these countries, where they're not specific about how do they pass all these countries, like those checkpoints. She said there's a lot of corruption down there. All they care about is money. So if you have money, at least they don't charge a lot. Like, let's say for their standards, it's a lot for them, right? But she said that if you have the money that they are charging, they let you pass through. And if you don't, you will still pass through. It will just take you longer, but you will still pass through.
And see, and I think it's like so important to highlight Donald Trump's policies versus what we have now today. And the thing about it is being tough on the border, but then also recognizing that Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela, Guatemala, all of those countries that are dealing with the trying to get rid of the corruption in their countries. And like I said, now Guatemala has a pretty conservative president now, and it seems as if he's trying to do what he's got to do to make sure that his country is better. What it seems to be is that when the United States president undermines your ability as a leader of a foreign nation to stop the corruption, and to try to get your country under control to where things like that don't happen, to get the trafficking, do something about it. When the military in these countries start exercising their own power, and I think what he was trying to create was a ripple effect, because like I said, he warned Mexico he was going to decimate their economy, and it scared the shit out of them. And what happened in kind? They sent their military down to the southern border and they pushed them all the way back across the river. There's videos out there, you can actually watch it, of the military running, to make sure that they stop people from coming into their border, Mexico's border.
Oh yeah, they're rough over there.
Yeah,
they are rough. And she said it, by the way. She said that they treat them horribly over there.
Yeah.
They are very rough. But once again, they find ways to get through because there's so much corruption over there. Exactly. It's crazy. But my thing for me, with the fear for me is, okay, yes, we have the migrants, right? That, from what we've seen, most of these cases are not really, they're not really asylum. They're not valid asylum petitions or requests, if you will. But that's a concern because, yes, they are sucking dry our resources, right, for those people that actually need it. But besides that, my main concern is how many terrorists can go through that gap.
So a lot of the reports that a lot of the left doesn't want to actually talk about is the number, I think it was a million or so gotaways from the border.
Yes, it was over 1 million.
Yeah, over 1 million gotaways. And then coupled with the fact that we have Christopher Wray sitting before Congress, basically sounding the alarm. He said the alarm bells are going off here. we're having an issue. We have intel on sleeper cells. We have intel on domestic terrorists, international terrorism. We also have people that are utilizing the lax policies as far as asylum. Now, just to clear it up, a person can seek asylum whether or not they go through a legal port of entry. So, and the other ways that you do that is and this is sort of like a decree with the United Nations, and there might be some skepticism, but I'll tell you why it's more ideal to go through the legal port of entry. So a person coming in, legal ports of entry are physical borders, like when you're crossing into from one country to another. These are checkpoints. And then you also have checkpoints in a airport. So any sort of entrance way, whether it's like, the first one we've ever had in this country was Ellis Island. That was the checkpoint. Immigrants, it would take 4 to 5 hours for them to get processed and things like that. And so I would even say the policies are a little bit more strict then than they were today. But the thing about it is that with these people coming over here, you have a number of immigrants who can either claim asylum when they're already here. And they said like it happened in Kosovo. When Kosovo was under siege, and there was a lot of people from Kosovo that wanted to return back home, but they couldn't. Their visas had expired, so they had to claim asylum. And so, like, we would understand that they would basically remain in the United States. They would go through their legal process. They fill out their I-589, all of that. They get their I-94 card. You renew their passports and things like that with the consular's office or their embassy within the United States. So there's ways of doing that as long as it's done legally, because when it's done legally, the process is usually more efficient. It works. And then when people have what they need, and then, although I understand there's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of red tape, but ideally we want people to do it the legal way, because then that avoids the issue of having to put people in jail, go track people down and things like that. We don't want that to happen. We just want it done legally.
Yeah, the thing is that unfortunately, it's not happening like that 100% of the time. And she even said, "You're right. It is better to go through the port of entry." But she actually came in twice. Once she went the wrong way, she got deported. She got caught, and she got deported back to Mexico. And then she went through the application, and then through the asylum application that they have, and she got the appointment at the port of entry, and she entered. So even if you get deported, you still have a chance to enter. So even if you come in the wrong way, you still have the chance. It's crazy. Before you get punished, like what, maybe 5-10 years punishment? I think that's what it was before. That's what I've heard from other immigrants that have gotten punished.
Right. And so that's what the Remain in Mexico policy, which is interesting because they're saying the Remain in Mexico policy was racist. But let's talk about the similarities with Biden's policy, with his new policy, what I was saying, that instituted these smaller checkpoints. It's almost similar in nature, where these people would actually have to go through a port of entry, i.e. a station that the United States government has put up, a de facto sort of extension of the government, to where they've got through these checkpoints. And I'm pretty sure there's some form of identification on their paperwork or something within a system that says, hey, they checkpointed here in Yucatan, whatever, wherever, I don't know.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, right? Like in her case, specifically, this migrant that I spoke to, the second time she went through the port of entry, but they don't really check her, like her criminal record, her healthcare record, because she has none.
Right.
To provide, right? Because she's a Venezuelan citizen, and she just comes in with her ID, and that's it. So you're entering technically legally as an asylum, right?
Right.
But the process is done terrible. There's just no security.
Right. Yeah, there's no security, and then there's obviously no cross checks with other countries because of the corruption. They're able to just pay, and then so if this person is a terrorist, and they are coming into our country under also remember when ISIS was recruiting American women to marry ISIS fighters and to indoctrinate them. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that domestic terrorists and international terrorist organizations would not recruit people that look just like her to do the very same thing, to wish to do harm to this country. So we can also talk about the increased number in cases of domestic terrorists coming across the border. Now, we're not saying that, they're going to strap pipe bomb or something to their back and then, run into a crowd in Texas, which is very, very well possible. But the larger picture is that what are they doing when they actually get here? And do we have a system that actually tracks them to find that out? And furthermore, what are we doing to deal with that? So I know a friend of mine is in the military. He was telling me how they have like facial recognition software where if they do come across a suspected terrorist, they database them, and this is the same technology that the FBI uses. Well, the problem is that the FBI has this information. If it's cross-referenced with DHS, and then we have all these loophole agencies, like not loophole, but all these buffer agencies, it's like, oh, DHS has got to contact the FBI, and they contact this guy and that guy. Just have straightforward sourced information, right? And if they're checking these things and these people are still getting across the border, then we have to start wondering what in the hell is Mayorkas doing? If that many suspected terrorists have entered into this, if you caught that many, how many more have actually gotten past us? And why is the FBI sounding the alarm on domestic terrorism and international terrorism within our borders?
And it's like you mentioned earlier, over 1 million gotaways.
Yeah.
They didn't get, face recognition. And that's an estimate of what they saw they just couldn't reach. And as could be more, could be a little bit less. But that's a crazy number.
Then it's a very large number. And
Over 1 million gotaways are here and we know nothing about them.
Yeah. And so I'm not saying that an old lady with her kid coming across is, doing anything nefarious, or a woman and her children, but we also have to remember that there are jihadist groups and there are extremism groups that will use women and children as human shields. I mean, look at what's going on in the Middle East. It happens all the time. Look at what happened in the Iraq War. And anytime you're dealing with any of those sorts of nations that are extremists in nature who have extremist organizations running amok through there, these are the types of things they do. They use men and women or children for human shields. So we can't also rule out the fact that a lot of these people are being sent over here might actually be mules, or they may actually, or they're coming under the guise.
They could already be here and just setting up their plan, setting up their bases. This is what we're going to do in the next 5 years. Let's start getting ready. Let's bring more. Let's build our resources, right? Or, I don't want to say the pew, if you will, the pew material, right? All that stuff. And let's just plan another bigger 9/11.
Exactly.
And nobody's talking about that.
No.
The left is like, oh, like you said, oh, who's going to work the farms? Like, that's what they're concerned about. They don't get the safety issue that we have right now. It's very concerning.
It is very, very concerning. Just like, what's that one movie with the Jennifer Aniston and the one guy, and they're posing as smugglers coming across Mexico, and they
I think I saw that. Isn't it like crime or mystery or something like that?
Yeah,
let me look up the name.
Yeah, they were trying to portray themselves as like a family, and they were actually like, he needed money to pay his rent, or she needed money to pay her rent, and he was already involved with doing something like that. And so they recruited the neighbor and then some girl, and they had to smuggle.
We're the Millers?
Yeah, we're the Millers.
There you
Right.
go.
So of course, I mean, it was funny, but if you kind of think about it, and and I won't lie, because we have a lot of United States born citizens that are actually smuggling stuff across the border too. A lot of people that are stashed away at the border, driving through the border, stashed under vehicles, inside the trunk, inside the floorboards. We found some, our border patrol agents have found some crazy shit. But what's even more of a possibility is that they no longer have to do those things, because we can see videos of our border patrol agents virtually doing the same exact thing that we're accusing these other countries of doing. And so you kind of have to ask yourself, is there some corruption going on within DHS and with border patrol? What on here? Why are we having our border patrol agents helping these people effectively cross into the border? Are they doing it? Are they being paid off? And if they're not being paid off, and it's a lack of knowing how to do their job, that's even more dangerous.
Well, supposedly, what's been reported is that the reason why they can't stop them from coming in is because of the keyword asylum. That's the
Correct.
key word. And that's the word they know they have to say once they enter here. And once they
Right.
say that word, then they have to go through that process of, you know, getting checked, right? Getting checked in, the fingerprints, all that good stuff, and then getting a court case. And that court
Right.
case could take what Trump used to call catch and release.
Mhm.
So they're released into the country, and the court case could be a week, 2 months, 3 years, you know?
Right.
And it's because they're so overwhelmed, they cannot decide right then and there if the asylum case is valid or not. But in the meantime, anybody can just walk in, asylum, okay, let's take you in,
Right.
and that's it. So that's why they're letting them in. I personally, I don't think our border patrol is corrupt to that level where they're just taking, you know, these people are paying like maybe $50, $100 per checkpoint. That's what she said. The migrant from last night's episode.
Mhm.
So I don't think
Right.
that's what they're doing, unless it's like a major sort of cartel deal, you know, where they're bringing in actually, you know, the substances, right? And they're paying like
Right.
thousands of dollars. Then I could maybe possibly believe that some of them are doing that, but I think it's mostly because of the asylum law or asylum guideline that the Biden administration has allowed to continue, and so it's being abused. I'm not saying that. Yes, I'm sure that there's a good number of these individuals that actually need asylum, but you know, the migrants are taking advantage of the system in the sense that they know that's the word to use, and so that's how they enter. Before, you would run away from, I'm sure you know this, before they would run away from the border patrol. They fear
Right.
them. Now they just go towards them and be like, take me in,
Right.
you know,
And what
asylum.
and what Trump did before, he actually threatened to send the military down there at first before Mexico got their crap together. And you know, nobody. The one thing the cartels are not going to want to do is they don't want to fight the military. They're not stupid. They're not. If the cartels are trying to come in through the border, they know that the military, the United States Army, is not going to put up with that, and it would have spelled bad news for them. So unfortunately, like, I feel like what the left is kind of missing is that this issue would also affect the policies that they're wanting to put forth to foster immigration in this country. Because if there's some video footage out there of not only Hillary Clinton, but Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and some other Democrats saying that illegal immigration is a problem. Joe Biden had even said it and said that like, people coming across the border is illegal. And it's crazy because if you want to try to make sure and foster to have people who are immigrants to have better processes when it comes to fighting immigration or fighting deportation, allowing them to be able to work here and live here in the United States without all that bureaucracy and red tape. If you want it done if you're saying it's for the right reasons, then they should also be standing with us as Republicans and wanting to fight these corrupt governments in the South, and also doing something about the border policy so that it's also fair for the immigrants in this country. But we don't see that. We just see them on full attack mode, and it's all in an effort to call us all racist. We're all racist. It's an issue that I think that they're pushing because they know that they don't have any real solution, and that they know that the only thing that worked was Trump. He was the only thing that made it work.
I, you know, sort of echoing what you said there. I had a guest, I believe, maybe a couple of weeks ago. She just joined the live, and she said she didn't state, but she might have been either Latino American or Black American. She said that I had a panel here at the time. I believe, yeah, it was a Latino panel. We were discussing immigration, and pretty much echoing what you were saying. So she said that it wasn't true, that there's no border crisis, and that we were being racist. She also said that the MAGA, if you are a MAGA supporter, you are a group of people that are no good and you have no place anywhere, according to her opinion. And she also said that it really, you know, it really gets her angry when she sees minorities or people of color supporting the MAGA movement. And then as she was saying that, as she called us all racist, she said, you guys politicize everything because you are all Republicans and you're all Mexicans. And so, we in the panel, I was just like, you just called us racist, but then you just called us all Mexicans because we're Latino. It's a double standard with the liberals. You go ahead and call someone racist, then you go and say something racist.
Right.
How crazy was that? I mean, for her to say that, I have it on recording, by the way. It was wild. I may be posting it soon because it was like, she was like, oh, MAGA people are so bad. There's no border crisis. You guys are just being racist towards your own people because, you're all Republicans and you're all Mexicans. And, MAGA supporters are they have no place. They have no place, she said, in her opinion.
So she just assumed that you were from Mexico. That's just
automatically. Yes. Yeah.
Wow. That's insane.
No, and then she doubled down because I said, we're not all Mexicans. And she said, well, Nicaraguan, Hispanic, etc.
Wow. It's the identity politics is you must identify with your skin color and therefore you must vote this certain way. Last time I checked that everyone in this country was free to vote whomever they wanted for to have the ideology that they wanted. And the so-called, party switch that they like to tout that happened. Well, you all should be the ones standing for everyone, especially Black Americans, to be able to have the right to vote and then also exercise that freedom without anyone, including, a white person, quote unquote, interfering with their choices. And so I find it to be interesting is that the party that keeps saying, or the ideology that keeps saying that they are not racist, but are the same ones that tell you that they have white privilege will be the same ones that call. I had a liberal or a leftist the other day tell me that Ben Carson was the director of the ghetto because, of course, when Donald Trump appointed him, he was thinking of urban and he thought ghetto. And it's just like your own racist thoughts you're trying to impose on Donald Trump. And that's just the most incredulous thing I've ever heard because you think that all white people think like you, which would make you a racist. And either he was being purposefully obtuse or he really just didn't understand. And I think he was being obtuse, but that's what they do nowadays.
They love talking about race all the time. That's what they just focus on. It's race, race, race every single time. That's all they do.
Right. And it's if you don't vote with people that look like you, that you're a race traitor, and they feel that they can freely have this permission to do so because they know that people in their own party, especially the Black and brown Americans, are going to turn around and support that because they also believe that white people are inherently racist. But what a trick that the enemy tells you that they're standing right there in front of you and you look past them and think that the person telling you that they're the enemy is now your enemy. That's not the way it works. If I'm standing there as a melanated person and I'm experiencing racism because in this country, if Black Americans did not have the right to vote, then why was I not prohibited from voting? I'm 38 years old and I voted every single time whenever I wanted to when there was an election, right?
Were you oppressed during Trump's administration?
No one had ever.
Did anything happen to your family or your friends that were minority?
No. I mean, if I wanted to go and vote, when I go to cast my ballot, there's no one there but me and that ballot, right? And can you imagine if we lived in a world where there's a white savior sitting down there when you're at the ballot box trying to hold everyone back from attacking you to vote? Like, we don't live in the 1960s, the 1950s anymore. We're not living in a time period where a person of color can't vote. We're living in a time period where we can, and some of us actually all of us are completely unrestricted. The only thing that I feel like people are restricted from is their own, when it's self-imposed. If you don't know that you can get up and go get an ID and figure out a way to go get your birth certificate, get your social security card, go and get yourself an identification card and exercise your right to vote. If you don't want to vote, then don't blame it on the white man for the reason why you can't vote. That's just crazy to me. I've never been accosted at the polls. I don't go out generally in public and you know, if white people look at me and sometimes they purse their lips, especially little old ladies, sometimes they do, but they're not entitled to smile at me. I'm not entitled to smile at them, you know? So, I mean, it's just wild that a person that thinks that they have white privilege is now telling a person of color, but vicariously, because they know that they'll get the support from black people, that you're just a basically, you know, an Uncle Tom, you know, or you're a sellout, or you're a what they called Ben Carson, the director of the ghettos and the projects, and that, you know,
And apologizing for things that happened like
right,
hundreds, if not, even more years ago. Like,
right.
we're in a new world. Let's live in the present. Sure, history is important, but we don't have to live in the past. We're never going to move forward. That's what I think.
And
I've seen some of your videos, and I've seen that you get some comments, just like I do, by the way. But I
yeah.
just want to highlight that. When you see comments like that, that sort of, directly make fun of you because of your skin color and you support Trump,
Yeah.
because of your stance, and they tell you stuff like that, like race traitor, you turn your back on your culture, and even worse things that I'm not going to repeat here. And you hear stories like the one I just told you right now, where this minority person said, when I see people that are people of color that support Trump, it makes my blood boil. Why do you think some minorities still feel that way today and have that strong emotion towards minority MAGA supporters?
You know
And
what I think?
what would you like to say to them?
So I'll just say this, just in the same sense that it's, oh, there's no way you could be a prosecutor and you can have a better life than I do, and you're black. How is that? Because it destroys the narrative. And I think that people are highly disappointed that this alleged white privilege that they thought that they had doesn't actually really exist. So the fairy tale is starting to come to an end. And the book is ending. The chapter is closed. It's closing. It's going to be put on way on the shelf and hopefully burned, because this is just absolutely ridiculous. In 2023, with the general makeup of the United States of America being majority white, but then we also have people from all over the world in this country, all over the world. You can find a person in this country from just about every corner of the world in this beautiful melting pot that we have that we call America. And we're a home of immigrants. We were founded on immigration. We were founded on the principles of being a free nation, right? Where is it that even in the existence of our history that we've had some horrible things happen that none of us should be proud of, right? But why, if I am born in the 1980s and moving forward, why is it that I need to focus on something that happened 20 to 30 years before I wasn't even an afterthought to come into this world? 400 years ago, I wouldn't have known what it was like to be a slave. So to impose upon me that you are just this angry that I am not voting with the other black people is because the less black people that we have that are going to cater to that bullshit, the more and more power it takes away from the establishment. And I think that they're afraid that the black and brown people are waking up to their lies. They're waking up to being told one thing and another thing being done. And they're waking up to see that what is going on in the media and what's going on in this court system, Donald Trump, is not right. And they're going to lose their base, and they lost their base because if I was wrong, this is my thing. If I was wrong about being Republican, if I was wrong about being conservative, what makes you think that I would ever want to join the Democratic Party after I'm called a coon, a sellout, I'm made fun of? Oh, you don't have Native American in you. You look too dark. Or you're not a lawyer, because how do black people, how are they that successful?
Or
How are
like you
you that
said, you're not a prosecutor, you're lying.
right?
Or
Oh, it
you're not
has
a
to be that
homeowner,
way.
or you don't have a good
Right.
income.
It has to be that way, because if I am that, then I'm just trying to be white. I'm just faking it because I want white people to like me. Well, I'm sorry. The white people, and you can see on my videos, the most comments that I got were from conservative women. The conservative women were not putting up with that at all. And never once was I ever told, "Oh, I'm so glad to see that you're black and, on our side." It was, "We've got your back no matter what. People shouldn't be telling you what to do. You vote however you want to vote." And quite frankly, nobody convinced me to vote for Donald Trump. At the time, I was going through divorce, so I was by myself. I didn't have a husband or anything, okay? I was sitting there by my lonesome, figuring it out on my own. Nobody was influencing my decision to vote for Donald Trump. I didn't have a committee of white people telling me, "Now listen, you got to vote for Donald Trump because we're going to like you after that." Absolutely not. Most of the people that I was talking to about these things were the same color as I am. So, I mean, it's just like, it's crazy to me how people think that I don't have a mind of my own, that I cannot think for myself, and that it has to be some white influence behind it, because that's what they've been doing to black and brown people on the left for so long, is that they've had their hand in the cookie jar, and there's no more cookies left. Take your hand out.
And it's ending.
That's end. It's ending.
It's ending because, as you can see, the minorities are supporting Trump more and more as time goes along.
Right. Exactly.
And yeah, they can't stand it. And, the narrative is ending, like you said. The victim mentality is not working too well anymore.
No.
Because you can just see around you, there's a lot of minorities that are successful. And so if the narrative was true, then they wouldn't be, right? That just wouldn't happen. I have Jake Lee that wants to ask you something, Mother of Dragons. Do you want me to put him on?
Sure.
All right, Jake, welcome. Go ahead. You can ask Mother of Dragons, a special guest for tonight. Jake?
Hello.
Hi, Jake. Welcome.
How you
You can
doing?
go ahead. Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I just want to let you guys know that there's so many lies that have been told to us over the years. It's not funny, and the way they try to separate us as people, it's totally wrong. It really is. And for me to say this, I'm a mutt, I guess you can say. I've got Irish, Italian, Mexican, Indian, and all kinds of bloods in me. But you know what? The one thing I do understand is that people are really trying to come together right now as Americans. And as long as we keep it real as Americans and we stand together, we can't go wrong with that, But they're still trying to divide us whatsoever. 100% they are. Because if you look at this, I have all kinds of different friends. And I don't care what color they are, they're friends. And most of them are family, you know what I mean? When it comes down to it. But as Americans, we need to stand together and just fight this, because if we don't, where are we going to end up? You know what I mean? We're going to end up nowhere fast. And so I just wanted to ask you guys, what's your opinion on that?
Do you want to answer that, Mother of Dragons?
Thank you, Greg. So I think that we, before any of this, before COVID, before Donald Trump became president, I think that some people may say that we were kind of not addressing some of the issues in America when it came to the way that black and brown people are being treated. And I think there's a little bit of validity to that. However, I don't think that black people actually needed, or black and brown people didn't actually need the help of any white people to do so. That we've been able to secure and prove our adversity through the number of years that we did have to deal with, like Jim Crow and slavery and things like that. So the endurance that the black and brown community has built up over the last few years should be celebrated and congratulated. Look at all the achievements and advancements that black and brown people have contributed to America as a whole. And so, and sometimes was it not as highlighted as it should, but I don't know. We had a whole damn Black History Month for the last, I don't know how many fucking years. Sorry, I cuss like a sailor sometimes, but like, why is it though that in this day and age do we have to continuously, uh, or start to put these separations in place? Like, so I agree, we do need to come together, but unfortunately, I do think that, just like for instance, the Boston mayor that was just elected, the Boston mayor actually sent out an email to all city council members, but it was only supposed to go to the Black ones. It said it was a black, basically no white people were allowed at this Christmas party. Now, this is a open and active discrimination. I mean, this is like blatant discrimination.
Was this recent? I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, this just happened.
Yeah, supposedly it's been going on for the last 10 years.
Right, but
So what's it called again?
the Boston either Boston or she's a Asian mayor of a city.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sent out
in
an
Boston.
email.
That's where it's happening at.
Yeah, in
It's
Boston. Yeah,
a no white people allowed party.
right.
What?
Yeah, that she sent out a email, and it was supposed to go to only the Black council members, but it ended up going to all of them. And so it's almost just like yeah, her name is Mayor Wu.
Okay, I just want to read this real quick. Per thehill.com. Boston, this is posted on December 14. So today, actually, at 10:30 a.m. Boston mayor hosts no whites holiday party for electeds of color only. Rising reacts. Brianna John Gray and Robbie Suave discussed the controversy. Okay, that was just the reporters. So that was the headline. It's a video actually. But yeah, so that is actually accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked it up right now, guys. Yeah, Boston mayor hosts no whites holiday party for electeds of color.
And yes, it's been going on for the last 10 years.
Now, what would happen if it was in reverse?
Well, of course,
Exactly.
yeah. I mean that is against
Every live we'll be talking about it right now. If you
it's
scroll.
against Title 6 and Title 7. It's a clear indication that if it's a clear civil rights violation. It is against the law to discriminate in the workplace. This is blatant discrimination. So these white people would have a legitimate suit, but see, this is what I'm thinking is that the adversities that people of color have faced in the workplace is not this overly. It's not like a rampant amount of going on. Do we ideally do we want these types of cases? No, but then it also help us to stamp out these companies that are involved in these practices and ensure that we as patrons don't do business with them, or business owners, that we don't invest our money into these companies, right? And some of these are frivolous lawsuits, right? But to say that there's like this systemic issue of racism that is compounded to the point where this is Black and brown people are stuck and have no way out, and therefore, they can also sue, and they have some discrimination lawsuits. But what's even kind of scarier is that the so-called blatant, and I always hear the same thing which I've never experienced. I have pretty long hair, right? Oh, I get sent home because of my hair. I've worn my hair in an afro, I've worn it in curls, never got sent home from before. I mean, it's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? It's always the same story. And then when you get down to it, it wasn't even that. It was that you're just an asshole at work, and you tried to say it's because you're Black. I've had this happen plenty of times. I have employees we had to let go, and they tried to claim discrimination, which was completely unfounded. It's just, oh, she's a wannabe white person, so they fired me over something because I'm Black and I'm better than them. They're just jealous. People come up with the craziest shit when they're wrong, right? But it seems
They really do. They really do. And I just want to ask you this question too, okay? Because we have Black History Month. We have this History Month. We have that. But does that involve every race? Italians, Irish, Mexicans, and especially Indians? Because we can all walk down the road, and honestly, how many Indians have you seen walking together as a family? When they're actually like really from America, they're like, here in America, they were the ones who were here before Christopher Columbus came. But how many of them do you see walking down the road together? I mean, like, wow, what's going on in this world today? Because if you think about it, you know what? These are not like things that we can't ignore. You know
Well,
what I mean?
I don't know about that. I'm part Native myself, so I'll just say this: that we kind of have to stop. We also need to stop thinking that everyone needs to be placed in these small boxes of color or, ideology. We're all
Oh, I
Americans
get
at the
you.
end of the day. So
I
I
get you.
know,
I get you on that one because
yeah.
this is the way I feel. If we're in America right now, right? We're Americans. Period. End. We all want to live together peacefully, whatnot. You know what I mean? But when it comes down to it, how can we, if they continue to try and divide us and just totally throw us under the bus when it comes to everything, their political issues? Because you know what? I've always believed in this, and it's been a long time coming, you know, that we vote for the best liar. And then when they get in there and they're the president or whatnot, they just totally bend us over. You know what I
Well,
mean? For
the
real.
great, yeah. Well, the great thing about being in this country is, and having your own mind is that you don't actually have to vote. You can exercise the right to do so. Some people believe, some of my, conservative friends, but are very, very staunch in
Thank you,
that,
Jake, by the way.
believe that there is their civic duty to do so. And so I'm of the impression that if on the federal level that voting for the president is important to you, then by all means exercise your right to vote. However, what you want to really start to focus on more, and I think that if we got away from sort of the federal elections being the highlight of everything, when in all actuality, what's more important is your local elections, because these are the things that are going to directly affect you.
So you're saying start from the bottom up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What about running Mother of Dragons? What about that?
Who?
Like, what about running, like ourselves, actually getting involved?
Oh, running ourselves? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many times I've seen Mod 2024, but I'll just say this. I have the temperament right now, but I don't always have the temperament. I can't say that if I ever got into office, especially if I became president, I wouldn't hit that button on North Korea in a heartbeat. I'd be like, listen, I'm not as cool, calm, and collected, but I'll say this. I say that the thing about it is that
You wouldn't play those games with
I
them.
wouldn't play those games at all. Not at all. Not at all. I go on TV right after and told everybody I did it too.
I'm still in shock about that party. I didn't know about it. I'm reading
Yeah.
about it right now even more. I just wanted to just highlight it real quick again. So this is the Michelle Wu is the mayor, correct? So it says here that Wu's aide Denise Dos Santos, who sent out the invite, tried to smooth things over in a follow-up email prior to the party. And she said, I apologize. I wanted to apologize for my previous email regarding the holiday party for tomorrow. Dos Santos wrote to city council members. I did send that to everyone by accident. And I apologize if my email may have offended or came across as so. Sorry for any confusion this may have caused. The exclusionary invite was criticized Wednesday by one white member of the city council as unfortunate and divisive. However, Black City Council Brian Worrell held a different opinion and defended the invitation, suggesting the holiday party was merely a way to represent, and I quote, all kinds of special groups.
See, this is what, like I said, what bothers me the most. And I feel like if we kind of
Isn't racism?
it's just blatant racism. And I feel like if we do have people that are wanting, like myself, like I would like to run for office one day, maybe one day, that would be great, but is it going to come by way of, if you have an R behind your name and you happen to be a person of color, are you going to be met with some sort of vitriol? Because I could guarantee you, if there were any Republicans in that city council, they would have not been invited at all, even if they were a person of color. Like, we're largely ignored. Minorities on the Republican side were largely ignored by the left, and just kind of seen as a bunch of clowns, like we're in a clown show or something. And so it kind of is, it's the complete opposite of their message of to be inclusive and to be kind to marginalized groups of people. Not that I need any of their help. I would never ask for any of their help, but it just seems really contradictory. And I think that the notion is now is that you can be actively and openly racist to white people, and you can get away with it because, like I heard, I think it was Monique Presley got on TV and she said that, this is fine to do because it's retribution. It's about
And that was my next question. That was my next question. Why is it this sort of thing that is popular, if you will, for minorities to have or be racist towards white people? Not all, but we've seen that a lot. Why do you think that is?
I think it's specifically MAGA, the Republicans, because of course it's deploying the Southern strategy, just like they did when they were losing, when they effectively lost JFK, because he was a lot more conservative than the Democrats were. The whole civil rights thing was just like, oh my God, you want to give them more rights so they can have more power? And so, unfortunately, I think that if, like I said, it really depends on whether you have an R behind your name or not, because you could just be labeled a racist automatically, depending on your political affiliation. And
Well, especially white people, we've seen, right, that if they make any sort of statement on immigration or anything at all that involves a minority, they are automatically, typically labeled a racist. It's almost like they have to walk on eggshells.
It's crazy you say that because you know what? I saw videos today on this black lady, and she was saying, "Hey, it doesn't matter when you're born or whatever. You're white. You're a racist since the day you were born." I mean, what does that mean? Because I really want to say this. I don't care what color my friend is, the person standing next to me is. I would gladly hold their hand and stand up for our country and do what's right for our people. Period. End. You know what I mean? Come on now.
No, I hear you. And that's, again,
There's no way around it. I mean, like, beautiful woman, I'm telling you. You're black. I'm a mutt. It is what it is. But you know what? If I was out here on the streets with you today and people were coming from other countries down here trying to harm you or anybody else around us, there's no way in hell I would not stand my ground, and there's no way in hell I would not stand your ground either. And I mean that for real.
And look, that's what I've seen, Jake. I've seen that a lot, and I'll also ask the question to Mother of Dragons as well. I've seen, honestly, from my experience, I haven't seen the level of racism when I interact with white people in contrast to minorities. I've seen more minorities be more racist towards whites and even themselves than what I've seen with white people. In fact, I don't think I can even remember one time where I've experienced any sort of racism from a white person. So that's why when I see all of these things on social media and television, I'm like, what is going on? I'm not experiencing it. What about you, Mother of Dragons?
How old are you anyways, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my early 30s.
Okay. I'm 47 years old, right? I grew up in San Antonio, Texas. I was born in El Paso. But I'm a Mexican looking man with a white last name. When I grew up there in San Antonio, not only did the Mexicans not like me because I did not speak Spanish, but the whites didn't like me either. I used to get jumped all the time. And now I understand, like, okay, back then it was what it was. I don't care about that anymore. I really don't. I understand it for what it is. But now that everybody's out here coming together and trying to be together, standing as one, it's like, come on now. Really? Who cares what color you are? Who cares?
Yeah, look, I agree. And again, thank you, Lee. I'm going to have to let you go because I want to continue with the interview here, and there's other people that want to join. I appreciate your time, and you can.
It's all good, brother. It's all good, man.
Thank you. You can always join. You can ask again to join back if you have another statement or question for sure. I'll let you in again. Mother of Dragons. So yeah. So what do you think about that? Have you seen that? At least what I shared. I've seen more racism within my own community
Hmm.
and minorities in contrast to white people.
So I've seen, so initially, because I mean, I'm even kind of looking at the comment section with people. It's just like, oh my God, how do you support this guy? And then someone saying the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Triple K. So I'll give you a little history on the Triple K. Triple K is was started by the Democrats, and they were mostly supported by Southern white Democrats, and continue to do that. And if you try to tell me the party switch happened, I can debunk that very easily. But even with that, the Southern white Democrats also labeled the Republican Party as the party of the Negro, and they have been that way. We never could you find me one publication saying that the Republican Party defied or betrayed Black people, because it never happened. Um, and so the Triple K also, if you look at Richard B. Spencer, he is the head of the Missouri chapter of the Triple K Mafia. He's also head of uh, extremist organizations and over a lot of the Triple K groups and institutions. He actually voted Democrat, and he said because the Joe Biden aligned with his policies. And he also said the only reason why he voted for Donald Trump is because he was running against Hillary, because he doesn't think that a woman should be in power, right? So he has, and also it wasn't for the reasons that you think. So, you know, I would say as far as the KKK is concerned, or the Triple K,
Triple K. Yeah.
yeah, sorry, they have supported the Democratic Party and will continue to do so. And now, as far as Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, I will tell you this: the head of the Boys, Enrique Tarrio, is a Hispanic man, and some of the members of Proud Boys, and I know of two of them on here, are Black. And they're not the only members that are. So, you know, you gotta have to stop letting the media lie to you and think that because they follow Donald Trump, they're a bunch of white supremacists. You don't know anything about the Proud Boys. You have know nothing about them. So stop presupposing that they're all racist.
And I
Um,
wanted to just highlight that. I know I did check on this last time you were here as well, but since you brought it up again, I'll just reread it again. This is from Syracuse.com. Richard Spencer endorses Joe Biden. Campaign swiftly disavows, but he did endorse. And this article was from August 25th, 2020. So, you know, she's being accurate. I just wanted to just point that out. I want to welcome Aaron. You have a question. Go ahead.
Oh, wow. I just realized I was on here. I don't really have a question. I kind of agree with what you're saying here. I mean, the whole party switch thing that people say, you know, a lot of people, it's really interesting. If you bring up anything about Joe Biden to these people, they immediately pivot to like, what did Donald Trump do? And I'm just like, is this like a psychological programming that's being devised through media that allows them to like, that's like a knee-jerk, like emotional reaction that's programmed into them through the media. And I'm convinced of that now because like there's no critical thinking. It's like a turning on a switch in a way. And it's really concerning, if I could say the least. It's like you look at that and you're like, wait a minute. This is like the perfect model for a totalitarian, like authoritarian government, because those types of people would basically function for the machine. You know what I'm saying? And that is what I've been noticing lately. And the whole argument about the party switch thing is laughable to me because Democrats actually maintain systematic racism through policy. And a lot of people, I don't know why people dismiss that. And people will say, but in Republican counties, people are poor and shooting each other. I'm like, not like in the big cities. you know, because I'm from Chicago. So, like, I know I've actually lost people to that kind of violence. So it's just like,
Was
I
this,
don't
by the
know.
way, was this like black on black violence?
Yeah, it's gang violence.
Wow, because the media doesn't like to talk about that black on black violence either, by the way.
Well, it's gang violence because you have the vice lords, you have the GD folks. They're always
Right.
like the GD folks aren't so quick to like be violent, but the vice lords are very violent. And then you have the Latino Kings, and you have and some Crips and what's the other one? Bloods. They came from California to Chicago. You know.
Are these gangs predominantly black, with the exception of the Latino ones? Obviously, they're more Latino, or is it
Yeah,
everything mixed?
definitely. They're mostly black. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Mother of Dragons, do you agree about the pre-programming that he's talking about?
I'm sorry, guys. No, I'm eating pickles. I don't know what's wrong with me. I get into a
Uh,
pickle mode.
Go ahead. You can enjoy that. No problem.
I'm a
Uh,
pickle girl. I love pickles. All right, hold on.
really? Yeah.
Yeah, I love pickles.
I mean, I'll give you my 2 cents. I think that's 100% correct what you're saying. What I've seen anyway is sort of like they have this sort of plan where they start with the misinformation and then the division, and it just takes basic research. If you do your own research real quick, you can tell how they are manipulating the information that's coming across. And you know, journalists on the mainstream media networks right now, they are biased. They are just biased.
No, they're not
It-
biased. They're told what to say at 4 a.m. every day.
right.
They're
Yeah.
former intelligence officers that work at the studios with members from the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations.
So you're saying that they're pretty much being forced.
No, they're psychologically basically preening people because what they do is they control public opinion.
Right.
Because it's 5 networks, so they can literally run the same programming
Yeah.
on all the networks. That's
Yeah,
why
it's no longer news. It's like when they report on something and then they just cry about it for the next 30 minutes and they just bring a panel that's like 90% of their mindset and they have like maybe, 10 or 5% of the opposite view. It's like, well, no pun intended, like The View, right?
Yeah, the views.
The View is ridiculous. It's
That's a
like
perfect example.
99%, liberal, and then you have this one Republican that's not really a real Republican because
Yeah.
the Republican agrees with what they're saying most of the time. It's
Yeah, but
like,
they're
Yeah, because if you
conflating
stand
the
against them,
whole.
look what happens.
exactly, right.
They're conflating the terms. Everything's being conflated. Like a communist is conflated, a liberal's conflated, a conservative is being conflated. They're literally trying to like devalue these terms and their meaning so they can control these people. They don't understand the psychological warfare that's being unleashed on them. So they just give in, and it's easier to do that for a lot of these, like some of these people, but like, I just don't understand, like, the whole Biden thing is just, I mean, I really feel like the establishment is basically making fun of you with Joe Biden. They're showing you that like you are a slave, basically. You are a psychological slave to these people, and that they can put anybody in that office and they can do whatever they want, basically.
Sort of like pretty much mocking you. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they're mocking
Yeah.
all these people. And they voted for that guy. In New
Right.
York City, let me tell you, they were outside hitting pots and pans for Joe Biden. Black people, when he just said on Charlemagne the God's radio show that you ain't black if you don't vote for me. And then I talked to a guy today and he was like, Joe Biden never said that. I was like, yeah, he did say that. And I can actually play you the recording of it if you want.
Oh, I've heard
Yeah,
it.
yeah. The quote was something like, "If you vote for Trump, then you ain't black," or something like that.
Yeah,
No,
if
if you
you
don't
can't
vote
figure
for
out
me,
if for me
you
or for
ain't
Trump,
black.
you ain't black. Yeah,
Right,
and
exactly.
he
Yeah,
said it
right.
with so much conviction. And the really sad part, Senator Tim Scott, he was running for president, and we were talking about how there's non-support for Kamala Harris on the Democratic side. Kind of even feel bad for her. They didn't even give her not one vote, but I was able to show where Senator Tim Scott was actually his Senate confirmation was overwhelmingly voted upon by Republicans. And Tim Scott is one of the longest running senators we have from a southern white state, South Carolina, with predominantly white Republican force, right? A base, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is Tim Scott gets on The View and begins to share his thoughts about systemic racism and understanding that. And they literally they acted like he was the stupidest person. They're like, I don't think you understand. Like it's almost just
Yeah.
like you must be one of those you must be one of those uppity black people. So let me tell you how the way the world works, because you don't know what you're thinking. You must be stupid. Like you must not know or don't understand.
Yo.
Just like I see in the comment section people saying that you guys have to do your research. Listen, I do a lot of research.
Sounds like you're doing your research.
I do a lot of research, okay? And I don't just go to one source. I go to multiple sources. I fact check. I go to congress.gov. I go directly to the source. So please do not sit here and tell me that in the context of Joe Biden sitting there and the racist things that I've heard people say about black Republicans, black conservatives, black people that support Trump, that we are voting against our own interests because white people don't like us. Well, you, my friend, are the ones that actually don't like us. Because I have never, ever had any black or white Republican ever tell me or even question on whether or not I was a legitimate Trump supporter. Not one time have I ever heard that. No one ever has asked me, are you really a Republican? Because I don't think you really belong with us. It's always the Democrats are the ones that are questioning whether or not we're getting things right. Like you better double check, because black people just can't be right. They just can't support this white guy. And you support him and you're saying you don't have any problems. Well, white people always cause problems. Why? Because they know that they do. That they know that they're disrupting the balance of race relations in America because it fits the narrative.
And just as you said, as far as doing research goes, I just wanted to just read the quote exactly for what it is. This is what Biden said, okay, during that interview. If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. End quote.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. I'm sorry I paraphrased it a little bit, but that's really bad still. You know, it's still bad. But what I was gonna say is like the amount of like mental maneuvering it takes to defend these people for these Joe Biden fans is just really that's another thing. That's spectacular to watch for me. Because I'm just like looking at these people and I'm just like,
By the
wow.
way, isn't it sad? Some people in the comment section are saying that they agree with Biden on that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
because I sat in a live the other day and I go at it. I'll tell you the ones that hate me the most are the white male liberals. They can't stand me because I remind them of the white male conservatives in the sense that I don't take any shit from them. I don't back down from them. Somebody even was just like, you sound like a man. I'm like, well, you know what? I've had there's no doubt about it. I am all woman. All right. But I also grew up with a father that was in the military. So I grew up with the discipline that you just don't take shit from anybody. And I'm not quite sure where it's like wrong for you to be a strong person and to defend yourself. But I'm sitting alive and these two guys, like I said, one of them had already stated that Ben Carson was the leader of the director of the ghettos in the projects, because that's all they when they thought of HUD, that's what they think about, right?
I mean, it couldn't get any more racist than that, to be honest.
And then it's,
No.
you're just trying to be white. Well, what does trying to be white mean? I've heard this.
I get that a lot too.
And what is
Yeah.
being white? So let me get this straight. Speaking with clear dictation, being able to enunciate words, pronounce them correctly, being able to do math, science, knowing history, reading, having a good career, going to college, having a nice home are all attributes of just white people.
No, it's that what they have done is perfected racism in the messaging with the marketing and the psychological manipulation. They perfected it. That's what
Yeah, they perfected it, but as Mother said, actually, they're sort of projecting their own racism, as she
Right.
said.
because
I
that's
say,
the truth.
Right.
yeah.
And this is the biggest thing. Here it is. This is it right here. What are the conservatives or the Republicans doing for you? What is Trump doing for you? So this is the problem. You all on that side have a dependency on the government. and dependency on what the government is going to do to make your life easier. This is the thing. You cannot rely on the government to do that. I do not rely on the government to make my life easier. I tell the government what I want. There's a difference between sheep and lions, okay? You, as an individual on an intrinsic level, have every right afforded to you that is laid out in that Constitution, but you don't even need the Constitution to tell you that. To the fight and the survival that of the human instinct is always apparent, because otherwise we wouldn't have survived millennia. Okay, if the human existence was to be defeatist, then we should just stop having babies altogether. We should stop advancing our race, our human race, because God forbid we actually outpace ourselves and develop into, better human beings. God forbid that, right? I don't understand why I need to vote for someone who I feel is going to do something for me as if I need something from them. What I do want as an individual, as a taxpayer, is I want things to be fair when it comes to for everyone. I want things to be fair. Is that a
Right.
perfect utopia? No, it is not.
So you're not like, oh my God, I hope Biden wins so I don't have to pay my college debt kind of thing.
No,
Right.
that's definitely not it. Like,
Like, oh my savior, like that's so pathetic.
yeah,
I want to give oh, go ahead, mother, you can finish. Go ahead.
no, what I'm saying is that I just don't I don't need the government's help in order to get things done. Now, is it their job to make sure that they budget our things correctly, that they keep gas prices low and things like that? Yeah. So any demand that I have from my government is to make sure that we the people are still we the people, and they're not having a bunch of corporations in their back pockets. And they're not furthering their own interests instead of the interests of the American people. So that's what I mean by fair, is that either are you working for the corporations, working for the Americans. And quite frankly, like I said, I just don't have any sort of thing going on in my life or things that are most important to me, when I vote on the local level, the things that are important to me are the things that are closest to me. And Republican policies are aligned more with my ideals and values and what I would like to see. And that is how I vote, at least on the local level. On the national scale, I definitely vote Republican, but I will first be the first one to go out for a local election. First one, because I believe in a sense, having a sense of community. And I don't want people having to abort their children. I don't think that should be I don't think we should have that. Okay. And like I said, this is just my utopia. I'm not saying it's realistic or unrealistic, but again, I also would not like to see anyone being discriminated against for their ideology or for their race, their color, their nationality, their origins, or wherever they're from. I would love for people to just look at each other as a human being, or as just an American. Don't want anything else but that. But unfortunately, I think the adversity that they think that we're supposed to face is not we're not facing any sort of adversity when it comes to our skin color. And the only way for them to still feel better about having this supposed white privilege is as if I myself switched my allegiance to the Democratic Party, because therefore I would remain under their boot. And I am
Continue on with the victim mentality.
Yeah, I'm not
Because they love the victim mentality, right? The oppression of the minority groups. I want to give the word to Madman. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, how you doing, everybody? Yeah, the way I look at it, I mean, I blame both parties for the situations going on, just acting like a bunch of children. The whole world's laughing at us for the past probably 8 years, going on 8 years now. I blame Trump and Biden, to tell you the truth. I think the two old guys shouldn't belong in our system. I think when you hit 65, you get the hell out, take a hike, the way I look at it. But so I have a question for you, the host. So you think Donald Trump is not a racist? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Joe Biden was quoting racist quotes using N words back in 1985, but he apologized for it. But the thing is, he was quoting what other people were saying, but he still apologized for using the N word, just like
Now,
the quote that he said. Wait a minute, excuse me, okay. If you go interrupt me, I'll just leave because you're just showing your ignorance every second.
Okay, go ahead. We're letting you speak. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so when he said that term about if you don't vote for me, then you must not be black. Well, he apologized for that too. I mean, he apologized for that. Okay. Yeah.
okay.
I heard say, okay, if you want to fucking talk, then go ahead and fucking talk. I'll get the fuck off.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you out because you can't do that.
You know what's interesting is
Typical liberal, right? We're
yeah,
letting him
you know,
speak,
you
and he just cannot hear any sort of sound because he just totally freaks out.
Well, you got to
you,
understand that's the programming that I'm talking about. I keep reiterating this. This is psychological programming through
I was
media.
letting him speak.
It doesn't matter because you got to understand, like, the guy is already triggered from the instance the whole thing started because, like, he's like, notice the two things he said. He said this, but he apologized. He said this, but he apologized. But he doesn't understand who Joe Biden really is. He doesn't understand what other things Joe Biden has said. Also, he doesn't understand the policies that Joe Biden has pushed. He doesn't understand that he's at Robert Byrd's funeral speaking with Hillary Clinton. Like, let's not pretend anymore. Like, the what I'm saying is that these people are pawns for an agenda. They have no idea what's going on. This agenda involves enslaving them mentally, and they just don't get it because they're gonna let it happen. Because what's happening really is like the DI, I think it's called DEI, and the ESG, all these different things that they're doing to isolate people and categorize them and put them in boxes. That is meant to divide you and psychologically dominate you.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Because once again, the double standard. If it was Trump that had said all those things and had apologized 20,000 times, they wouldn't give him a chance.
No,
Even if he apologized, even if he would have said the same quotes that Biden have said over the past, throughout the course of his life, and he apologized for it, it would have been a different talking point. It would have been like, oh, he apologized. No, but he said it, so he's a racist. Doesn't matter if he apologized, but because it's Biden, because it's the media has promoted this. Oh, it's okay. He apologized.
they've been programmed. That's what I'm trying to tell
Right.
you.
Even he said the N word. I think that's what he said earlier.
Yeah,
he
no
said
one
the N
ever
word.
said it in the Senate floor, but
Right.
By the way.
Right. And he apologized. So it's okay.
Yeah, let's just apologize. No, but I think the problem is what I said before. It's just that they are programmed. They have no idea that they're programmed. These comments, when these people are like, Trump never apologized, Trump, they don't understand that they're programmed to react emotionally with Trump based on any criticism of supporting the Washington establishment government.
so here's the thing. I think it's just we have an issue on the left is that they're tone deaf. If and it's even more sinister than that, because if you have a president who needed to specifically on a black man's platform and even in Congress saying the N-word, is the fact that he feels that comfortable to make those statements towards people of color, knowing that it would be offensive to a lot of people of color. And then in that way, if you're trying to garner the support and trying to tell us, stupid black Republicans that we have no idea what we're doing, unfortunately, you're not making the case very well for the Democratic Party. So I would venture to say, like, including Joe Biden, but let's not also forget that Joe Biden was responsible for the 1994 crime bill, which he actually doubled down on. But let's also highlight the fact that through the 1994 crime bill, one of the first things that Donald Trump instituted was to permanently fund HBCUs, and then people want to complain about the funding, but the HBCUs actually sat down with Donald Trump and actually were satisfied with this plan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gotten unanimous congressional approval. Let's also not forget the fact that he nominated the first Black HUD secretary in the nation, the prolific Dr. Ben Carson. If anything, he's one of the smartest people in America. He's a Black guy. He successfully performed brain surgery in utero on
That
twins,
guy's
conjoined
really
twins.
smart.
He's a rock star.
You
Yeah.
know, it's good that you mentioned that because a lot of times I get people here and they say, well, under Trump's administration, it was all a bunch of white people.
Yeah. Or
There
calling,
was,
yeah, or denying their blackness because they voted for Donald Trump. It's just like you're okay with stripping people of color, their color away because you somehow have the authority to do so. And so how dare you
And it's also
tell,
okay if your
yeah,
son
use
smokes
that.
crack and has sex with what $640,000 worth of prostitutes.
Right. That's perfectly fine for
Yeah,
any
that's
adult.
fine, right? Oh, that's not the president.
they rarely
I
talk
heard
about
that
it,
one
right?
today.
It's crazy how they rarely talk about it.
Bro, I heard that one today. That was the craziest thing I've ever heard. Oh, well, he's not the president. I'm like, wait, he's the president's son. Like, he smokes crack and spends over $600,000 on prostitutes
But they
and has a
highlight, you know,
membership in a
Ivanka,
sex club. It's
yeah.
just like,
No, and
okay.
they highlight Ivanka Trump's, you know, businesses in China or
Yeah,
her
Ivanka Trump
husband, you know, the
busting their ass.
deals, you know.
Like, it's like,
Yeah,
come on. Like,
yeah.
I'm telling you, these people, they better wake up because they're going to be on like the elite are going to get rid of them. They don't understand that you are supporting some people that want to destroy you. And the Democrats have become the face of the WEF, the World Economic Forum, like the Klaus Schwabs, like all that kind of like, you know, people say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. It's not. Like Build Back Better is literally derived from the World Economic Forum.
It's funny. Somebody said, wake up from what? He's a dictator," meaning Trump is a dictator.
But you
Yeah,
don't even understand that you
there's
just had
no way.
dictatorial things done in this country. Joe Biden tried to initiate a vaccine mandate through OSHA to force everyone to have to take that thing. So you wouldn't be able to work, and the Supreme Court had to stop him. And you're gonna tell me that's not dictatorial? That's not like authoritarian? Like you people are out of your minds to like think that you're
What about
supporting something.
weaponizing the Justice Department? I'm a
Yeah, I
Venezuelan
mean,
American. That's what they do
we
over
can
there
keep
all day
going.
long.
It goes on and on and on. Like they're coercing the social media companies to censor people. They're trying to control the information that people see. Like I'm telling you, these are the tenets of fascism. Is a combination of the government and corporations and with an ideology in place together. It doesn't have to be right or left. Like that's what fascist really is. And if you're going to support that and you're literally supporting your own demise. And you're going to sit here and try to like vilify Trump and act like he's some sort of like comical villain in this like weird movie that you are watching. And it's really not, none of that's reality. And like, if you really want to know about policy and what people are like putting forth, read it. Get on Library of Congress, like read this stuff. Like you have to like, if more Americans actually paid attention and read into these bills, these people wouldn't be able to hoodwink you so easily, you know, and take all your money and send it overseas. You know, like you gotta like, that's what I mean by wake up.
I want to mention that Writing with Biden sent a request. I accepted, but he fell through. That's an old friend of ours here. I think you remember him, Mother of Dragons, too, right? Writing with Biden.
yeah.
I'm not sure if you remember, but yeah, he wanted to join. Writing, if you're out there, you're welcome to send a request again. I want to give the word to Dark State. Go ahead.
I'd like to respond to Aaron, and I think Aaron made a valid point that if you read what's in some of the laws that they're writing that are passing, that you wouldn't be so easily hoodwinked. And I think the American people actually read they read it, thoroughly. I don't think they would want to vote on either side, to be honest. I don't think they would want to vote Republican or Democrat. I think the American people really would be thinking about a third party or thinking about trying to force one side to actually act for the people. Because personally, I don't think either side really focuses on the people. I think they focus on their party. I don't think they really focus on the people. And the young lady that was saying that about Dr. Carson being over HUD, I'm like, personally, I thought that was more of a joke. like like this man, you think about his expertise as a surgeon, and you put him over HUD. You couldn't find any other thing
Can I,
better for
can
him
I
to do
respond? Can I tell you why?
than HUD.
So it was done through a Senate confirmation. So that's number one. Number two, there was already, so the person that was actually put in charge of the Surgeon General, it was actually a black man. And he was actually put in charge. Dr. Ben Carson, he was offered it by the Bush administration and the Obama administration to be Surgeon General. And he said because he's a surgeon does not give him a well-rounded knowledge of all aspects of medicine. And I think that people kind of mistake that because there's fields of specialty, right? And his is pediatric surgery, right? Pediatric, he's also a brain surgeon, right? So this would be his area of expertise. As far as being the Surgeon General, this would be a person who has experience in general surgery, right? A person who has kind of experience with in all aspects um, of that. And the Dr. Ben Carson even said it himself. And like I said, you can fact check me on this, is that's exactly what he said. Jerome Adams was the Surgeon General, and that's who he was appointed by. He was actually appointed by Donald Trump to serve in that capacity. And that Dr. Ben Carson took the appointment of HUD because he said he feels like he would be best served in that capacity.
Well, okay, going off of what you stated about Ben Carson's word about Surgeon General, how did he feel that he was qualified to run HUD if he wasn't qualified to be the Surgeon General?
Because those are two different things.
I'm just saying that doesn't.
Yeah, but these are
think about what you just said. That doesn't intellectually
think
make a
about
lot
what
of
you
sense,
just
though,
said.
does it?
These are two different things. John Adams,
I
okay.
got what you're saying.
Okay,
Ma'am,
so
trust me.
John Adams was
I
the
get what you're
Surgeon
saying.
General. Okay, so let me finish.
No,
John
go.
Adams.
Please go back to the words that you said.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish because you keep interrupting me, and it's perfectly fine. But I would love to address.
Go ahead. Let her finish her statement. Go ahead.
So it was done by a Senate confirmation, which means you have to accept the nomination and then you sit before the Senate, right? So he used to be in the military, so he has experience. He was nominated as the Surgeon General for the United States of America. Dr. Ben Carson was offered the same position by Barack Obama and George Bush, and he turned it down because subsequently his area of expertise was strictly as far as for medical. He did not feel that that would be best suit him. Now, as far as being HUD secretary, okay, over HUD, he felt that would better suit what he could do and where he could make him a difference at. And I'm sorry whether or not you feel he's suitable or not, but he was not only nominated by the president, he was also confirmed by the Senate overwhelmingly. So whether or not you all believe that he was qualified doesn't matter because the Senate confirmed him and he did serve.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going off.
Go ahead. You can respond, Dark State.
Yeah, I got it. Appreciate it. I'm going off what you said that he said. If he said he wasn't suitable enough, that his qualification was suitable enough for him to be Surgeon General,
He
there's
was
no
not
way he had the
interested.
qualifications to be
Okay, so listen,
suitable qualification.
listen
Hold
again.
on. Now,
He
you asked
did
me not to
not.
interrupt you.
He
You asked me not to
did
interrupt.
not want the position when two previous other administrations offered it. That means he was not interested at all. Do you understand that?
Okay. Now, but what I'm going,
If he
you're
turned it
bringing
down
this,
with two
ma'am.
previous administrations, why do you keep asking me whether or not if he wasn't qualified to do that? It wasn't not that he wasn't qualified. He was absolutely
I
qualified.
don't think you understand
He
the
just
question.
think
I don't think
that
you understand.
he didn't
You don't
think that
understand what I'm
he.
saying.
No,
What I'm
you're
saying
not.
is, what I'm saying
He
is,
was
I'm
not.
using,
He was not
ma'am.
nominated
Okay.
and
She's not
denied the
letting me finish
position.
now.
Okay. Let's do one at a time. Okay. So, okay, Dark State, finalize, please. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is based off what he said in reference to being Surgeon General, He wasn't even qualified to do HUD. Like, why would you take
Oh
that
my gosh,
position? And
dude,
he
you're
was
you're
nowhere
missing
near
the point.
qualified to
I'm
be.
sorry, I don't want to let you finish because this is so
There you
like
go again. Wow,
this is
ma'am.
so disingenuous. Like
Come
seriously, we
on,
were having
ma'am.
a
I
great
mean, really.
conversation before you
You
asked these stupid
you
questions.
asked me to let you finish,
I just
and
explained
now
it
you're
to
not
you
letting
twice.
me.
Okay, but you did pose your statement,
I
Dark
did,
State.
and I answered it.
She's not letting me finish.
I answered the question. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a little testy, but I don't like
You're
repeating
not
myself.
testy. You're being an angry black woman. That's what you're being. You're not testy. You're
Oh
being an
wow!
angry
And
black
you're being
woman.
an
Just
ignorant
allow,
man
just
sitting up
allow me
here and
to.
not understand what
There we
I'm
go. The
saying. You
ignorant.
don't need to repeat it
You're
over
not
and
even
over
allowing me to
again.
finish. You're not even
You
allowing me to
don't need
finish.
to finish because
And
you've
I'm not,
asked the
ma'am.
question twice and
I'm not
I answered it
debating.
twice.
I'm not debating you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with Dr. Ben Carson was saying.
Then why are
This
you
had nothing to do with
asking
you.
me?
I'm
Okay, no, you are disagreeing with me
no, I'm
because
a
you
disagreeing
said if
with the
he
words
wasn't
that you brought that you
qualified.
said that he
Listen,
said.
it's not that he wasn't qualified. You're not listening. It's
Okay,
not
ma'am.
that he wasn't
Okay, man.
qualified.
I'm
Listen,
gonna treat you. I'm gonna go ahead and
please.
tell you what most men tell
I
black
don't
women
care.
who
I already
don't
have a
want to
husband.
listen.
Thank you
You're
very much.
right.
I don't need someone
You're
to
right,
tell me.
ma'am. You're right.
Just listen to me.
You're right,
It was
ma'am.
not that he was not qualified because they would not have nominated him for the position if he wasn't qualified. He did not want to accept it. He felt that given the fact that he was a pediatric surgeon and a brain surgeon, that he did not have enough knowledge in general surgery that he would be able to have that nomination over, say, someone else. It's not that he was not qualified. That's what you're missing. He turned the position down twice, and those were his words. Now, whether
Okay,
you agree with him or not is not the point. He didn't want the job.
okay, Dark State, go ahead. Does that answer your question? You can unmute.
Absolutely not. You didn't let me finish. So, but as I stated, I'm gonna go ahead and tell her, like I tell most women who don't allow men to talk. You're right, ma'am.
I'm a man,
Go
so I don't have to let you talk, bro.
I know you're
Okay,
right.
but you have the word now, so you can just go ahead and finalize what you wanted to say.
As I was trying to state before I was interrupted so many times, I'm not arguing with her. I am debating the words of Dr. Ben Simmons. And just because someone is confirmed, is submitted and confirmed by the Senate, doesn't mean that they're right for the job. I mean, we've seen plenty of people that get confirmed by the Senate, and then people think, how did this person get this job? They have no experience in this. So for him to say that the Surgeon General was not the right job for him because he doesn't have all of the faculties, and just because he's just a certain type of surgeon, like how could you come in the hood and you have no experience in the hood, housing and urban development, but you saying that is the right job for me? I think I'm better suited there when you have absolutely no experience in it. That was my point based off of what Dr. Ben Carson said, not this young lady, and not just because he was nominated and absolutely passed through the
So your issue is with Dr. Ben.
with his words, his own words of what he said.
Can I read the direct quote so I can?
Okay, so Dark State, you stated your statement.
She's right, but for her,
I know
you're
I'm
right,
right.
ma'am.
I need you to tell me that.
Okay, let Mother Dragons respond. Go ahead, Mother.
Okay, so he says, George W. Bush offered me that position. The Obama administration, before they found out who I really was, offered me that position. Carson said he's not interested in the job, even if Donald Trump is elected president. He said the Surgeon General, who must be confirmed by the Senate, oversees public health issues but has little input in general policy. He said he criticized himself. He says when he asked if he would take the position, the Surgeon General is a very ceremonial position. It has no power to do anything. That's what he said.
Okay, Dark State.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, he did not say that he was not himself disqualified or not qualified from it, but because he was talking about, because he said, first of all, being a neurosurgeon and being a pediatric surgeon, you are top of the line. You are automatically the smartest guy in the room when you walk in there. I don't give a shit who's in there. You are number one smartest person. So he was not downplaying his own capabilities. Okay. He was not downplaying and saying that he was not qualified to do that. What he was saying was, okay, respective of the fact that be based on his qualifications, that he had no experience with any of that as far as general surgery and some of the requirements, and also the fact that it had little to no power. He said it's basically ceremonial. He thought more highly of himself to have a better position. And what better place to put someone in front of a HUD secretary who has a lot of power? Okay. So he was
Dark State,
himself.
So
Dark State, do you want to respond?
Appreciate it, brother. He wanted a lot of power in a position he still had no experience in. That's my that's my
But what is your main point, Dark State? What are you trying to say? That is it because of race? Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely not. My main point is he said that he wasn't suitable for one job which he had some experience in, but he's more suitable for another job that he has no experience in. I'm just saying that doesn't make any sense.
So be direct. Are you trying to say that that's what he was told to say by the Trump administration?
Oh no, I'm not saying that he was that's what he was told by the Trump
So
administration.
what is your I get that that's your issue, but what's your main point here?
My main point is that it was comical that they put him in a job and he accepted a job he had no experience in.
So
Yeah,
you've never done that before?
just real quick.
Never
when
done
his
that before?
background when his
You've never gone
background
to a job you've
was
never
in
had no
medicine.
experience in? I mean, that's ludicrous.
You
Yeah,
understand
I
what I
just
mean?
wanted to
So,
interject. This is
so
what
I want to give the word to Aaron. Hold on, because he wants to say something. Go ahead, Aaron.
So what it was said is that he wanted to get into HUD because he wanted to improve communities and because he's a community kind of family kind of person, and he wanted to he's a good person, he's like a overall good person. So I mean, for the Senate to confirm him to that position, they had to be confident that whether his experience is detailed for HUD, maybe he could do the job because of his expertise. He could just do that job and do a good job of it. But I can't really give you the details or the factual information of the job that he did, because I haven't really kept up with what he did when he was the HUD director. But what I'm trying to say is that saying that he's incapable of doing the job makes no sense, because he's a brain surgeon. That doesn't mean because the guy, if he can perform brain surgery, you think he can not handle administrative work as a HUD director? I mean, that's a silly argument to me. But I think that what you're trying to say is that you don't understand why he would get that job, and why would you accept that job. I get why you would say that, but that's what he wanted to do. So I don't understand why you're questioning that. And I don't really understand what you're questioning. I mean, you could say he has no experience, but do you actually know what experience he has in that field? Because I don't, and I don't think you do either.
Aaron, I don't think that's a job that he wanted. I think that's a job.
But he took it.
I think
He
that's a job
obviously wanted it.
I think that
He said he wanted
hindsight 2020. But I don't. Come on, you really think that a brain surgeon wanted the job of HUD?
Why are you trying to infer what Ben Carson was thinking? What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to infer?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask
So
you this.
one at a time. Mother of Dragon wants to ask a
I
question.
just
Go
wanna
ahead.
Make this point. You can't sit here and suppose and infer what Ben Carson was thinking. You don't even know Ben Carson. So for you to say, you're basically just thinking of hypotheticals of, oh, why would he do this? Oh, why would they pick him? These are all hypotheticals in your own mind. It has nothing to do with what actually is happening and why he took the job, because you haven't really researched the position, nor looked at what he did while he had his tenure. So rather than ask why all these questions, why don't you focus on things that are a little bit more pressing right now, and what's going on in the country instead of that?
So
Okay, go ahead, Mother of Dragons, and then I'll give the word to Dark State so he can respond.
So let me ask you this: if you've ever run a business before, what would you think about a person who used to be an attorney going into a business like real estate, where they have no experience? What do you think about that?
Go ahead, Dark State. You can respond.
All right, first, I think it was Aaron that asked the question first. Actually, I met Ben Carson before. I met him on the campaign trail when he was running. And I don't think he was trying to run for president to end up being Secretary of HUD. To be honest, that's just my honest opinion. I don't think he ran for president to try to be the Secretary of HUD. I'm not saying that he was incapable of doing the job. Like you said, he's a brain surgeon. And brain surgeon, like you said, he's probably pretty much the smartest person in the room. I'm just saying, with his expertise and with his knowledge, training, and skills, I don't think that was the best job. I think they could have found something better for him. I'm not saying that he couldn't; he was incapable. Just think they could have found something better.
Yeah, but that's really subjective thinking. You're thinking in a box. You're not really thinking of the broad picture here. You're thinking very subjectively. You're not really thinking of why he took it. Why did he want to do it? What his aspirations were when he wanted to do it. What did he want to do? What did he want to accomplish? What were his goals? You're not thinking about any of that. You're really like you're basically coming up with these hypothetical situations in your own head, trying to figure out what his thought patterns were.
Okay, Darkseid, do you want to respond to Mother of Dragon's question about someone that's an attorney getting into real estate with no experience?
So, attorney getting into real estate with no experience. That's kind of broad, but I understand what she's saying. Attorney getting into real estate. A person that's attorney, they know the law. They practice in law, whether they practice in real estate law or criminal law or contract law. It could be different types of law that they
What
practice.
about a prosecutor?
Good Lord, I can't finish.
Well, I'm trying to narrow it down so it's a little bit so I can get to my next point. What about a prosecutor?
So you
Okay,
get
go ahead, Darkseid. Prosecutor.
so you get to your next point, a prosecutor. Are you asking would I put them over?
Yeah, like if a former prosecutor said, "Hey, I want to run a real estate company,"
I
criminal
would
pro.
not pick them over someone that's already that has knowledge in real estate. No,
Hmm.
that's because
That's really interesting because
okay.
that's
Can I
that's
explain?
exactly that's
Can I
exactly
explain to
who
you
I am.
why? Can I explain to you why?
Well, go ahead. I was just going to tell you
So
that's exactly what I did. Yeah,
so
go ahead.
so the reason why I would not put a prosecutor
Mhm,
over someone who
mhm,
already has experience in real estate,
mhm.
to me, that's like putting Tom Brady at tight end. He knows football, but at the same time, he doesn't play tight end.
Got
I
it.
want a quarterback that plays quarterback that knows how to be a quarterback, and I want a tight end that knows how to be a tight end. Just because you play football don't mean that you know how to play and that you're gonna be good at every position on the football field. So if I got a tight end that I know that knows the position of tight end, of course I'm gonna have him play tight end, and I'm gonna have the quarterback. I'm gonna have the
Well,
But
quarterback.
Darkseid, but I go back again to my original question. Are you trying to sort of go to the race thing again? That's why he was given that position, sort of like just to put him there?
Not necessarily.
Because it's sort of like I'm trying to get your main point, and it's not really, you know.
No,
No,
I figured it out,
no,
bro.
no,
You're
bro.
just
I
trying
told
to
you my main point.
figure
My
out
main point
thinking
was
patterns
I
out.
thought with his intelligence and his intellect, as skilled as he was, I just thought him
No,
being
I got you. You just said that very clearly. I understood that. But my thing is that he accepted it and he went forward with it. So what is the issue?
of course he was going to accept it.
He
It's
he
still
actually did
it's
pretty
still a
great at
position
it.
on the
He
president's.
could have said
It,
no,
it's
like you said to the
it's
other
still a
jobs, bro.
position. It's still a position in the president's cabinet. I mean, you got to be all. I mean, it's not a lot of people that's turning that down. That you have you have a position in the president's cabinet. It's still a position in his cabinet. Why would you turn?
Okay, so I just want to move on. Okay, so your issue is with Ban himself, correct?
It sounds like
Based
it.
on what the young lady said that he said. But at the same time, hey, if at the same time, all I'm saying is I think he deserves something better than just HUD. That's
Well,
that's my
But
main point.
Okay.
yeah,
I think
but
he was smarter than that.
he actually
But
retired from neurosurgery in 2013. So he hadn't really been practicing since that time period. He'd been retired for 2 years, for a number of actually 4 years before he was tapped for that position. So God only knows what experience he might have gained during that time period. And obviously, what he said before the Senate, before those 100 senators, they would have been listening to him and obviously overwhelmingly agreed that he was qualified for that position. But, that was about me. So at the pinnacle of my career, I stopped and I started a real estate company and pretty successful at it. And actually took 60% of the company. So I would just say that you actually cannot just tell someone or be like a one trick pony. Like some people don't want to just stop at one thing and then you're just good at that one thing and you stay on track with that just one thing. Everybody knows that Dr. Ben Carson was at the top and the pinnacle of his career and that he was on top. He had nothing else. What, he's going to just die the rest of his life doing the same thing over and over again without the opportunity of saying I accomplished something else? Like, why do we always look at it in the sense that, well, you're so qualified. Why didn't you just keep doing what you were doing? You were so good at it. Well, maybe I want to be good at something else. And when you have that mindset that you're not a victim, or that you can strive and whatever you put your mind to, that you can do it, which I believe that's what Dr. Ben Carson exemplifies, is that I admire someone who would step into a role that they had no experience in and totally dominate. That is what the type of leadership that we should be looking for. Is no one has ever had an experience of being a president unless you are a two-term president. But yeah, we've had president after president who've gotten up there with no experience, and people have voted for them. So I don't think you necessarily need the quote unquote experience. And I don't know what you think that he was supposed to be experiencing. He has several businesses, which means he has great organization skills. He has the propensity of success. He's able to deal with large budgets. I think the HUD budget is like 47 million. And he's done way more than that. He's gone overseas to other countries. In his knowledge and experience throughout medical school, he's had some shape, or in some way, shape, or form, known how public policy actually affects housing, and in terms of the medical field as well. So I don't know. I just disagree with your sentiments about Dr. Ben Carson. I don't think that he necessarily had to have these certain qualifications that you think that he would have, because if that was the case, somebody would have voted for you to go into the Senate without your experience.
Right. So Doc said, yeah, just to follow up on that's what I said. You know, it sort of seems like a damn if you do, damn if you don't kind of thing to me. You know,
I don't think so. From what she's saying, I mean, ma'am, they would have nominated you, but they didn't. Just like they didn't nominate me.
What? That only
At the
makes
same
I
sense.
time,
didn't
neither one
run.
of us was
I mean,
running for
that's what I'm
president.
saying. They didn't nominate me because I didn't run.
Yeah,
I
because you
mean, the
didn't
thing is,
run.
yeah, but he did, and he also dropped out of the race as well. So
I
he
know he dropped out
he
of the
did
race. He
he
dropped
did
out
he
very
did.
early. I
When
remember
he
when
was
he dropped
appointed to a
out.
position, he actually did very, very well at it, and I think that's a notch on his belt.
As
That's
a
all.
matter of
okay.
fact,
I just want to move
I
on.
would
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
I want to move on because I have Yonsei here. He wants to say something,
real
and
quick,
then
and
I'll
I'll
go
let you
back
bring
to you
somebody.
again, Doc Said. I promise.
I'll bring
Go ahead,
somebody.
Yonsei.
Bring somebody else up after this, if you don't mind.
No problem.
Real
Go
quick.
ahead,
I
Yonsei.
was
Uh,
I was
I,
just
I
gonna
was
ask, like,
I,
oh, go ahead.
I was with Dr. Carson the day before he dropped out.
Okay. We want to move on. Go ahead, Yonsei.
I was just wondering, like, I mean, obviously, I mean, is it like mostly like so everybody here in the panel like is for Trump? I guess is my question.
The special guest for tonight is Mother of Dragons. She's a black American, and she's a Trump supporter. And so right now we have other guests joining. I haven't asked them if they are or they aren't, so I'm not sure.
Okay, cool. Like, okay, I guess I want to ask that person then, like, why exactly are you, for
Oh
Who do
boy.
you want to ask? The special guest?
Yeah,
Okay, Mother of Dragons. That's the question for you.
Beginning.
Mother Dragon.
So I was a Republican before Trump was elected, and I supported the Republican Party because they align mostly with my ideals and values. I don't vote Democrat because Democrats don't have any of their policies don't align with what I foresee this country, the direction we need to head in, and what's most important to me as a private citizen.
Okay, I see. Like, does it not bother you though that like he was sued like by the city of New York in the 70s for like racial discrimination against
Should
specifically black people for like
Wait, can
he wouldn't
jump?
rent to them or
should
something?
I primarily focus
Hold on. Let's let Mother of Dragons answer, and then Aaron wants to answer to that too, or add to it. Go ahead, Mother.
You're inferring that what should be important to me is that the racial aspect of who I am is more important than my economic standing or what impacts my business or my family. And I'm sorry, sir, you're talking to the wrong person. I suggest you go to one of those leftist lives and ask them that, because I do not stand on the principle that my color or my background or where I came from has any bearing on what I want and what I foresee for me and my family. I'm sorry, but I don't focus on my race like other people do.
Okay, so she answered the question. I want to give the word to Aaron. He wanted to add to it. Go ahead, Aaron.
Gonna say, I really respect her for being strong in her opinions and saying what she wants to say. And I just think that Yonsei 666, I mean, honestly, I can already see where that's going with the name,
Girl, don't even
um,
try it.
but the thing is that the thing is that you shouldn't the compartmentalization of like race used as a motive to vote for people is a manipulation tactic that the Democrats use, and for you to like sit here and like try to use that on her is like kind
I,
of I know what that is, and it's just really getting redundant,
I
honestly.
I don't really
And I would
consider
say
myself like a
that
Democrat.
as a black man, I think that it's just like it's just foolish at this point for me to like even like engage in those types of conversation. I think you should focus more on policy and focus more on like different aspects of why somebody would make the choices they do. Because if you're a person that voted for Joe Biden, I mean, I respect you as a person, but I don't respect you intellectually, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so you can respond. So basically, do you focus on policy? That's sort of what
I
he
mean,
was pointing
in a
out. What do
way,
you want to say?
I do, but at the same time, like if I'm gay, like, and I wouldn't like vote for somebody who continually, like says homophobic things or has homophobic policies or
What did he
what.
say that was homophobic?
No, I said that if like personally, like if it were me, like you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah, but what
that's the.
is he said that?
I
What is
didn't
he
say that
said
he
that's
did.
homophobic?
I'm saying that like
Okay,
who the
so then
person that just responded or Trump,
why would you equate
the
Donald
person that
Trump?
just responded or Trump, which one are you talking about?
No, I'm asking why would you equate Donald Trump with being someone who says something against the LGBTQ plus
Oh,
community? You can't name
I mean,
somebody.
I really, like I said, I wasn't comparing them, but now that you say that, I mean, I mean, it's no secret that he
Name
doesn't
one
like gay
thing that
people or
he said
trans
that was
people.
homophobic.
So to be fair, Janssen,
He put in that policy
you did bring up
about
that
trans
you
people.
go ahead, Janssen. You can explain. Can you be
No, go
specific?
ahead. Sorry. Yeah, there was like a policy that he put in place.
What was the name of the
What
policy?
was? Well, I'm trying to look it up, but I know like
But if you feel strongly
oh
about it,
yeah,
shouldn't you know it by heart?
he said not only did he say that he vowed that he was going to stop gender affirming care for minors, but then he just I mean it's like no secret that he's discriminatory, that he's prejudiced against
Yeah, but
basically
what you're
everyone.
saying is in
You
vague,
should be able
vague
to name a
terms.
policy or
Yeah,
something.
can you be specific with the policy and can
Yeah,
you read it if you can, please?
it's too vague.
Yeah, transgender health protections reversed by Trump.
What
I
does that
mean,
have to do with?
I remember, I do remember that now. Yeah, I mean, like it's okay. They finalized a rule that would remove non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ people when it comes to health care and health insurance. So, like, what is it? What does it matter if someone wants
What
to
do you mean that
transition?
you're talking about? Like you're talking about gay and bisexual people? Are you talking about specifically transsexual people?
Well, they're not called transsexual; they're called transgendered, but
Okay,
transgender
transgender,
Can
people.
you just
whatever.
name the
Are you talking
policy?
about
Because
transgender people? Is that what you're
I feel
specifically
like you're
talking
just
about?
trying to
Yeah,
posture yourself as
Okay.
yeah. No, I mean, like,
kind of
there was he reversed an Obama era, um, like policy on like sex discrimination and
okay. So
gender
what was the
affirming
Okay.
policy?
stuff.
What was that policy?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it had a name. But did you?
Well, you should
It
But
know.
if
needs to
you're,
have a
but
name for
Beyonce,
it.
to be fair, if you're coming here, you're saying that Trump is against the LGBT community, and you're
Okay,
saying
here we
specifically
go.
a certain thing, but you don't know it, then it's difficult to
It's a
validate.
rule in section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act. The federal law established blah 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 blah. It is illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability in certain health programs and activities. And Trump reversed it.
He reversed that part of the Care Act. I don't even think he reversed
Yes.
the Affordable Care Act.
No, not the whole thing, obviously, but they have like as the executive branch, he has authority to
What executive
alter different
order?
things.
What executive order did he sign that reversed that?
I don't know. Like, I mean, the reversal of section 1557.
Okay, what was the executive order number that he reversed it on? What was the number for it?
I'm not really sure. Do they have numbers?
So basically, what you're telling me is
Maybe this
that
has happened.
you're emotionally attached to
Yeah.
something that you have
Okay.
no information
Okay,
about.
so basically, what I'm reading here is that they changed the definition of the rule or the regulation that only
hmm
applies when someone faces discrimination for being male or female. and it did not include people on the basis of orientation or gender identity. However, if you identify yourself as a woman, then you would also be identifying yourself as a female.
But no, you just said that obviously that's not true.
So sexual orientation and gender identity are still identifications of sex. So sexual orientation
is not an identity of sex. Your
Okay,
sex is
sex
what you're
and
born
gender.
with when
So if your belief that sex and gender is not the same, I suggest that you go and look up the word. Yeah,
gender
like
is more of an identity. Sex is sort of like your parts,
noun and it's
your
one.
biological
It's
parts.
just not. Listen, the thing about it is there is no discrimination. If you can identify yourself as however you want to, if you wanted to say gender identity, well, it's virtually saying the same thing. It's just correcting redundant language. Because if you're saying that a person cannot be discriminated against if you're facing discrimination for being male or female, that does not exclude anyone.
No, they're going to face discrimination for being transgender, like if they don't pass well enough.
How does it exclude? If someone is a male, if a trans woman is indeed a male and they're discriminated against, then that still would be sex discrimination. What part of that don't you understand?
No, what I'm saying is they obviously would be allowed to discriminate against them if they did not pass very well as a transgender person.
How would they be allowed to be
Like
discriminated
if
their sex?
if someone was
Their
transitioning or in the middle or at the beginning.
male or female, because there's only
Okay, hold
two
on. One at a time. Let's let Mother of Dragons wants to ask you the question. Go ahead, Mother of Dragons.
if it's illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, or age or disability, right?
The rule
if
reads.
the ruling,
Hold on, Jansen, let her finish.
not discriminate against someone based on the fact that they are male or female, that would include people and how they identify, because you are either male or female, your gender identity and your sexual orientation, okay, would still fall under male or female. So just because you want the language to say gender identity and sexual orientation does not take away the fact that you are either male or female. It still would be considered discrimination. It's a play on words that you guys like to do, because in order for you to feel yourself that you need to feel more inclusive, it has to have the exact wording to make you feel better, when in all actuality, male and female is what it covers. So it covers everyone, regardless of your sexual orientation or your gender identity, because gender and sex are the same.
Well,
Okay, I want to let Jansen respond. Go ahead, and then I'll give the word to Aaron. Go ahead, Jansen. You can unmute. You can respond.
I was just going to say that the rules, it's like they said that they're going back to the plain meaning of those terms, which is based on biological sex. They also said that the rule could save hospitals and insurers $2.9 billion, blah, 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 blah. And will be relieved.
So for you, that's discrimination, correct?
To print notices of non-discrimination in several languages and include them with any significant mailings. Under the new rule, a transgender person could, for example, be refused care for a checkup at a doctor's office. Okay, other possible scenarios include a transgender man being denied treatment for ovarian cancer, or hysterectomy not being covered by an insurer.
At a doctor's office because their sexual identity is
what?
different. Why would someone be turned away from a checkup? So was that when trans women try to go for a pap smear?
What do you? I mean, like,
is that what you're referring, that a person
well, I'm
that's
trying to. Oh my
the
God.
woman is
Let's
trying to
think
go
about this
use
logically. Like, let's think about it. Let's use our logic and our common sense.
I need you to
Can
think
we do
about this
that?
logically.
No, I
Can
think
a trans woman get a pap smear?
Yeah, I get. Listen, I
No.
think what's going on here.
Well, it depends. Really, depends.
So then why would we recklessly spend our money on giving people
But why would
money
a transgender woman go in and try to get a pap smear? That's
when
stupid.
they don't have a vagina?
That's
So just
stupid.
make
That's
it make
ignorant.
sense.
That is
It's
so
not
ignorant.
stupid or ignorant. It
It's
is
a false
ignorant.
equivalency. It's a false
So we need to spend
equivalency.
millions of dollars on people who think that they have a vagina and they don't.
It's a false.
Okay, so one at a
equivalency.
time.
Why
Hold on, hold on, one at a time. Aaron wanted to add something to it. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, you know what, man? I think what's going on here is that you're trying.
okay.
You're using identity politics. Like, these are identity politics. You're associating yourself with a minority group of people and trying to act like you're virtuous by defending them. And you don't even like you said that you're a gay man. Like, so I don't know if you're transgender or not, but like,
I'm not trans,
think
but
that
how am I
your
not part
whole
of that community if
mission-
I'm not?
I think
I'm
that the
gay?
thing that you're trying to do is not you're basically using identity politics and using conviction and emotion to try to convince people to get on your side. But the problem is you don't have any facts to back any of this stuff up, and you don't know anything about the laws. You don't know anything about these policies, and you're sitting here trying to tell people
Oh, I
that
have
somebody is
facts.
like against transgender or this. And and the problem is that you're just virtue signaling for transgender people. It is just ridiculous
Oh
because
no, no. I mean, I have facts. Like for example, like did you know that a transgender person, like okay, like women and men, like if you identify as a woman completely and you
But what is
identify
your
as a man,
obsession with transgender? Why do you
it's the
obsess with
point that it's just the point that like I mean like the Muslim ban,
Yeah,
like
but
you can't ban a
transgender people are
religious group of
they're
people.
like 0.4 of
Okay, so
point
now we're jumping to a lot of
No,
things,
I'm
Yonsei,
just saying that like
because
obviously it's
we covered the
discriminatory.
Muslim ban too before, and there was a lot of lies in that too. So
But the
let's
problem is,
focus.
I mean, you're like
the problem is you're sidestepping, man. You're just like you're conflating all these things together to like defend yourself. When the
no, I mean
fact of the
I'm
matter
doing
is
kind of what a
that you are
prosecutor would do and
no, but the
establishing
fact
a
of the matter
pattern.
is that you're just emotionally
No, I'm
attached
establishing a
to
pattern.
identity. That's what it is. You are a victim of identity politics, and these people are using that on you to manipulate you. And you sit here and you try to argue with people and say, oh, well, they're against transgender. When transgender people are literally such a small fraction of the population, and most people with families and children and people that have like different sets of values than you
It,
exist, and they are they're a majority. Okay, so for you
see,
to sit here and try to advocate for transgender people like there's some sort of like crazy assault against them and all this victimhood
well,
and
I
all this
mean,
stuff,
there
it's
was
not true. It's the problem is that you
like
are the victim of
I
an
mean,
agenda
who would think
being
that like a
unleashed on
trans
all of us,
woman
because transgender is like that is an agenda. Okay, that is a psychological
agenda?
agenda to
So
enforce
gender
mental
dysphoria in the
disorders.
DSM-9 is just what? Just made up?
Hold
DSM
on, Yonsei, hold on 1 second. But to be fair, Yonsei, when we asked you about the policies, you were not sure of the name of them or what they were about.
Either way, I mean, I found the rules. Like I remembered,
You didn't
like
find
obviously
anything.
with insurance. Yes, I did.
You
We
said blah
reversed
blah
an Obama.
blah. You don't even understand the language that you're reading, and it's just
So,
it's embarrassing. You need to stop embarrassing yourself. Like
oh, okay.
seriously.
You know what's
Like,
Nothing
funny
has
is that
changed.
a part of the reason I brought it up is because
Changed to
like
Title
black
6 and
trans.
Title 7. You are still, people can still sue for their civil liberties or civil rights being violated if they're denied health care based
But
off of
but
their
the
sexual
point was that like
orientation or
religiously, so
identity.
like a nurse could like refuse to treat a trans person because
yeah,
Well,
they're
then
that's
she would,
religious or
subjective.
whatever. Like
so then
that's
she would
stupid.
lose her job, just in the same
Mm-mm.
sense that I'm pretty sure that you could, just like Trump supporters are being told that they can't eat at restaurants, just in the same sense that I'm pretty sure if you hate a Christian and you found out that they were Christian, you wouldn't want to serve them at a restaurant, or you could refuse service because you don't like them. I'm not saying none of that is right. We shouldn't be doing any of those things. But to sit here and posture yourself when you're not
I
trans,
mean,
number one, I don't
religion is
even
just
know
like a
why we're even
cancer
talking
in
about
the
trans
world.
issues. I'm not Christian at all. As a matter of fact, but
I'm
that
just
doesn't mean
saying,
that I'm devoid of
all
morals and
religion, all of
values.
it,
But
every
that,
Yeah,
bit of
but
it.
because
that,
you,
but the
bro,
thing about it
you have
is,
666 in your name. I'm not stupid. I know what you're doing.
yeah,
It's
but we
Yeah,
funny.
yeah,
also, you're
I know
allowed
It's
what
to
you
live
actually a
in
stand
specific.
for
There's
already.
actually a
this
specific
country.
So
reason that
like
I did that.
anti-religion, anti-family,
Oh my God,
anti-biological
anti-family.
sex,
Wait a minute. Okay,
you're
let's.
anti-everything. You're probably anti yourself, honestly, but you probably have a certain level of insecurity that
I mean, I
causes you to
cannot
have these
believe
identity
you
politics
were
to
like you have
dominate
the
your whole
nuts to say
psyche.
this.
You're dominated by it. Like you're
Well, it's,
literally these
yeah.
people are psychologically manipulating you on such a vast level that you don't even notice it, and you're sitting here
So me being
defending.
gay is just like some kind of what?
You don't know, but
It's
before it's about being trans. Like
a
it's not
mistake.
about
Right.
being gay.
What
No,
else
no,
is
but I'm
more?
asking
What else
you,
is
being gay.
important to you besides
So me
being
being
gay? What else is important to you as far as presidential candidates or any other candidate for office besides you being gay? What is that?
oh my, do you think that's the only issue I worry about?
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
What
she
That's
asked
pretty
you, so you can
daft.
answer. Go ahead.
No, I mean like lots of things. I mean,
Okay,
Can you be
like
specific?
yeah, okay, like policies as far like regarding, like programs like safety net programs. Okay, policies regarding, I guess, economics and like taxes and who they're gonna tax. Like let's tax billionaires instead of taxing regular people, as much. Like let's
What?
let's go back up to like the percentage that, before Reagan. Like, oh God,
You
that's when
don't
it
even know what
started
that
to all go
percentage
downhill.
is, bro.
so.
Like,
No,
So
it
what
was
if I
around
was to
45 to 50%.
let
Like
me
if
let
you
me ask you this? What if I was to tell you that most
mhm.
people in the who are subprime market. So this would be your middle class to upper middle class Americans, saw a significant reduction in their
Upper middle
tax
class.
liabilities, as well as tax cuts between 16 to 20%. What if I was to tell you that's been going on for the last 7 to 8 years? What would
Well,
you
you
say
did
then?
correct yourself and say upper middle class. So basically
That wasn't
wealthy.
a correction, that was an inclusion.
So basically you're saying wealthy people or
No,
people
upper
that are
middle
pretty
class
well
is not
off.
considered wealthy, sir.
Okay.
I said middle to upper class,
Well, I
which
don't
I'm not
exactly
talking
understand
about
what you're
the
trying to say.
specific
Like, okay,
bracket.
their taxes have been cut, what, between 16 and 20%?
16 to 20%, which means their tax liability is lower, which means they get a
Oh,
higher return.
okay, but I mean,
And then
who enacted that policy? Who
Donald John
passed the
Trump
law?
under TCJA, that was under Donald John Trump. He also instituted some of the largest tax cuts in history for the middle class.
And he also
Also
instituted some of the largest in history for billionaires
which greatly
and
affects
corporations.
which no,
No,
actually he didn't. They only
trickle
saw
down economics is
they
not a real
didn't.
thing.
I do. I have a degree in it.
I said
So
trickle down
I
economics is not a
yes,
real thing. It doesn't
no,
work.
you're not listening, bro. Yes, he
Bro,
did. You can actually find this on
no,
IRS.gov. You can actually find this. The tax
no,
rate for
just
anyone making over 500,000 was only between 6 and 9%. So they saw the largest tax cuts in history. And they also said that under TCJA, that you know who was greatly affected by those tax cuts? Black and brown Americans, including people that are LGBTQ plus. So I'm sorry,
I'm
but
sure.
the benefit, I'm not lying at all. You can
Including people that
this guy can fact check me. He's been fact checking me all night. And so far I'm 100 out of 100.
She's spitting the
Well, I
truth
mean,
right now.
Fox News
Yeah,
Okay.
is not
she
exactly
Okay,
reliable.
hold on, guys. I want to move on here. Jansa, you have plenty of time to speak and answer the questions. I want to give the word to Kelly. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? How you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I want to say that she was just spitting facts right there. God bless you, girl. That was amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, Kelly. Do you want to share anything else?
I just want to come on here and say I support Trump. You know, he did a lot of great things for our economy and just the working class. I saw so much amazing things under his presidency, and just seems like everything is going to shit now with Biden in office. You know, there's been like 3 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border since Biden's been in office. They say there's no border crisis.
That's what
You
you're
know,
worried about?
no,
Let's say let him finalize. Thanks.
I'm
Go
worried.
ahead, Kelly.
I'm worried about our economy is shit right now. Inflation is way up. Middle class.
Can we just try to be careful with the cuss words, please? I'm trying to protect the life. Go ahead.
Sorry, bro. It's just the middle class is completely just destroyed. Nobody can afford anything. I'm in like the construction industry, and I see the inflation and the homes and stuff. People can't afford to buy anything anymore. I'm in new development. There's thousands of homes just sitting because of the interest rates, because nobody can afford them. It's crazy what's going on, you know. So I was just in here listening. I just want to share a couple views, and I don't want to take a lot of time, but thank you for letting me come on your live, bro.
No problem, Kelly. I appreciate your time. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
bro.
I think Janse wanted to respond to that. Janse, do you want to respond to that? What
I
Kelly
don't
was
know.
saying?
I just like illegal immigrants, and like that's the least of like my personal worries. Like even if I lived in a border state, like it wouldn't matter to me. I mean, how can a
It
human
doesn't
be
matter to you
illegal?
it doesn't matter to you if people come in without being properly vetted into the country?
No, because I mean, here's the thing: like they're not going to get like a social security card, you know, at the border, like as they cross the river, right? Like they're not going to get any kind of American identification. So the whole,
What
you know,
about
like the
safety, Janse?
safety.
What if a terrorist goes through because he knows that he can get through? Does that worry you?
The ones in this country do, yeah. The white Christian ones,
Yanti,
yes.
let me ask you a question. Do you lock your door at night?
Say white.
Sometimes I don't actually.
I think he said that. But go ahead, Kelly. You can ask, and then I'll ask again. Go ahead, Kelly.
I think that if Yancy, I think you should leave your door open. If we're going to leave the border open, why don't you just leave your door wide open at night? If let
I
people
do
come and
sometimes
sleep in your
actually.
house.
I forget to close it.
You should just leave it open. And why
I do.
don't you drive down to the border and pick up some illegal immigrants and put them in your house?
You know, that's a good idea.
Did you leave your door unlocked under Trump?
I mean, I looked somewhere else. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, sort of accidentally,
So it
but
had nothing to do with Trump
mm,
while you left your door, you'd leave your door open or closed. It had everything to do with where you lived at, right?
in a way, what? Nah, I don't. That doesn't make any sense.
No, so what I'm saying is that I believe it's kind of like this fake outrage, just like you tried to
I mean, you
slide
can
that
explain it all you want. It still doesn't make any
yeah, I'm
sense.
going to because you tried to slide that thing past. I heard exactly what you said. You said
What did I say?
you're afraid of Christian white males,
Oh, I definitely am.
which is actually really interesting because there's also Christian white males that are gay and also go to church. You know, there's a lot of
Yeah,
Christian white males
yeah. That's like punching
in
yourself in the face.
the Catholic community too. So I'm sorry, but you know, you're speaking against your own community when you mention Christian white males because a lot of them go to church.
No,
A
I'll
lot
be
of them
honest
are
with you,
Catholic.
because Christian white males who are gay, I mean, it's kind of disgusting, to be honest.
It's disgusting. I think
It
you're
is like, it's
disgusting.
indoctrination. It's like
Wow.
brainwashing. It's
But yeah,
insane.
way to be a real American. You don't even want people to practice their own religion.
All right, I had to drop Beyonce because those comments were turning now. They were crossing the line now, and now we're attacking a whole group of people, and we don't want to do that. I want to protect the life. You can come here and discuss difference of opinions, but when you start talking like that, then you're going to be kicked out. That's just unacceptable.
Well,
I
wait,
would.
what happened? I kind of missed that.
So he was saying that he was. I asked him about if he was scared for his safety when it comes to maybe some terrorists being able to cross the border, being that it's pretty much easy to get through right now. And he's saying that no, he was more scared of white. I don't want to repeat what he said, but he was targeting that. Yeah.
Hey, I said, listen, I have to get off the live, but I'm gonna say this one more time. These people are being programmed to respond that way through media, and they don't realize what's going on. It's media and social media
That goes both
programming them
ways.
to like respond like that. When you say like, listen, like transgender and like, I'm like, come on, bro, you're not even transgender. Like, what are you why do you have to make such a big point about that right now? It's just a talking point. It's just a like hot button topic. It's like clickbait. The guy has no facts behind it, nothing to like cite, no bills, nothing. So it's just like it's the same thing over and over with these people. And it's just like it's getting tired for me. I'm tired of it. I'm just like, listen, like you have to be more intellectual. You have to be smarter. You have to actually try to learn. You can't just be emotional, like empty vessels for a corporate state.
Yeah, and it's funny because when we were asking him about to be specific, he didn't know. He was like, "Oh, I don't remember the name. Let me look it up." So then, why were you so emotional about it, like so forward or against it in this particular case? Aaron, quick question for you. You said you're from Chicago, correct?
Yeah.
Have you seen any of the migrant situation around that area where you are at all, or?
What's going on there right now? Pretty bad because they're trying to like kind of just stick these people in these African American neighborhoods in like Hyde Park and like South Chicago, and put them in the parks, put them in front of the police stations, and the people are pissed. They're like, "Yo, get these people out of here. We don't want these people here." And they're like, "Well, you voted for it." And then they're like, "Well, we know we voted for these Democrats, but we ain't voting for them no more. And get these people out of here." That's what they're saying. They're like, no, we don't want them here. We don't want them in our neighborhood. We don't know who these people are. We don't know where they come from. We don't know like anything about them. We haven't vetted them, and for this guy to say, oh, it's okay for them to come right over the border. What if they come and stab you in the face? Like, what are you going to do then? It's just like these people are literal empty vessels. That's what I'm trying to say. They
How did they
work
get to
for
Chicago?
these people are like New World Order slaves. They are literal mental slaves going along with a program that they have no idea how it's working, who controls it, who the puppet masters are, nothing. And they just keep spouting this tired, like emotional identity politics BS all the time, and then they, they never have any valid points ever. No facts, no nothing. Oh, you're an N-word, or you're this, or you're a fascist. They say fascism. They throw these words around. They have no idea what they even mean. It's ridiculous.
Aaron, I want to thank you again for joining. And do you mind if I contact you? I've been covering the immigration crisis a lot on my channel, and being that you're a Chicago resident and you've seen a lot of things for yourself there, do you mind if we do a live where I can bring you as a special guest? I have a lot of questions for you.
Actually, to be frank, I live in Brooklyn. I live in New York. I was just in Chicago recently because I was for a family thing, and also I had to work over there, so I saw it just from going there. But New
Got it.
York, that's a whole different story.
Have you seen New York as well or no?
Yeah, New York's pretty bad right now. It's getting
Okay.
it's getting really strange because it's like you see these people waiting in lines being like, "Oh, I hope they have a PlayStation in there this time." It's just like, "What? A PlayStation?" It's
Yeah.
just like it's really I don't know. This Joe Biden thing, people don't understand. You're voting for the demise of this entire country and the implosion of
Do you mind if we do a live where I can ask you about New York, what you've seen?
Yeah, if I have time, I'm gonna be pretty busy, but I just wanted to. I don't know why I jumped on here. Really, I've been here for a while. I never really do this. I never stay on this long, but it's just like I really am just really concerned about how brainwashed these Democrat voters have become. It's really sad, and it's sad to see like the intellectual demise of a person and their allegiance to something that is so evil and corrupt, and it just represents the face of the Washington establishment machine, and they are the face of it right now, and you're supporting it. So you need to really reconsider that one.
I really appreciate you coming and sharing that. I will be in touch, and then hopefully we can schedule something. But I agree. I want to give the word to our new guest here. I believe it's Nun. Go ahead. Nun.
Yes, sir. Thank you. None yet. I was actually hoping to catch the other guest that you had up that was being a little verbose, and I understand why you took him down. I actually greatly appreciate that. It's nice being part of a group that gets some kind of protection from somebody now and again. You know what I mean? When people are being uncool and unfair. And I'm not saying that I'm that middle-aged, white male Christian guy. And I'm not saying that we're flawless, because we're very far from that. We're humans like everybody else, of course. But what I find, and I was having this conversation with somebody the other day, we were talking about these incidents that happened, some of these really tragic incidents like, mass pewings and things. And there's this certain trapping of, and I understand why, we never want to glorify the perpetrators, right? That's a horrible thing. But what I find is we talk only about the location and the victims, and we kind of forget who the perpetrators are. And then it sort of falls into that narrative where if we actually break down, like, I don't know, the last 20 of these happenings, we'd find that it's nothing like the narrative at all. Like, I don't want to get too deep into all that because it does get into, touchy things and it upsets people. But if you just look at like Buffalo, that's the last one I can remember where the kid was actually white. But I'm almost positive he wasn't Christian. I know he wasn't conservative. You know what I mean? It doesn't fit in. No parts of him except the color of his skin fit the narrative. But, and then that's like one of the only ones I can really think of. I guess that kid in Colorado was actually also white, but there was claims that he was maybe part of other communities or something. I'm not really sure about him, but it's actually not as easy as we think it is. So what I wanted to do is, just to push back and challenge, without saying like a media personality, like don't tell me Alex Jones or Tucker Carlson or Donald Trump. Tell me a problematic white person from the news, locally, nationally, whatever, that that you can tell me off the top of your head is a real harm threat. You feel like it's going to actually really do something of great concern, especially like real violence. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of question I want to ask people like that and see if they, I don't believe he has a genuine answer. I believe it is the same programming that Aaron was talking about, but I always want to ask to be fair. I mean, maybe he did have a real example in mind. You know what I mean? It's just a shame he didn't have a better way of explaining it.
Can I give
Yeah.
someone an answer to that?
It's all about the programming, as Aaron said. I want to give the word to Darkseid. He wants to respond. Go ahead.
I would say that programming goes on both sides, and I think January 6th shows that with the words that were spewed from the GOP and their followers. And to answer your question, I don't think any person in media is going to actually go out and do something. No, that's why they're in media. They don't plan to go out and be part of the front line. No, they pretty much sell this narrative to the people, and they get the people to go out and do it and get arrested and get charged and get convicted while they sit by and make money. That's what they do. I mean, look at how many people's been arrested from January 6th. But the people that was pushing the narrative, you don't have a lot of them that's actually been arrested.
What narrative were they pushing, Dark State?
That the election was stolen, and that pretty much that the election was stolen, and that
Similar to what Hillary Clinton did when Trump won in 2016,
you can say similar to what Hillary Clinton did,
and the media as well.
But you also have to realize and concede that Hillary Clinton conceded. Did she not give her concession speech?
Well, the concession wasn't the issue. It was the so if we walk down this timeline, and I talked about this in length before you got here. We kind of went through the entire Trump timeline period, and then the Steele dossier, and then you have the Mueller report. You also finding out through the Twitter files, and if you actually look at the information that was put out, what the FBI was doing and colluding with social media giants like Facebook. Facebook was called on the carpet a number of times in front of Congress. I don't know how many times Mark Zuckerberg had to go before Congress to explain why he was not putting away some of the quote unquote disinformation. And this is the issue that we're saying, because you cannot say that the Smith Modernization Act did not, in fact, change the scope of the journalism world, because it did, because now you have people talking about right and left wing media, but yet they always try to debunk the whole Smith Modernization Act. So you have to look at it from this way too. The Democrats have historically never had an issue with contesting elections to the point of taking it to the Supreme Court, right? You could also look at the fact that there was a number of times centered around Joe Biden himself, Hillary Clinton, Jamie Raskin, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. All of them have stood before Congress and, in fact, stated that there is an issue with our election system, and specifically the Dominion voting machines. And they all emphatically stated that Donald Trump was not a legitimate president because she actually won the election. So whether or not she conceded or not, in words, but in form, this was the complete opposite of a person who would concede. It would be like if someone confessed to a crime, but then their actions shows that they actually did it, right? Or I'm sorry, that they did not do it, right? So this is the plain and simple. What you have here is that they never believed that he was a legitimate president, and from the exact beginning, they set out on a journey to make sure that he was discredited on every single front. Now, all of you that support this January 6th thing also have to acknowledge the fact that several federal judges have also precluded that him saying that whatever his sentiments were about the election were First Amendment free and protected speech, right? Second to that is you also have the judge in the January 6th case also clearing her calendar to allow for the Supreme Court to test whether or not the constitutionality exists for presidential immunity. Okay. You also have the events surrounding the day of January 6th, where there was a break in the chain of command, where Colonel Earl Matthews' report in front of Congress stated specifically that the optics of sending the National Guard were against the better interests of the government, right? They didn't want to send uniformed services down to January 6th. They also asked Stephen Son, who was DC Capitol Police, who was the only person that day on January 6th to ask for National Guard help, after he observed over 1,500 National Guard service members, as he stated in his report to Congress. He observed them standing across the street, and guess who they were told to stand there by? Nancy Pelosi herself. So he was asked to resign, even though he followed the chain of command. The chain of command was broken, and they denied DC National Guard support on that day. Now, you will also find, if you're looking at the tapes, if you actually watch the tapes, you will see a number of occasions where people are casually walking through and the police are just standing there. Now, I don't know in any way, shape, or form, if someone is committing an act of treason against our sitting government, why not any one of those police officers that stood there and allowed those people to come into the Capitol building did not defend it.
Dark State, have you seen those videos?
I'm glad that you brought that up, ma'am. I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of people always bring that portion up.
Yeah, but they never bring up the
Hold
portions
on,
I
hold on,
mentioned.
ma'am. I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak. At that time, was that while they were breaking windows, or was that at the end when they
So
would allow them to
the
come on in and
44,000
walk through?
so
So
the 44,000 hours, okay, so the 44,000 hours that we observed from the
you
beginning to the end,
did you
if you
say 44?
44,000 hours. Yes.
Multiple different camera angles, multiple different cameras
Right.
is going to have the same footage, multiple different times, directions, and all that. So yes.
So
Eh,
if
eh,
you actually are looking, okay, doesn't matter if it happened before or after, but
It
I could
does.
tell you on the one
It
video clip.
does.
Hold on.
Hold
I
on,
can
Dark
tell
State,
you
because
the
you asked a
one.
question about you asked a question. Go ahead, Mother of a Dragon's
Yeah,
answer.
I can tell you the one video footage where Jacob Chamsley, the guy that was dressed like a Viking, who was actually led into the House chambers. This would have been after the National Guard had been deployed, because this would have been at 5:30 when DC when they had evacuated the Capitol building. So this would have been after Congress had already left because it was empty. They were evacuated. And this is after DC National Guard showed up. Why? Because again, according to Stevens, see, this is the craziest thing. I read every single last
Once it
report.
was
That's how
empty.
I know it. I know what I'm talking about. When Jacob Chamsley entered into the chambers, they were already gone. DC National Guard was already there. So you please explain to me what sort of insurrection would have been happening with no government there.
Okay, she asked the question. Go ahead, Dark State.
Now she just said once it was empty. I'm not talking about the time when it was empty. That's what you're talking about. We all saw. Matter of fact, I remember
You
what I
said was
was
it
doing
before or
on that.
after?
Hold on, ma'am. I'll let you talk. I remember what I was doing on that day because my mom's birthday was that Monday or was on the 8th, and I was at the airport watching it as it was going down. We all saw them breaking windows. We all saw them push past police barricades. We all saw them fighting the police. We all saw the one police officer that was trapped in between the door. We all saw them break the windows. We all saw them jumping through the windows.
I just
We all
answered your
saw
I just
we all
answered
saw
your
the
question,
officer tell
bro. It was
Ashley Babbitt to
afterward.
stop and
All
gave
of
her a
the
minute.
footage that you
Gave hold
saw
on,
was
ma'am. Hold on,
after
ma'am.
the
Hold
Congress
on,
had
ma'am.
left.
Ma'am, I
You
gave you a
asked the
chance. You're not
question.
letting me see, sir. You should
But you asked
now.
the
Okay,
question.
okay,
Before or
let's
Now
let
after?
thank
Dark
you.
State.
It's
All
after.
right,
Thank
all right.
you.
Because
Let's
Congress
let
left.
You
all right.
muted me.
Let's let Dark State finalize. Go ahead, Dark State. Finalize, please, because I
Please,
also want to give
sir.
the word to Crow. Go ahead, Dark State.
Before I finish, everybody tap the screen to get the likes up for this brother. Everybody tap the screen to get the likes up for him. Now, we all saw that. We all saw that in real time. We all saw it going on. We all saw it happening. We all saw the violence that went on that day. We all saw that. Now, the ones I will agree with you. The people, and that's if this what you're saying. The people that were let in after everything had calmed down and they began to let everybody in, nothing should happen to those people. I I'll be one of the first ones to say that, and I'm law enforcement. I'll tell you that nothing should happen to those people, and they should not have been prosecuted. If you were one of the ones that were not out there kicking doors in, kicking windows in, assaulting the police, spraying bear spray, and damaging the Capitol. If you were one of the ones that just walked in after police said, "Hey, come on in," no, nothing should happen to you. I'll be one of the first ones to say that. But the other people, nah, that was an
That
insurrection.
wasn't respectfully. That's not what you asked. You literally asked me a question. Was that before or after?
Yeah,
And
that's
I was
what I
saying
asked
that
you.
was. I said that
You
it was.
says
It
after.
was after Congress had already left by the time they had breached anything. So Jacob Chamsley, who
Yeah,
was
I
a
don't care
part of
about that
that.
part, man.
Oh my fucking god! You
Yeah,
did
I don't
ask
care about that
though.
part.
You asked, bro, and I.
No, that's
I did. I answered the
yeah. You
question, and
you
then you
you
turned around
asked
and went
that, and you
something
talked
else.
about the after, and I'm telling you, I don't care about the after. I'm not talking about
You
that.
did.
I'm
You,
talking about the
but you
things that
asked
happened
whether it
before
was
the
before
insurrection
or
part.
you.
The
Okay, bro.
insurrection part.
There's no insurrection if Congress wasn't even there for it to be insurrected.
The part. The part when Congress was there, ma'am. You know there was a part when Congress
They
was
were
there.
not there.
Yes,
Can I
they
ask one
was.
question real quick to
Yes, yes, they
Dark
There.
State?
was.
Okay, I want to give the word to Crow because he's been waiting. Go ahead.
So, Dark State, What is your opinion about the crowd not getting hostile until after tear gas and rubber bullets were used on the crowd?
I can't say that the crowd was not hostile until the end.
It wasn't. There's
No,
many hours of video footage that proved that it wasn't hostile until that incident happened, and all of a sudden that's when chaos broke loose.
absolutely not. Matter of fact, you don't even see any tear gas when some of those people were getting hostile. You didn't even see it. If they're shooting tear gas, you're gonna see it.
You
You're
did see
gonna
it in
see
the
it.
video.
We didn't see any clouds of smoke when those guys was pushing against the bike rack barricade. There was no clouds of smoke. There was no tear gas clouds at that time. You didn't see anybody rubbing their eyes. You didn't see the mucus coming out of
You
people.
didn't see the video?
You, ma'am.
There's
Hey,
a literal video of
all
them
right,
shooting
what's the man name?
shooting
Crow.
tear gas
Crow.
to the crowd.
Crow. Have you ever been sprayed with pepper spray or mace, or ever been in the OC chamber? I'm sorry, in the CS chamber, like in the military.
Never been in the military, but I have been pepper sprayed before.
You have been pepper sprayed. Were you able to act with all your faculties right after you got pepper sprayed? If it hit, especially if it hit you
For the
good.
most part, I mean, did it hurt? Yeah. Did it
Thank you,
make you
Sam.
snot up a lot? Mucus build up? Yeah. But yeah, for the most part, I was still able to do whatever I needed to do.
You were still able to do what that means you definitely wasn't hit really good.
I said for the most part. I didn't say like fully. I said for the most part, I was able to do what I needed to do.
Because it stings really bad. Especially if you're getting hit with what they spray, it stings really bad. In those videos that you said that's what started it.
Did you see
Did
the
you see
video?
all of those people rubbing their eyes? Did you see all of the effects that normally
Thank
come
you, Sam.
with being sprayed with pepper spray?
Did you see the
Dude,
video?
not everybody got hit by
I've
it,
seen
but
the
some people
video.
did, and people reacted.
I've seen the
Okay.
video. I'd like to respond to that.
Okay, so we're going in circles. I want to give the word to Dr. Snuffle. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, just real quick. I've seen the video. Look at the timestamp on the video. Notice how it jumps from 112 to 145, and you'll see when the violence started and when the tear gas started 30 minutes later.
Okay,
What-
Dark said he answered your question.
You're saying, I mean, what is he saying? Is he saying that he said from the violence started and then the tear gas? Is he saying the tear gas started, then the violence started?
No, I'm saying that
Thank you,
Dark
Samas.
State, you are correct, Dark State. The violence started a full 30 minutes before the tear gas started. There's a video going around, but it's very easy to see that they're distorting it if you look at the timestamp on the video.
How is that being distorted if you said it was a 30-minute window?
So what the video is showing is a clip from 112, then a clip from 145, then a clip from 112, then another clip with no timestamp, and it's creating a narrative by distorting the timeline.
What is that? What are you talking about, Snuffy?
I understand what he's saying.
Yeah, it's pretty
Of course,
simple. It's
because
pretty
you
simple.
two have
If
the
you can
same
if
mind.
you can take
But
two
what are you
events,
what are you talking about?
if you can take two events that occurred 40 minutes apart and make it appear that they occurred at the exact same time by cutting a
Nobody
clip
said they
together.
occurred at the exact same
Okay,
time.
I'm
Nobody
telling
ever
you
said
that the
that.
clip going around, what I'm
No
telling
one
you,
said
what
that,
I'm
bro.
telling, okay, I'm not talking about what
Snuffles,
anyone
that has
said.
nothing to do with
Got
what
it.
we're talking about.
It has
It
So I'm
does.
exactly to do
sorry.
with what we're
It
talking
really
about.
doesn't
It
because
does.
that's
It
not
is
what he was saying.
exactly what we're talking about.
No,
Don't
you
try this
don't. You
crap.
just got in
MLB,
the
don't
room,
try
bro,
this crap.
and then you hopped in the
But
comments and
it's
started talking
exactly what we're
shit.
talking about.
That's
It's
not what.
exactly what we're talking about.
That's no, Crow. Can
It
you
does.
or
It is what we're
Nunya,
talking
whoever
about.
asked that question, can you repeat your question again because it has nothing to do with what we were talking about? That is not what he said at all.
Dark.
Regardless, I think it was pretty clear the point I made.
That
I know
okay?
you don't want to take it. I
What
know
was
you
his
don't want to
what
take
was
No,
it.
his question? So
no,
Snuffle, since you know what
ma'am.
we were
You
talking
guys
about,
would
what was his
ma-
question? What was his
ma'am,
question?
ma'am, you were
Excuse
saying
me.
that
Excuse
you were
me.
saying
Hold
Excuse me.
on. Mother of Dragon is asking Dr. Snuffle. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what were we talking about prior before you came in here? Because I saw
Dark
when you came in.
State, did you have something to say, Dark State? I'd like to
Oh,
touch
now
it to
you want
Dark
to
State.
ignore me. So did you hear the question that
Okay,
he asked
what we were
before
talking about, I
he
can
said
tell you,
anything?
I
So
can
you
tell
don't
you
know what
what
we were
we
talking about,
I
and
can
that's
tell
not
you
what we
what
were
we were
talking about, bro.
talking
You
about.
just
I can
came
tell
in
you
here.
what we
You
were
just
talking
came in
about.
here.
Yeah,
You
Dark
just
State
came in
can
here
tell
to
you what
drop
we
a
were
bunch of
talking about.
sauce down that you think you know what you're talking about.
Nonsense.
No,
You
ma'am.
Yeah, Snuffle,
don't, bro.
but can you answer the question she's asking? Can you answer?
We were talking about is that violence occurred at one point, and you said that the violence occurred because they were tear gas.
Nobody
Like
said
I
that.
said,
Yes, they
Well,
did.
that was
No, he
Yes,
that's
they did.
didn't. He
exactly
never
what you
said
said. I know
that.
That's
you change
exactly
the
what was said.
goalpost
He
every time you do
never
this
said
crap.
that. Okay,
This
so can
now
you
attack
repeat?
me.
Can
Now
you
attack
repeat the
me. This is what you
question?
do every
First
time.
of all, nobody asked you to come up here. I was the one being interviewed until you decided to want to come up here and insert yourself. That's number one. Number two, can you repeat the question? I think either Crow said it or Nunya said it, but
Hey,
that
Dark State,
wasn't what he
this
was saying.
tactic,
Can
this
you
she does
repeat
this
what you
tactic
said so he
every time.
knows?
This is her tactic when
This is
things
your
go
tactic
bad
to
in a
come up here
discussion.
and posture yourself
Okay.
like you know what you're
So
talking
Doc,
about.
I mean, so ma'am,
I said for the most part, I was like, why was the fact that most of the crowd was peaceful until the tear gas and rubber bullets, and then the crowd turned really
Oh,
hostile?
so
That's what
that's
I said.
exactly what we
Okay,
were
thank
talking
there it
about.
you.
is.
Oh, that's
So
exactly what we were talking
That's
about.
it.
Oh, that's
no,
exactly what
Okay,
we were talking
one at
that's
a
about.
not what
time.
he was
Crow,
saying.
go ahead, Mother of Dragons. You want to say? Go ahead.
Okay, so again, no one is talking about the time frame. Okay, about whether or not it was 30 minutes apart or however long the time apart was, is whether or not the crowd had turned hostile, right? Had nothing to do with them breaking into windows. They didn't
And
start
based on the
breaking into
time
windows
frame, he just
as a
stated
result
that.
of it.
Hold on. Let her finalize, and then I'll give you the work, Dark State. Go ahead, Mother of Dragons.
Okay, so that's not what he was talking about. He was talking about the crowd being angry that tear gas was being thrown into there, which obviously they would be, but it had nothing to do with them breaking into the Capitol. That's what he was talking about.
Okay, so
That's
ma'am,
what Dark State was
so,
talking about.
okay, so ma'am, are you saying that the crowd didn't turn angry until Capitol Police began to shoot either rubber bullets or throw tear gas into the crowd?
Of course they would retaliate, but there were people trying to break
That's
into the
not what I'm
Capitol
asking you,
before
ma'am.
that
That's not what
too.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, are you saying
But she just answered, Dark
I
State. She
just
said
answered
that.
it, bro.
She just answered. She just said that there were people trying to get in before that too. She just
What
said
he's
that.
trying to do is pin her down so that we can
Oh my
actually
God.
have a
Can you just drop
discussion.
Snuffle? Because he's
So that we can
disingenuous. Like,
actually have a
seriously, can we
discussion.
just
What she
drop
All
does
it?
right,
is
one at a
she
time, guys.
changes.
Like,
She
seriously, he
changes.
just comes up here
Hang
to
on,
say
hang on,
for it.
she's
everybody.
You think
arguing a
you know
mute
what the hell
point?
you're talking
Yeah,
about.
You're
I'm
hang
not
arguing a
on,
mute
buddy.
arguing
point,
a
ma'am.
moot point. You're the one that brought up January 6th, and
You're
he just
arguing a mute
simply
point.
made an observation, and you're trying to argue him down about it. He just made an observation, which is absolutely correct. Someone, if you would be angry, if someone was throwing tear gas at you and rubber bullets. Yes, but there was violence before that. That's what we were talking about.
So you agree to what he said? I mean, I don't,
Jesus Christ, that's why I said, what are you arguing
ma'am.
about?
Ma'am, you're confusing. You're just absolutely
You're
confusing.
confusing yourself.
No,
Okay,
you.
hold
You
on,
just said
hold
it
on.
never happened, and you just said that it never happened, and he said that it did happen. You
That's
said
not
that
what I
they
said.
never shot rubber.
So
That's
You
not what I
did. You
said.
said they never
Okay,
shot rubber bullets or tear gas into the
there's a
Capitol.
whole
okay.
there's a whole video.
Snuffle
There's a whole
was.
Oh
documentary.
my fucking God.
Go ahead. I want to give the word
That's
to Oil a bit. Go ahead, Oil.
thank you, sir. There's a whole documentary on this
Oh my
showing
fucking God.
exactly what there's a whole documentary on YouTube. You guys can actually take the time to watch it. It's called Day of Rage. It shows exactly the time when the Capitol was breached, when they broke past barricades, what was being done, how they went up the state of the little thing that they were going to do. Joe Biden's what you call it when he his inauguration on, how they went up there and went up on the second floor level from the outside of the building and went into several different doors, seven different access points, broke seven different windows,
That's
gaining
not an
access to the building.
inauguration,
Hold,
Oil.
hold on, please, hold on, please. It literally shows you the times when these people actually went through this and when these people start when the police started spraying stuff like that what's called pepper spray, stuff like that. It literally shows it to you. Literally shows it to you. Take the time. You really want to know the information. Their Rage is on YouTube, and it's videos. It's straight up videos that were taken from the people who actually were doing the protesting.
Okay, so again, when Crow said
Thank
that
you,
they
Oil.
were
Go ahead, Mother of
shooting
Dragons. You have the word.
rubber bullets and tear gas into the crowd, Darkstead said it never happened.
That's not
He
what I
was,
said.
yes, you did.
No, it's
You
not.
said, did you
No,
see
it's
it?
not.
Because we asked you over and
Stop
over
it.
again
I said
if
it
you saw
was
the
used.
tear
You
gas.
said it wasn't used, and I said yes, it was used
Yes,
against.
thank
That's not what.
you.
That is not what. No, it's not.
You did
And you
say
said,
that,
did you
bro.
see
No,
did you
it's
see the video
not. No,
of
it's
people
not.
breaking into the Capitol? And I
No,
said
it's not.
that the crowd did not turn really violent until the tear gas and rubber bullets were used. Now,
That's not the
talking
same
about the
thing.
crowd, hold on. Let me finish. So you're trying to dissect what I said. So when I mean the crowd, I don't mean the people that were already breaking into the Capitol. I'm talking about the majority of the crowd, separate from the people breaking into the Capitol, didn't turn extremely violent until rubber bullets and tear gas was used, and that's when the chaos erupted in the crowd, not at the actual windows. I'm talking about the crowd got violent.
Yeah, and you sat here and acted like it never happened.
Stop it, man. Now you trying to clean that up.
No, that's what I said. I've said it 3 times already.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. And then you're sitting up here
No,
and
he
your
did
supporters are
not.
trying
He
to
did not
gaslight
distinguish.
you. Bro,
He did
we
not
had
say.
to tell you
I said the crowd. I've said the crowd 3 times, and you keep telling me I'm wrong. I said the crowd.
Okay, you.
I said the crowd.
This is
I said they used rubber bullets and tear gas on the crowd. Is what I said. The crowd.
This is the
crowd
This
plus
is the
somebody
problem.
else.
You're
You just
trying
said
to
No, I said the crowd, but I'm having to distinguish exactly what I mean when I said the crowd, because you're trying to dissect what I said. I said the crowd, and I meant the crowd. And when I'm explaining to you right now that what I mean by the crowd is the crowd, not the people at the windows of the Capitol, but the actual crowd outside. The crowd.
Specific crowd.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, stop. So, ma'am, there's no way you can say that
Thank you, Crow.
knew that he. Hold on. What I'm saying, there's no way that she can say I knew what he meant when he just now explained it.
No,
She's not.
we said we
You're not
said
in it.
that.
Stop.
We
Hold on,
said
ma'am. Hold on,
it
ma'am.
4
Hold on, ma'am.
times.
Hold on, ma'am.
We
Hold
asked
on.
you,
Hold on, ma'am.
did you
You're
watch
not letting
the
me finish.
video?
You're not
Because
letting
you
me
said
finish.
over and over.
You're
You
not
said,
letting me
did you
finish,
see any
ma'am.
snot coming
Now,
down
sir,
anybody's nose? Did
Vegas,
you see the
you
effects
have
of
Okay.
it?
muted me
Okay.
You were
multiple
doubting
times.
that they
Please
had
mute
done
her.
it, and we
All right.
said
Be
on
fair.
video it had
Okay.
happened
Be
over
fair.
and over again.
All right. One at a time. Okay. So Crow answered. Go ahead, Darcy. Can you please answer? Can you be brief because we have to finalize soon? Go
I
ahead.
got you, Vegas. But what I'm saying is you muted me on multiple times. I don't know if you muted her. I'm just saying be fair. What I'm saying is
Oh my God.
Crow said the crowd. Crow didn't make it distinguish until we got into all this discussion. Then he just now made a distinguish saying, hey, I wasn't saying everyone when I said the crowd. I was just meaning people that wasn't breaking the law. I was talking about some people that wasn't breaking the law. And she's trying to act like she's trying to
Oh
act
my
like,
God,
oh,
bro,
I knew
you're
what he meant by what he
disingenuous.
said. There's no way she
Everybody
meant. There's no
asked
way
you
she knew
over
that.
and over
Stop
again,
it,
did you
lady.
see the video?
Stop it.
Because you sat here and said,
Stop it.
this is what you said. You said, did you see the effects of anyone? Was there snot coming down anyone's nose? Were their eyes watered? You were doubting that they had
This is a
even done
picture
it in
from
the
January
first
6th.
place.
This is the tear
That's
gas
what we
right
Hold
here.
on. One at a time, Crow. Let's let Mother finalize. Go ahead, Mother Jones. Finalize.
So what I'm saying is nobody was disputing the timeline. That wasn't even a topic of the conversation. You acted like it never happened.
I didn't say that it didn't.
Yes, you did, because you questioned whether
No,
or
I
not
did
anyone.
not.
Yes,
I
you
never
did,
said
sir.
it didn't happen.
Yes, you did.
No, I did
And
not.
we can play this video back, and
You
in the
just said I
recording.
acted. You just said I
No, yes,
acted like it
you
didn't happen.
did. Yes, you did.
If
You
I had
said
said
it
that, you
over
would
and
have said
over
I
again.
said it
And
didn't happen.
people
Now
in
you
the
saying it.
comments were asking you, did you watch the video? And you said, well, were there people snotting? Was snot coming down their nose? Were their eyes watering? Did you see the effects of it? So you were making it seem as if that never happened. And that's what we didn't ask you about the timeline. We don't care about the timeline. That was
Now,
at
see,
the
you
top
just
of the
said two different things,
conversation.
ma'am. You just
No,
said two different
you
things.
guys were talking about two different
No,
things
you
because
just
you
said
let
two
someone
different
else
things,
come in
ma'am.
here and
You
move
said
the
I acted like,
goalposts.
and now you
Yes, you
saying
did.
that I said it.
No, yes,
Which
you
one is
did.
it, ma'am?
You
Are you
acted as
saying
if
no?
you
You
acted
said two
as if
different things,
you
ma'am.
acted as
Mother of
if
Dragons.
that it did
Okay,
not
hold on.
happen.
Let her
Yes, you
finish.
did.
Darcy, go ahead, Mother Jones.
Yes, you
Finalize.
did. He said it. You said it over and over again because people in the comments were saying, "Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video?" And you said you didn't watch the video because you
I
were
did not
saying
say
that it
that.
didn't happen. Yes, you did. And you
Actually, what he said was he asked me a question. He asked me if I've ever been pepper sprayed or in one of the chambers for the military training, and I said I've never been in the military, but I have been pepper sprayed before. And he's like, "Were you able to function?" And I was like, "Not fully, but for the most part, I was able to do what I needed to do." And he's like, "Then you weren't sprayed right." And he was talking about the effects of tear gas if they actually had done it. I mean, he said they didn't do it, and I said they did. And right here is what I'm showing is a picture from January 6th in front of the Capitol, and all this right here is tear gas.
Bro,
You said, did I see the video? And you said, where was the tear gas at? Because it would make a cloud. Well, here's the tear gas. Here's a picture from January 6th, and here's the cloud. So there's your evidence.
Bro, did
Thank
I ever
you.
say I did
You
not
were
watch the
disputing
video?
it ever happened.
Crow,
That was
did
the
you hear me
point.
say I did not watch the video?
No, you asked me if I watched the video, and I said,
She said that I never. She said I said I never
Nobody was
watched the video.
talking about the
Did you hear me
timeline.
say
you
that?
said it didn't happen, and I said it did, and you asked me a bunch of questions
Yes,
based on that statement, and I answered your
I did
questions,
not say that that did not
and
happen.
now I showed you the
yes,
evidence
you
that it did
did.
happen.
You were
I didn't say
questioning
that it
it.
didn't
You were
happen. I did not
questioning
say
it.
that.
And then you went in there saying
I
that you're
did
law
not say that.
enforcement. You said if it had happened based on your law enforcement experience, X, Y, and Z would have happened. It wasn't until we talked about the timeline on whether or not it happened
See,
before
now
or
you
after.
changing because
Hold
I
on.
caught you in a
No,
lie.
let me finish. No,
Go,
you
No,
let
you
her
changing
let her
because I caught
respond,
you.
and
no,
then I'll give
you
you the word,
didn't.
Darcy, after that. I
Because
promise. Go
the
ahead, Mother
question
Dragons, finalize.
the question that you asked me, and when I was when I was talking about the timeline, I'm not talking about the tear gas. He brought up the tear gas. I was talking about something different. The timeline that I was talking about, you were asking me that it was DC Capitol Police. Did they come before or after they left the chamber? I said they came after. That's what I was talking about. So you asked 3 different questions, you got 3 different answers, and then you got confused
Did
because
you
I
say
was not
DC
talking
Capitol
about the
Police?
timeline of the tear gas.
Ma'am,
DC
you know
Hold
Capitol
on,
DC
Police.
hold on, hold on.
Listen,
Mother Dragons, finalize so we can move on. Go ahead.
What I was talking about was the timeline of when when Stephen's son asked for DC National Guard support. And when Jacob Chamsley went into the chambers, I said that's when they breached into the Capitol building, into the chambers. That's what I was talking about. And you said, was that before or after? I said they were already gone by the time DC Capitol Police had, by the time National Guard had gotten there. They were already gone. The Congress had already left. That's what I was talking about. And then when he brought up the tear gas, he said, yeah, because the crowd, they got all upset when they got the tear gas. He talked about something totally different. And then you tried to tie what we were saying together, and we were talking about 2 totally different things.
Okay, so it was different things. Go ahead, Dark State. You can answer, and then I'm going to have to finalize here. Go ahead, Dark State.
Thank you for saying that was 2 totally different things. Number one,
I've been
Crow
saying that
said
from
that Crow can tell you that I never said that I never watched a video. That never even came up. Number two, that's what got her caught on a lie because she said that I said that I didn't watch the video. So that right there was
I
just
wasn't
totally
lying. You
see
said you didn't watch the
there you
video,
go.
bro.
There you go.
Did
Angry
you watch
black.
the
Go ahead,
video?
Dark State.
Let a brother talk.
Finalize, please. Go ahead.
You cannot let a brother talk.
Don't call me a liar.
I'm not.
Don't ever
Well,
call me. The
you
one
might
thing I
not be
will
a
not do is
liar,
lie.
but you
I'm
messed
not a
up on
liar,
what you
so do not
said.
call
You
me a
messed up on
liar.
what you said.
Do
I
not call
never
me a
said.
liar, and I didn't mess up on anything I said.
Yes, you
We were
did.
talking about 2 different things. So how
Angry
can I
black
lie
woman.
about something when we're talking about 2 different
Angry
things?
black woman.
Yeah, so Dark State, let's try to avoid like the personal attacks. Just go ahead and finalize what you wanted to say.
Well,
Go
that's what
ahead.
she's doing. That's what she's doing. She's doing a personal attack. But
But she didn't call you a liar. Let's be fair.
one,
Go
I
ahead.
never said that I did not watch a video. Number two, she's talking about stuff that was after all of the commotion was over. After the
Because you
what she wants
asked
to
me that.
see, keep talking.
All right, let's let him finalize so we can move on. Go ahead, Dark State.
You go ahead. She's not gonna be quiet. So you go ahead and go on.
Go ahead. She muted. Go ahead.
Nope. You go ahead to your next person. She's not gonna be quiet, man. You go ahead on. I ain't gonna interrupt.
Go ahead, finalize. You can finalize. Go ahead.
So number one, I never said that I had never watched anything. Number two, I'm glad that he showed that portion with the tear gas. Now I can honestly say that I have never seen that portion. I watched plenty of videos. I have never seen that portion. Number three, what was she saying? She was saying something about the insurrection. There cannot be an insurrection because Congress was gone. Well, the whole time when they were trying to break in, Congress was there. So that means there was an insurrection because Congress was actually there. They would have never shot Ashley Babbitt if no one was down that hallway that wasn't
15 seconds, please. Thank you.
Only 2 people were charged with insurrection, and they were Proud Boys.
Dark State, do you want to finalize your statement?
Oh, I thought you told me I was
Yeah,
done.
no, you got 15 seconds. Go ahead. 15 seconds.
Like I said, what happened to Ashley Babbitt would have never happened if there was no one of important value, no protectee of important value that was behind that glass. They would have never done that if that hadn't happened. And to say that there was no insurrection, man, that's just bull. We all saw what was happening. Now, I'll be one of the main ones to say that both sides manipulate the American people. They do. The conservative media and the liberal media, they conflate everything to make sure that both sides stay against each other. And personally, I think that's the problem. And when one side just says the other side is the problem, and one side say the other side is the problem, nothing's going to happen and nothing's going to get better because both sides are too busy fighting each other in order to see that, hey, no, the people that are wrong are the people that they go into Congress. There's what making that's worth about $200,000. Then when they come out of Congress or the Senate, they worth what, 5 to 20 million. It's like the game is being played, but
Thank you, Kim.
when you look at both sides and both sides are steady bickering with each other, the game is being played accurately. It's exactly what they want us to do to each other. But
Okay.
people think one side is better than the other side, and it's actually not.
Okay. Thank you, OG. Thank you, Dark State. Dark State, you know what? I'm going to do a topic on this next week. You're welcome to come back. Probably going to be Thursday or Friday-ish of next week, okay?
Thursday,
I go. Yes, I go on live anyway after 5 p.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. Eastern. So you can come back and maybe check. I'll be live tomorrow again.
I'm gonna follow you now to make sure, so that way when you
Go ahead. I'm going to do a topic on January 6th, and you're welcome to join because the topic was interviewing special guest, Mother of Dragons, Blacks for Trump topic. She's a Black American, and she's a Trump supporter. And then so we moved on somehow into the January 6th. The whole event, and so that's a whole nother subject, and we could stay here for a long time debating that. So thank you, Dark State. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
Real quick before I go, if you can, another good topic I would say is, and I'll bow on out so you can get somebody else in. Another good topic I say is who I would like you to look at who politics and who campaigns in the Black community and in the Latino and Hispanic community. Do Republicans actually go into those communities and politic in those communities and campaign to make sure that they get elected, or are they like the Democrats? It's like, well, we ain't got to go into the Black community because we already know we're gonna get their vote.
Got it. Okay.
Appreciate
Thanks
you,
again for your time. We can agree. I don't necessarily agree with everything you said, but I appreciate that you stayed this long during the live. Crow, do you want to go ahead and share something real quick as I dismiss the live?
Good, man. You do your thing. I'm about to go to bed myself.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks again. I appreciate your time for coming. I think we have other requests, but guys, we do have to go. We're way past time here. I want to thank Mother of Dragons for coming once again. Mother of Dragons, you're very popular.
I know people love just like people like the people that get up here and just have to have something to disagree with me on, even if
Yeah.
it's totally wrong and have
You're
no
very controversial, huh?
context of the conversation. Yeah. So sometimes I get a little annoyed with the same people that do the same thing over and over and over again, and they're just I keep gaining followers, and so I do appreciate the love.
Are these like sometimes are the same people that are trying to join here and debate you?
Yeah, they always try to get to debate me.
But what I notice is that sometimes it's sort of take what you say and sort of mix it with something else you said maybe 5 or 10 seconds ago.
Yep, exactly. Because
I see.
we were clearly talking about two different things. I mean, he asked
Yeah.
the question, I answered the question, and
Yeah.
then it moved on to something else, and then it got mixed in with something else that was said, and then well, you just lied. No,
Yeah.
I didn't lie.
So question for you, because Snuffle is saying that he's saying it's me. I want to hear the BS. I call it out.
He wants to posture himself in my life. He's obsessed with me. Every live that I go in, he stays in the same space as I do. He thinks that he could debate me. He gets destroyed every single time. And then, like Snuffle, you barely have 1,000 followers, and he's following me. So I don't follow him back. So yeah,
So quick question for you, Mother of
he's weird.
Dragons.
He's weird. Yeah.
So, do you mind if I bring you back maybe next week so we can actually talk about January 6th itself?
Yeah, no, I'm great with that. Yeah, I don't mind
Okay.
talking about any of this stuff.
Got it. Okay, so we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to get Mother of Dragons back so we can do just a January 6th topic, because that's, we can stay here for a long time and discuss that. Do you would you be open if Nuffle joins to ask questions in a proper manner?
He's not going to ask questions, but I don't mind collecting his scalp again. I have my
Okay.
other account as the lefty scalp collector, so.
All right, Snuffle. So she doesn't mind if you send a request. Again, if we do it in a proper manner, and then I'll confirm with her when we'll set up the date, and then I'll keep you guys updated with that. Probably maybe tomorrow or on Monday, and I'll let you know what happens with that. But I want to do an episode on January 6th, and I'll have Mother of Dragons as a special guest again for that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and as you see, Snuffles, she's not scared. So if you want to come in and ask or share anything, you're welcome to do that in a respectful manner. Okay, we're not gonna insult each other here or call each other liars or any names like that. Let's just keep it professional and let's keep it to the point. Mother of Dragons, thank you again for coming. I really appreciate your time. I really do.
No problem. Thank you.
I will be in touch for the next one next week for sure.
Excellent. I
Thank you.
cannot wait.
Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Right.
Thank you, Mother of Dragons. Guys, thank you for watching the live. And tomorrow I have a special guest. He's actually a socialist Democrat. And so I'm going to be talking to him, asking him questions. So if you want to ask questions to this individual, he says that he's a socialist Democrat. So you're welcome. I'll be here after 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, talking to a socialist Democrat. And on Saturday, I'm actually doing the lives only Monday through Friday, but on Saturday, I have to do a special live because for those that were here on yesterday, I had the Venezuelan migrant special guest. Well, it turns out that the cousin of her is also a migrant and is also in the United States, and he wants to be interviewed. So I'm going to interview him on Saturday because he works Monday through Friday and he doesn't, it's not going to work with my schedule. So I'm going to interview him here so he can share his experience of how he entered the United States, what he's doing right now, what kind of help he's receiving from the government, and what he wants to do in the future. Again, talking to a migrant will be on Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. And you're welcome to join again. If you want to ask him questions directly, you will after I interview him. I'm going to do a very in-depth interview similar to what I did yesterday with the other migrant. And I'm going to ask all those questions that we want to know that the media is not showing us. How do you get here? Did you get, through all these countries, were requested documentation? How much did you pay to get here? Who guided you through the border? All those questions. What's happening now? What kind of benefits are you getting? All the good stuff I'm going to be asking directly to the source. So make sure to join this Saturday, okay? Very special live. Again, thank you, Mother of Dragons. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
and I will see
Vega.
you guys tomorrow. Have a good
Bye. Thank you, guys.